Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Riley. It's nothing that a couple of coats of paint can't fix, Mrs. Palmer says. She pushes the wiry frames of her glasses up her nose. This is the 4th time she has fixed them. Without a doubt, they will fall again before we are done here. She's standing in the middle of the empty living room, which is no bigger than my old bedroom, but that's fine. I don't have a whole lot. In fact, all I have fits in a backpack and a duffel bag. Someone yells down the road, and a car goes screeching by the front of the house. I know my quiet nights are gone. This neighborhood isn't the best. Most of the houses along the street are in different states of disrepair, with people sitting on their porches drinking beer while children scream and run wild. It's only 9 in the morning. I think it adds character, I say. I give her a small smile. I am not exactly in a place to be finding fault with it. I'll take it. Mrs. Palmer nods. Very well. We walk into the even smaller kitchen. She puts the lease agreement and a pen on the counter. The rent is a firm $1,200 cash and is due on the 1st of every month. Now, it does include your utilities, but if you want Wi-Fi or anything like that, you will have to get it yourself. Of course, I agree with her. She seems like a sweet older woman, and I need this place. I don't care about paint. Just a little bit of warm water, and Mr. Clean will do the trick. I hand her the first month's rent and a half for the damage deposit. She counts it before putting it back in the envelope and then in her purse. We both came prepared for this transaction to be completed today. So what brings you to Sandy Springs? She asks. My hand still's in the middle of signing my name. Clearing my throat, I force another smile to my lips. Can you tell me where the closest department store is? Mrs. Palmer is truly a saint. She doesn't call me out on the obvious subject change. There are so many things I would love to talk about, myself not being one of them. There's a Home Depot about 15 minutes away. Thank you so much. The smile is genuine as I hand her the signed lease. Having a roof over my head is one less worry. Mrs. Palmer leaves after giving me the keys. I take a deep breath and walk around the house one more time. I was right. All it needs is a good cleaning. I have lived in similar places, and worse before. I have a lot to buy. Of course, most of it can wait. The house came with a bed and dresser, which is all I really need at the moment, at least furniture-wise. I put my duffel bag in the cupboard above the stove. It's a tight squeeze, but it goes in without much effort. Inside, it is all I could take with me, between it and my backpack. I might be a little paranoid, but I can't risk someone breaking in and taking it. Shouldering my backpack, I leave and lock up. Getting to the Home Depot on foot took a little over half an hour. At least the weather is still in my favor. The good thing about meeting so early in the morning, I still have my entire day ahead of me. I move down the aisles. The great thing about box stores like this is that it doesn't matter what city you're in. They are all put together the same, and they all carry everything. It takes me less time than it did to walk here to find everything I need. A doorbell cam, padlocks, cleaning supplies, a case of bottled water, and a new SIM card. The teenager at the register gives me an odd look as I pay for everything in cash. I understand. In this age where everything is done with the quick tap of your phone, someone paying in cold hard cash is out of place. Taking a different route back to the house makes the distance a little wider, though it still takes under an hour. As soon as I get back to the house, I get to work. I put the cleaning products on the counter and the water in the fridge. I take my duffel bag down and get the travel-sized toolbox out of it. This thing's one of the best items I've ever bought. The extra padlocks go up, one at the top of the door and the other at the bottom. With those in place, I install the doorbell camera. Back inside, I close and lock the door. Taking a moment to put up the drapes, nailing them right into the window trim, I take a step back. So far, everything is falling into place, like it always does. Last item on the list, replacing my SIM card. I pop the side of my phone out and remove the old SIM card, snapping it in half with a pair of pliers. I'll flush it down the toilet later. Putting the new SIM card in place, I plug the phone in and turn it on. It's fine. As the clock shows up on the screen, it prompts me to swipe in my password pattern. There is nothing on the old card that I need or want. I open the radio app and pick a station that isn't local, but not completely static either. With it going for background noise, I start cleaning. Time passes quickly enough. I get lost in scrubbing the walls and floors. Outside, another car squeals down the road. I'm ready to call it a night, the sun having set who knows how long ago. Shouldering my duffel bag, I grab my backpack and head into the bedroom. Sitting on the small single-sized bed, I pull the rest of my money out and count it. I still have just under $3,000. That will be enough of a buffer for me to find a job without worrying. I put the envelope down my shirt. I push the duffel bag under the bed and settle in. Using my backpack as a pillow isn't great, but I'll worry about getting bedding tomorrow.
Chapter 2. Porter. Good morning, Doe. Letting out a deep groan of disappointment, I reach over and turn the alarm off. Picking up my phone, I roll onto my back and open it. It's only 5 to 5. I could go back to sleep for another 4 hours and no one could say anything. There's no reason for me to get up so early, besides habit. But the day's not going to start itself. That's what I always told my wife. Monica would laugh, even as she pushed me out of bed and went back to sleep. Pain settles in my chest like a deployed airbag. Time to get up. I've laid around long enough. Routines are hard to break. Why would I want to try and make a new one? The old one works just fine. I take the elevator down to the 3rd floor and then the stairs to the lobby. Good morning, Mr. Grimes, I hear someone call out. I look over and see Jason. He's at his post behind the receptionist's desk, a steaming cup of coffee clasped tightly in his hands. His shift must have just started. Good morning, Jason. I stand against the desk and stretch my legs. Smells good. New brew? I nod at his cup. Jason yawns. Yeah, it's a monthly sub. You can pick what beans you want, and depending on what tier you sign up for, they send you up to 3 random selections once a month to try. Sounds wonderful. The best $80 I spend a month. He takes a sip and sighs, eyes slipping closed. This one is a German chocolate cake. Well, it smells divine, but I have to get going. See you when you get back. Jason waves me off as I make my way outside. The morning is crisp, a brisk 61 degrees. It's exactly what I need. The cool air fills my lungs as I run my route through the park. It's not until I start to feel the burn in my calves that I turn back. The sun starts to rise behind me, lighting the path even as the lamps flicker off. The town is just starting to wake up. I pass a few more early risers as I turn back onto the main road. So far, I'm making good time. One thing I excel at is time management. Monica used to tease me, saying that I should have married a spreadsheet. When I told her I would spread her sheets, she just left the room with my amused apology following after her. I get a shock from the cold water. I should have waited for the water to warm up before stepping into the shower, but I had to get my head back. The water is just getting to temperature when I step out and dry off. I pull on my jeans and a t-shirt, grabbing a sweater as I make my way back out the door. It's going on 7 now, and I need to go get my own coffee before the cafe gets too crowded. Cafe Clementine is the place to go for a nice cup of coffee. Their chocolate chip scones are to die for. It was such a terrible blow to the community when Clarice passed away. Thankfully, her grandson Liam slipped into the driver's seat. Stepping in just ahead of the mad rush, I get my breakfast and head back home. If getting a pastry after running is counterproductive, it hasn't started to show. For the second time today, my phone pulls me out of my trance. First sleep, now work. I sigh as I see the name on my caller ID. Mary Grimes. My mother means well. Her heart is large and in the right place. However, I'm not really in the mood to talk to her. Again. Hi, Mom! I force out cheerfully, even if this is the 5th time this week that she has called. It's only Tuesday. Hi, dear. How are you? Her ever-chipper voice comes over the speaker. I'm fine, Mom. Just settling in to get some work done. Did you get back into your shows? Not yet. I'm still enjoying freelancing more. She sighs. I've explained to them how freelance writing works for big companies. I know they don't understand. At least they've stopped trying to lecture me about stability. There's no stability in this economy. You should call the Andersons when you get a chance. I know Linda would love to hear from you. There it is. My mother can't go a single phone call without bringing up my wife's parents. It's not that I'm ignoring them, but I'm ignoring them. They are lovely people, but I just cannot bring myself to talk to them. Not since Monica passed. Of course, I keep meaning to. It's easier to agree with my mother than to try and explain it to her again. All right, well, I need to get back to work. Of course, dear, I love you. I love you too, Mom. Say hi to Dad for me. I hang up and sigh, dropping my phone on the desk. I rub my chest. The guilt hits me like a bus. I should initiate the calls with my parents more often, but it's always the same, even if they do mean well. I don't want to talk about how I'm feeling all the time. I stare at the flashing text cursor on my document. Monica stares at me from the picture frame on the corner of my desk. Fine, I say to her, picking my phone back up. It rings. Maybe no one is home. Hello? I close my eyes and lean back in my chair. Hi, Linda. Because, of course, Linda would be the one to pick the phone up. It's Porter. Oh, darling, it's so good to hear from you. We were worried about how you were doing. Of course they were. Monica and I, our parents meshed so well. It was like we simply cloned our families and melded them together. How are you? I freeze. Why does everyone have to ask that? I know it's been 2 months since I talked to Monica's parents, but take the assumption and run with it. For my sanity, I'm doing better. That's good to hear. I know Robert will be happy to know you're doing better. I don't know what else to say. What else is there to say to the mother of your dead wife? The sound of us breathing is the only thing that passes for a moment. Linda lets out a soft sigh. I wish the best for you, Porter. All Robert and I want is for you to be happy again. Whatever I thought she was going to say, this was not it. I can feel my chest tightening as she keeps speaking. It's okay to be happy, to put yourself back out there for love. For love. Monica has not even frozen in the ground yet, and she wants me to find love. I pinch the bridge of my nose and work on keeping my tone friendly. Everyone means well. Sorry, Linda. I have to go. My deadline has been moved up. Hanging up, I drop my phone and put my head in my hands. Looking back up, my eyes meet Monica's smiling ones. She looks so lovely in her wedding dress with bright blue eyes and flowing blonde hair. I miss her so much.
Chapter 3. Riley. The jingling of the bell startles me as I walk through the door. It shouldn't have. It was there yesterday when I popped into the little cafe. It had been a stroke of luck, and I haven't been having much of that lately, that there had been a now hiring, inquire within sign on the window. I've never made coffee that wasn't instant before, And I've never baked either. But something pulled me into Cafe Clementine. I needed the job, which I somehow got, despite not having a single clue what I was supposed to do. Jenna, the manager that hired me, seemed confident that it wouldn't be a problem. She would give me the chance to learn, and if it wasn't working, well, we all gave it our best shot. With a bright smile, my own shirt, and instructions to get a good pair of no-slip shoes, I was sent off. Told to come back at 6:45 in the morning, which, honestly, is far too early for anyone. "Hey, you made it," Jenna calls out from behind the counter. Of course, I say, smoothing down the front of the uniform. It's soft cotton and an unassuming charcoal gray. The cafe's logo is above the left breast, and the name is on the back in bold letters. It's probably the comfiest work shirt I've ever worn. "It looks good on you," she says. Jenna is smiling when I look over at her, like she's trying to ease my nerves. It's appreciated, but I just need to have this little freak out to feel better. "Liam is going to be here today, so you'll get to meet him. And Isla will be in soon, too." I blink. "Who?" Jenna laughs as she finishes counting the float. "Isla is another barista and cashier. She's lovely. Liam?" She closes the till and grins. "He's the owner." At least my stomach can't sink any lower, so I will be meeting the owner of the cafe on my first day, when I have no idea what the hell I am doing. This is fine. Who cares if I am jobless again tomorrow? Great. Looking forward to it. Don't worry. Liam is a great guy. She tries once again to reassure me. I don't have much choice but to believe her. I'll try not to let my nerves show. Her smile turns soft and warm. I know she knows how I'm feeling, at least a little bit. At one point, she was the new hire. Though I doubt her life really depended on this job like mine does. "Come here. I'll show you the basics of our POS so you can ring in orders once we open." I do just that. Jenna shows me where everything is and how it's all categorized. Drinks are split into hot and cold, and food split into pastries and sandwiches. Cake pops fall into another category all on their own. I've never related to a confection so much before. She gets me to do a couple of test orders. "You got this," she says. She flips the sign on the door over to open and turns on the rest of the lights. No sooner than Jenna stepping away from the door does it open with the first customer. And then another. Isla comes flying in with apologies for being late. She doesn't even bat an eye before falling in next to Jenna, slinging drinks like it's as easy as breathing. I can't believe only 2 hours have passed. At least the rush is over. "Hey, a new girl?" Isla grins as she sticks her hand in my face. I take her hand and shake it. Hello. "I'm Isla," she says. "Riley." I pull my hand out of her excited, crushing grip. We don't get much more time than that. Though Isla is uncomfortably personable, the longer the morning goes, the easier she becomes to deal with. She points out regulars, even before they've stepped foot into the cafe. "Isla," Jenna calls as she walks over. She looks around the near-empty cafe. "Jenna," Isla smiles, a little too sweetly. "Show Riley how to make some of our popular drinks. I don't want the poor girl stuck on cash every day." "I don't mind," I tell them. I flinch when Isla puts her arm around my shoulders. Neither of them notice. Nonsense. No one wants to do cash all the time. She lets go and gets out all of the supplies we'll need to make drinks. I have mad respect for all those teenagers and regret not tipping them more. We start with the latte. We did more of those than anything else this morning. Isla pours a motif on the top layer. "Don't worry about the art." She turns her head with a grin. "Just get comfortable making the drink first, and then we'll start pitching curveballs." Of course. The bell above the door chimes and Isla leans in. And this is Mr. Grimes coming in now. Large black with a chocolate chip scone. At this point, I've stopped asking her how she keeps the information together. Mr. Grimes does not order his usual. Flat white, please. Coming right up. I smile and ring him in, before noticing that neither Jenna or Isla are behind the counter with me. Flat white. I have only made one so far, but it is fairly simple. I even add a little flour, I think, to the top of it. His whole body just screams miserable. I hope he smiles. The door opens, the bell jingling. Good to see you haven't burnt the cafe down for the insurance money. Hi, Liam, Isla shouts from the back. Jenna comes to stand next to me and grins. We did have the golden opportunity. Liam snorts. He looks over at me and raises an eyebrow. You go through mitosis again? This is Riley. I hired her yesterday. She's been fantastic so far. He simply shrugs. I trust your judgment. Liam turns his attention back to me and smiles. Nice to meet you, Riley. I'm Liam. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the opportunity to work here. It does make me feel better knowing that he is not about to fire me on the spot.
Chapter 4, Porter. This day. She would be 28 today. Too young, much too young. My sun's up routine is absolute trash this morning. Every few feet of my run is punctuated with a barrage of calls, messages, emails, a constant and brutal reminder of what today means. I am so not ready for you. I quickly declined the call from Pamela, the third attempt yet this morning. She means well, I know. They all do. I just can't. Another mile and I give up, turning back towards home. Mom has called me every half hour since 7 a.m. Dad even tried phoning an hour ago. Didn't matter anyway. I know what they would say. It has been the same since she's been gone. I can hear their voices in my head. Dad, I can't believe it's been 2 years. Robert Anderson, I still can't believe she's gone. Pamela, I miss her so much. Linda Anderson, you shouldn't be alone today. Mom, she wouldn't want you to be this way. While I know I'll regret it, I check my text messages. Yep, just about everyone has messaged, and just about every statement I hear in my head is there. The Andersons send their love and well wishes. My mother is threatening to fly out here. My sister is mourning the loss like Monica was her wife, while I am usually the one to comfort and care for my family in such emotional need. I just don't have the capacity today. Shutting the phone down, I make my way into the house and set to the task of getting ready for the day. This day used to be so important for so many good reasons. I can't help but think of her. She is everywhere to me. Monica's last birthday party before she died was something I would never forget. Her blonde hair glowing in the light of the bar, her face contorted from her birthday shot, the joyful noise of her laughing so hard she couldn't breathe. She was young and full of life. I was young and unprepared for the tragedy to come. Her friends gathered around to celebrate the impossibly perfect woman that I was glad to call my wife. How I took her home that night to the house decorated with all of her favorite things: apple pie, a stuffed animal horse, see-through balloons with confetti inside, the Beatles playing on the record player with the delightful imperfections of the vinyl. Her face lit up like the 4th of July, as if she didn't know I could go all out for her. Like I would have done anything for her. Before I realize it, I've made my way to the cafe, completely on autopilot. I try to shake the ghosts of the past off as I step through the familiar door jamb. I power my phone back up, but there are so many incoming texts and missed calls that the unit was essentially useless. If I didn't have better temporal awareness, I would have smacked clear into the counter. I was so absorbed in my phone that I didn't see who I was talking to when I spit my order out. The usual, please. I was halfway through reading a text when Mom pops up on my screen. Mom. Hi, honey. I just wanted to check in with you. Are you doing okay today? Mom, I know you mean well, but I am fine. I have to go. Click. I pinched my eyes shut and then swiveled my head to the counter. I was amazed to see a new girl standing there waiting for some further clarification. The smile had not left her dimpled face, and her hair sprung from her head and cascaded down the sides of her face. stunned immediately by her beauty. I can't form words. A moment of comfortable silence passed before she finally parted those full lips. I am sorry, sir, but I am new. I unfortunately do not know what your usual is. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. Flat white, please. She gives me a weird look. Is something bothering you? It's fine, don't worry about it. Sorry, let me get your coffee. She scurries off to get the coffee, and I step to the side, looking for a good place to sit. Perhaps if I work here today, I will be more productive. Being cooped up in my office with Monica's brilliant smile staring me down seems like I will do more grieving than writing. The new girl seems nice, beautiful, and sweet. Great customer service. She will be a great addition to the team. She works in silence while I continue to browse the room. Can I really find somewhere to sit in here that would allow me to get some reasonable writing done? That spot in the corner is nice. Less interaction, but the spot by the window would be sort of calming. Open your mind like you used to on the farm. I glance around now and then to catch a glimpse of her back and see how far into the preparation she actually is. I look at my watch for a moment, and when I look back to where she had been standing, she is suddenly facing me with my coffee in hand. Oh, thank you, Miss... Riley, sir. Thank you for coming into Cafe Clementine. Porter Grimes, it was my pleasure. Have a good day. I turned from the counter and looked down on my coffee to discover she had made a flower design in my coffee foam. What an interesting girl. I look behind me at the counter and catch her eye for a moment. I smile in spite of myself. Maybe today won't be so bad after all.
Chapter 5. Riley. It's another morning working at the register. It's not my favorite role. I'd much rather be in Isla's place stocking products in the back rooms. But beggars can't be choosers, and getting this job on a whim was nothing short of a blessing. The bell above the door chimes, and in walks Porter. I'm still embarrassed about our interaction from yesterday, so I'm not exactly overjoyed to see him. Still, I manage a smile when he makes eye contact with me and heads toward the counter. Morning, he says. His tone of voice is a tad brighter than it'd been yesterday. I'd like to apologize for being so cold yesterday. I hope you haven't taken it to heart. My heart flutters. I've let much worse things slide under the rug, so it's a pleasant surprise. I can't remember the last time someone has apologized to me. For years, I've always been the one to apologize. Oh, it wasn't a big deal, I say with a nervous laugh. But, I appreciate it. Well, that's good to hear. I was worried I'd hurt your feelings, Porter says. There's a smile on his lips, and I can't help noticing how it brightens up his face. It's soft, sweet, and even a bit reserved. His lips look warm and plush, and for a moment, I wonder what they'd feel like against my own. Porter clears his throat and pulls me back to reality. He's staring at me with a slightly amused expression. Sorry, did you hear me? He says. Sorry. My cheeks are burning now. I'd been so lost in my thoughts that I hadn't even noticed he'd told me his order. I'm a little tired this morning. Could you repeat it? Don't worry, I've been there, Porter says with a chuckle. I'd like a flat white with a blueberry scone, please. Right. I'll get that started for you, I respond. As I spin toward the register, I almost knock the tip jar over with my elbow. Porter catches it before it can spill, placing it back upright. With shaky hands, I ring up his order. All right, that'll be 59.1. I mean, 10.59. I sputter. Heh, you had me worried. I know your scones are good, but not $50 good, Porter says with a chuckle. Once he pays for his order, Isla steps out of the back rooms. I hold back a sigh of relief. At least now, I'm not alone in the cafe with this intimidatingly handsome man. Morning, Porter, she greets. She grabs a plate and a pair of tongs, scooping a blueberry scone out from the display cafe. I finish preparing the drink and hand it to Isla. which she brings over to the counter and slides over to Porter. "Morning, Isla," Porter says. He tucks his laptop under his arm and grabs his breakfast with his free hand, heading over to a solo table near the back of the cafe. Once he's out of earshot and he's put on his bulky headphones, Isla turns to me. "Don't sweat it too much, Riley. You're still new here," she says. I'm grateful for her reassuring words, yet ashamed that she'd overheard my fumbling. "Thank you." I let out a sigh. I glance over at Porter and see that he's put on his bulky headphones. In a lowered tone, I add, "Do you know him?" Isla grabs a wet washcloth and begins wiping down the counters. "Kind of. He's been a regular here for quite a few months, so it's hard not to," she says. "He's always been kind of quiet, though. Very polite. Always orders the same thing. I like those types of customers since they're so easy to deal with, so I tend to remember them. I couldn't imagine ordering the same food every day. Even if I have a favorite item at my usual restaurants, I still try to mix things up every now and then. He also spends a lot of time working on his laptop when he's here," Isla continues. "Like, every day. It's a little weird, but I can't complain, especially since he's a paying customer. Not too bad to look at either." We both burst into giggles. I briefly glance at Porter to make sure he doesn't notice we're talking about him. Thankfully, his eyes are still locked on the screen, his headphones buzzing with music that's almost definitely going to damage his hearing. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm starting to develop a soft spot for Porter. He seems so strange yet reserved, which only makes his inner workings all the more intriguing. Not to mention he's a feast for the eyes. It's hard not to admire those beautiful dark brown eyes, or the way his long, wavy hair frames his face. And it sends a shiver down my spine whenever he tucks a strand of hair behind his ears, revealing that strong jawline. It's been so long since I've been in a relationship, and even longer since I've been in one that was healthy. It's hard to imagine Porter being cruel or scary like Simon. But maybe that's the naive part of me that wants to fall in love again, that wants to be treated with tenderness and affection and patience. When Porter glances up from his laptop, I quickly pull my gaze away. I remind myself that I'm at work. I have more important things to do than ogle a cute boy. Besides, now's not the time to find a man. I was helpless and dependent when I met Simon, and he took advantage of that. Before I can even think about dating again, I need to get control of my life. That said, even if I'm not ready to start dating just yet, I'm also not going to deprive myself of the eye candy. As I get back to stocking the display case, I allow myself the occasional glance at Porter every now and then.
Chapter 6. Porter. Another beautiful morning in Sandy Springs. Café Clementine has become my favorite spot in town. I've been coming to the cafe almost every day since moving here. My primary motive is to jumpstart my screenwriting. I've been low on motivation lately. I'm hoping to find my muse among the people coming and going. Besides the fact that the cafe is just a welcoming spot, hopefully cozy enough for a writer to get into the zone. I walk into the cafe and try to rationalize the joy that comes from my entrance to the cafe. Happiness has been elusive at best since Monica passed, and it's a strange sensation to feel it again. In general, I've found that I work better here. What was once an occasional habit has become an almost daily occurrence. I'm just energized by the feeling in this shop, and I feel inspired to create characters and conflict in details. Not sure exactly what it is about this place. Good morning, Porter. Might I suggest the cortado with a cream cheese Danish? She has a look in her eyes that dares me to say no. As usual, Riley is standing there at the register, beaming as I reach the counter. She is such a sweet girl, and definitely a great fit with the shop. We've started becoming friends, I guess, since the day she had dared me to order something different than my normal beverage. To humor her, I went with her suggestion that day, and honestly, it wasn't half bad. As I get closer to the counter, I could see her calculating what next to serve me. I've tried most of the menu at this point. Sounds good, Riley. I reply, trying to hide my smile as I pay for my breakfast. I look around for my table. Since I've been working here so often now, I like to sit by the front of the shop, where I can see the sky. Reminds me of home and all that open air. Plus, it's the best spot in the cafe for people watching. Riley comes back with my drink and my Danish and makes direct eye contact with me. Her brown eyes sparkle in the morning light, and her abundance of spirit is contagious. Thanks. I quickly excuse myself and head for my table. When I say we've become friends, I really mean more like acquaintances. We only see each other at the cafe. Granted, I am here almost daily, and she is usually the one to take and prepare my order. She always puts designs in my coffee foam, and I wonder if she's that dedicated to all of the customers. While she tries to hide it, I still catch her looking at me when I look up from my laptop. I smile, and she rushes off. I can't deny that I'm enjoying not just her ambience, but her dedication to having me try new things. It reminds me strongly of Monica. She was the adventurous type. If it was new or different, you could bet she would jump at the chance to try it out. Once I asked her why she was so dedicated to that notion. "Life is too short not to try everything," she had declared, with a smile on her face and a dare in her beautiful eyes. She was so bold, so daring, and so sure of herself. She would light up a room with just her presence. And the best part was she was so humble about it. I chuckled to myself in remembrance. I also let myself wonder if Riley has the same tendencies, what she would be like if we hung out in her off hours. Just then, a sharp pang of guilt rippled through me. My thoughts have begun to give me pause as I'm beginning to feel disloyal. How could I compare my Monica to another woman? Her face became a vision in my mind, the only thing I could see. I see her emotions ebb and flow in the creases of her face and the tone of her eyes. And then I saw her face slowly wither away as the cancer took her slowly and painfully. All the nights of crying and the constant pain, the headache she spoke about towards the end. It was giving me a headache. There's only one Monica Anderson. I had the love of my life, the center of my universe. I held her hand as she gave into the cancer and left this world. I couldn't possibly replace her. Was Riley to be a replacement or an addition? Maybe, just maybe. It could be time to start opening myself up to the world, give myself permission not to let go of Monica, but to stop being anchored by my guilt, to learn to live in this world without the grief, find happiness again. Monica would want you to be happy. I could hear Linda Anderson's voice ringing clearly in my head. It's time to get back in the saddle, Dad's voice chimes in. It's okay to move on, to be able to love again, his sister had told him so many times. My guilt just deepened. Why did she have to get cancer? Why did it have to be terminal? Why did she have to leave me? I can't possibly deserve to be happy for surviving, for watching her die. Even if I could put the past behind me, why would someone as radiant as Riley want anything to do with me? I'm angry and bitter. I cannot possibly be a man who is worth a second shot at love. I let out a deep sigh. Definitely not ready to move on, but there's no reason why I can't have a new friend.
Chapter 7. Riley. I think I can get used to being here. It's been a month and I actually enjoy the town. After everything I've lived through, I don't know how to feel comfortable. I don't know how to just be. I have to force myself. I start to get comfortable in my space. If I'm here to stay, I need to make this place a home. I hit up all the home decor stores in the area. No more bare walls or curtainless windows. I never really got the opportunity to decorate my rooms the way I wanted to when I was in foster care. My foster parents always controlled how my room was decorated because they didn't want CPS coming in and scrutinizing certain details. Everything was plain, like the default room displays in a furniture store. The home decor store is tantalizing, but also overwhelming. There are so many options of colors and design. Printed or monochromatic, cool or warm, maximalist, or minimalist. I've never had this much freedom, and it makes me excited. I grab the gold-plated cutlery and almost put it back because I'm afraid it looks too extra. I tell myself, damn it, and put it in my cart anyway. I grab some forest green plates and bowls to match. I decide to have a theme for different rooms. The kitchen can be dark and moody while my bedroom contrasts. I want pastels, lavender bed sheets, and sheer white curtains. I make my way over to the candle section. It's 3 aisles long. I've never seen so many in one place. I take my time smelling each and every one of them to find the scent that matches my home the best. I inhale deeply with my eyes closed, not realizing there are other people around me trying to move through the aisle. I try my hardest to keep my composure in the store so the other customers don't think I'm a maniac. I just can't help it. I'm getting my place together. I'm enjoying my job and the people I work with. For the first time in my life, I feel safe. Very funny, Isla. I call over to her. She had decided to connect her phone to the speaker and was playing Closing Time. Closing time, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I know who I want to take me home. I know who I want to take me home. Isla sings along as she wipes down the counter. She spins around with her hands up and does a little dance before continuing her cleaning. I giggle and start to think about Porter. I know who I want to take me home. I don't even want to think about him, but I really can't help it, especially when I'm here. All I can think about is his flat white and what I can recommend to him next to get him outside of his little box. Closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. The lyrics to this song never made a lot of sense to me. Time for you to go out to the places you will be from. What does that even mean? But the last line actually got me. I feel like I've been running for so long, and I'm finally ending that painful part of my life. This is my new beginning. I grab the keys to lock up and roll my eyes to myself. I can't believe I'm having an emotional reaction to a cheesy song. I stick the key in the door and I'm frozen. There's someone across the street. There's a man across the street. I feel myself break out into a sweat, and my breathing starts to quicken. My heart is thumping in my chest so hard that I feel like I might drop dead. It's Simon. He found me. I'm not safe here. I've never been safe here. I can't believe I tricked myself into believing that this could be my home, that I could stay here long term. How could I be so stupid? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I try to spit the words out. Nothing will come out. I can't breathe and nothing will come out. Riley? Isla comes over to me and tries to grab my hand, but I pull away. I can't be touched right now. I'm so out of control. I'm hyperventilating and in danger of passing out, but I can't do anything about it. Riley, I need you to talk to me. I can't focus on anything. My vision is starting to swim, but I don't take my eyes off the figure that's across the street. My thoughts are going 1,000 miles a second, but one recurring thought is that I need to see his face. Show me your face. Riley, please. Just one word. I need to know what's wrong so I can help you. Isla is pleading at this point, and I hate that she's seeing me like this. The funny thing about panic attacks is that your body doesn't care if there's a real and present danger or not. The figure moved. It wasn't Simon. He didn't find me. I'm at my job. I'm safe. My body doesn't know the difference. Isla, Riley, what's going on? Liam comes out of his office and runs over to us. She just started panicking. I don't know what happened, Isla says. Riley? I feel Liam take the key from my hand and lock the door himself. I'm not even there. They take me to one of the booths and tell me to breathe. I can barely hear them. I feel like I've run a 10K and swam the length of the Pacific Ocean. My limbs feel wobbly and my lungs are on fire, but I'm not hyperventilating anymore. That's good. We're here. You're okay, Riley. Isla takes my hand and squeezes it a little. "What happened over there?" Liam asks. I can't make eye contact. I feel ashamed. I feel like a burden. I have to remind myself that these people aren't out to get me. I'm safe here. I decide to share my past. I start to hesitate and take a deep breath. I thought I saw someone I knew. My ex-fiancé, Simon. I feel my throat start to tighten. Don't cry, Riley. Hold it together. Before I came here, I was in an abusive relationship. He was awful. It didn't start out that way, but when we got engaged, he just changed. He started to hit me. I didn't have anyone, no family, no friends. I had no one to tell. I take another deep breath and let a tear fall. I finally escaped and came here. I've been hiding from him ever since. I feel both Riley and Liam's arms around me as they pull me into a group bear hug. I let the tears fall and the snot run. I full-on ugly cry in front of my boss and coworker. I've never been vulnerable with anyone. I've never been allowed to. I keep breathing and crying and telling myself that I'm okay. I'm okay.
Chapter 8. Porter. I can't help but smile as I walk into Cafe Clementine this morning, eagerly awaiting whatever specialty drink I'll be trying that day. But the pang of guilt and of disappointment hit me at the same time. I know I shouldn't be feeling so happy when I come here every day, especially since I know in the back of my mind why. But this time that seems like it's irrelevant anyway. Riley, I notice, isn't here. Instead, a tall blonde guy of about 20 is leaning on the counter, clearly ready and willing to serve me. But this was not what I was expecting, and somehow I wonder if Riley's just gone out the back or something. It would be rude to order with someone else, only for her to reappear and see me drinking someone else's coffee. Right? I brush the thought aside. Better not to overthink it, I decide. "Hey, is Riley in today?" I ask as casually as I possibly can. At least I'm telling myself it's casual. And why shouldn't it be? I'm just asking after my favorite barista. Preferred barista. I can't tell which of those sounds worse or if they're equally as inappropriate. I finally decide regular barista sounds fine. To my relief, the guy behind the counter doesn't bat an eyelid, mostly because all of this is happening in my head, and to him, I probably do just look like someone asking about his regular barista. Which I am. "Oh no, she called in sick today," he replies, a huge hospitable smile plastered on his face. "But I'm happy to help you instead. What can I get you?" I try my best not to frown at the news, not least of all since I can tell this guy is very eager to please, and also because there's no reason for me to be perturbed by the news. I order my flat white, but as he's making it, I can't help but feel a pang of worry in my chest, despite this just being a question about my regular barista. Nothing severe or anything, but it's most definitely there. As soon as I catch myself feeling it, though, I push it away. Something I've become practiced at. Why would I be worried about Riley? I think, telling myself it's not something I should be spending energy on anyway. People get sick all the time. People's baristas get sick all the time, and unless she's putting her germs in my coffee, it's not something I need to concern myself about. I'm so caught up in this thought that I almost miss it when the guy finishes making my coffee. "Sir," he says, breaking me from my ill-advised daze. I said, "Your coffee's ready." I look down to see a flat white resting on the countertop, and then up to see the barista's wide smile tinged by a hint of confusion. "Thanks." "Sorry," I reply, pulling out my wallet and trying to shake away the embarrassment forming in my chest. "Keep the change." I take my coffee to the table sheepishly, but my laptop stays tucked inside the bag I flung down onto the floor beside me. Instead of writing, I sip my coffee, somehow stuck pondering the very simple and seemingly innocent yet also completely out-of-bounds feeling of caring about Riley. Part of me can't really understand why I'm so disappointed that she's not here. I know I've enjoyed our growing banter, and I know she makes a mean coffee, and I know the game of trying something new each day has brought some much-needed levity to my life. But all of those things are accompanied by the weight of guilt that seems to be permanently attached to me these days, like a millstone hanging around my neck. Monica was and is the love of my life, and she deserves to be mourned properly. Every moment of lightness, every smile, every second that I'm not thinking directly and discreetly of her feels like a betrayal, especially when that concerns another woman. Not that that's happened until now, but it seems like a good rule. I take another sip and let the creamy, earthy taste of the flat white soothe me for a moment, taking me out of my own mind, even if just for a second. It's something I know I need to get better at. The minuscule break from my thoughts leaves room for another thought to enter. Riley and I are becoming friends, I tell myself, and I don't have any of those in this town, so maybe caring about her being sick isn't totally unreasonable. I try to let this thought permeate my mind as I finish my coffee, but although it seems logical, it still hasn't sunk in by the time my drink is done. I sigh, setting the empty mug down and grabbing my bag. As I open the cafe's front door, Isla steps inside just before I can step out. "Oh, hey!" she calls, smiling. "Hey, Isla," I say, and I do my best to smile back. I can feel its strain, though. "You're not working here today?" she asks, and I can see the look of confusion and perhaps concern on her face. It's a look I've learned to avoid over the last 7 months. No, not today," I manage. "I'll see you tomorrow, though," I add, making my way out the door before she can ask any more questions. How am I supposed to explain that I was planning on working there all day, but for some reason I'm not in the mood anymore? That the reason probably has something to do with my regular barista, who might also be my friend, but I'm not sure I'm allowing myself to have friends, especially female ones. No, it's easier to just leave, and so my laptop and I go loping back up the street towards home.
Chapter 9. Riley. No! I scream and punch and kick. He's so strong, I won't be able to get away. I grit my teeth and hit him as hard as I can. "Leave. Me, alone," I say with each blow. Miraculously, he listens. He steps back, then he begins to fade. "I'm dreaming," I say. "You're not real." Simon winks out with a soft poof, and suddenly I'm sitting up, looking around. My heart is pounding and every cell in my body is vibrating. I force myself to get up, walk around the room, touching things. I try to force my brain and my body to realize where I am, to respond to that. It doesn't work. I need my flashback management plan. I open up the side pocket of my duffel bag and reach in for the index card I wrote up months ago. It isn't there. The panic surges in me, becoming unbearable. I stifle a scream. How can this be happening too now? When my fingertips brush the card. "Thank you," I say to no one, maybe to the universe in general. I grasp the cards with both hands and sit down. I focus as hard as I can on the words. "This is a flashback," I say out loud. I feel afraid, but I am not in danger. I go through the other steps of the plan. After I do the breathing exercises, I name my emotion. "Fear," I say. You are supposed to say it out loud. I realize that is wrong, though. I was afraid when I was dreaming. Now I am. "Angry!" I get up and start, angrily, fixing my breakfast. I hate that Simon is so in my head still. It's been over a year since I saw him. It was awful. I couldn't believe he found me. Missouri was starting to feel like home, too. I allow myself a small bit of grief at what I left behind. Imagine positive outcomes, not just bad, I think. Simon may have given up. There was never any shortage of women throwing themselves at him. He might be very happily involved with someone, not giving me an ounce of thought in months, and here I am tying myself in knots over him. I know that isn't my fault. It stinks. But that is what trauma does to a person. The question is, what do I do now? I eat my breakfast and force myself to get dressed. The buzzing, That is how I think of what I feel during the attack. Doesn't stop. I'm really stuck. I look at the door, but going out seems impossible. I need to get busy, be productive. I look around the room and I know what I have to do. Maybe tomorrow, I tell my clothes as I change into something grungier. One of my foster moms used to say cleaning made her grumpy, so she would clean when she was already grumpy, because at least then the house would be clean. Being stuck in fight or flight isn't the same as being grumpy, but the rest of it applies. I put on some music and get busy. Many hours later, one of my most favorite songs comes on. La, 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 I sing, harmonizing with the melody. I realize I've done it. The buzzing is gone and my house is clean. I decide I am up to leaving the house, so I shower and put my real clothes back on. At the market, I stop and pick up the sales circular. Another foster mom trick. Plan the meal around what's on sale. Shrimp, I say with delight. It's still a little expensive because, shrimp. But I get the 2-pound bag that's frozen. It won't go to waste. Excuse me, I ask one of the store workers who is stocking shelves. Do you have grits? With the oatmeal, I think. I'll show you. After I get the grits, I ask where the spices are. She shows me the aisle and suggests I get the brand the store has privately labeled for them. She says they are a great price, and she's right. When I get home, I realize the fatigue that follows an attack is setting in. I was running on fumes at the market. I get the shrimp and other perishables put away and collapse into bed. It's good to be back, I tell Isla at the counter the next morning while we are filling orders. You're in a good mood. I tell her I'm excited to make one of my most favorite dinners. She wrinkles her nose. Shrimp and grits, she says. I decide right then and there to have her over. Then I expand the guest list slightly. I think about inviting Porter, but decide that would be too weird. As I am cooking, I look around and am really glad I kept it small. After I was done cleaning, I was so pleased and proud, but I wonder what everyone else is going to think. Why did I do this? I mutter to myself, looking around. It's still a dump, a clean dump, but a dump nonetheless. Suddenly, I can't wait for the evening to be over. This is adorable, Isla says when she walks in. I'm kind of jealous, Jenna adds. This is the perfect girls' night house. We may never leave. A huge wave of relief washes over me. I know it should be enough that I like my place, but it seems like such an achievement that people who grew up, not like me, think it's okay. Better than okay. Dinner is also a huge success. They both like the recipe, which I knew they would. Shrimp, bacon, cheddar, what's not to like? I'd ask for the recipe, but I don't cook, Isla says. Jenna starts talking about what she likes to cook. We finish the wine, look longingly at another bottle, but Isla yawns. We definitely need to do this again, she says. Maybe I could come early and help prep or something. I can grate cheese, okay? It's a deal, I say. I crawl into bed and hug myself under the covers. This is it, maybe, I think. Home. I say a short prayer that I'm right and close my eyes.
Chapter 10. Porter. All right, how about a strawberry shake then? Riley asks. It's come to light that I've now tried every coffee and tea option on the menu, so she's had to expand into more unorthodox territory. I can't complain, even if it does mean giving up my morning caffeine fix. The tea has helped wean me off anyway, I guess, and besides, I'm having fun. A strawberry shake sounds good, I reply, and I watch a grin spread over her face at the answer. I knew you'd be up for it, she says, before turning to fetch the strawberries and milk. I can't help but notice that her smile has been getting wider and wider, her demeanor lighter, her banter bouncier. I'm not sure what's happening to her, but she's definitely more open than she used to be. The writer in me might even describe her as blooming. The widower in me, however, is definitely not okay with using such poetic language on a friend, and in fact he insists he doesn't even notice Riley that much. I try my best to agree with him, and instead take the milkshake Riley hands me with a polite smile. "Thanks, Riley," I say, turning back to take my usual table. I spend a couple of hours messing around with an ad campaign for men's perfume, and the words fly from my fingers, almost the way they used to. It's something I've noticed has been getting increasingly easier over the last few weeks, and it's a pleasant change from staring despondently at my screen and trying to force an idea onto the page. As the idea and then the script begins to take shape, I end up sipping first one, then another milkshake. Riley convinces me to try chocolate after the strawberry, and it's just as good as the first. I tell myself it's good fuel for work, even though I know that's a blatant lie. The sugar is terrible for my concentration, but it doesn't seem to matter today. Today, my mind is sharp, and as long as the work gets done, I decide it doesn't really matter what's driving it. Around halfway through the third milkshake, I get a call from my sister. It seems like a good time for a break anyway, and I'm in such a good mood, I don't even hesitate to pick it up. "Hey, Pam," I say into the phone, smiling as I do. "How are you?" Good," she replies, and I can hear in her voice that she's taken aback. "But usually, I'm the one asking you that question." I take a moment to ponder this, bringing my milkshake straw to my lips as I do. It's true. I don't remember the last time I had the energy to ask Pam how she's doing, and I suddenly feel guilty for it. I also know, though, that she feels good about checking up on me. I guess it's the only thing she can do, not to feel entirely powerless, even though grief is more or less disempowering by definition. I mean, yes, that's true. Is that what you were calling to ask? I say, before taking another sip of the caramel milkshake Riley's made me this time. "Yeah, I just wanted to check in," comes Pamela's voice on the other end of the line. But I can hear a curiosity in place of the usual pity and concern that colors our calls. I have to admit it's a nice deviation. "How are you doing?" she asks, as if settling into our usual routine. It does feel lighter than usual, though, I have to admit. "Oh, just working," I say, taking another quick sip of the milkshake. It's delicious. I've got this ad campaign going at the moment, which is a far cry from screenwriting for Lawson's Creek, but it could be worse, I guess. At least I'm actually getting some words on paper. "That's great, Porter," she says, and I can hear there's some real happiness in her voice, even if it's tinged by pleasant surprise. "It sounds like you're doing better, maybe even happier." I can tell she's trying to say it carefully, but the word still hits me like a freight train. Suddenly I feel the guilt of living a life, God forbid a happy life, without Monica in it. "No, I wouldn't say that," I say immediately, cutting off the possibility and setting down my glass. "I've just been sleeping better, that's all." "Really?" she asks, and I realize I've said too much. But I can't leave her hanging like that. I know she's only asking because she cares. "Yeah, I haven't been having nightmares so much anymore," I admit, cringing in anticipation of what I know will be a joyous reaction. "Oh, wow, Porter, that's great. Since when?" she asks, and with every passing word I cringe a little more. This wasn't what I intended on getting into when I picked up the phone, but I should have known better. "A couple of weeks, I guess," I reply. The milkshake is sitting on the table now, and although there's still almost half left, I suddenly don't feel like drinking another sip. I watch the condensation gather on the glass where my fingers carved smooth spots just moments before. "Porter, that's really great," comes Pamela's voice, and I can hear she means it. That's a good sign of healing. But I don't know if I like the sound of that somehow. Healing sounds a lot like forgetting, and the last thing I ever want is to forget Monica. The nightmares were horrible, of course, but at least Monica was in them, and now that I'm saying it out loud, I realize that the nightmares were the last realm that Monica would visit me. Even if the circumstances were awful, I loved anything and everything about seeing her again.
Chapter 11. Riley, 10, 9, 8. I count down the swirls I'm making on the counter as I clean. I'm all alone up front as Isla is in the back getting stuff. The bell on the door rings. I look up to greet the customer, but there stands Simon, my personal nightmare. "Hi, baby. Miss me?" It doesn't matter that Simon is giving me his best smile or that his eyes are dark and sexy. I can't breathe and I'm feeling lightheaded. This strangulation of anxiety triggers a flight and flee response inside of me. Simon moves closer and puts his hand palm down on the counter. He is now just 1 foot away from me. If he reaches out, he will be able to touch me. That's not all right with me. I drop my cleaning towel and make a frantic exit to the back storage room. I trip over Isla, who is unloading disposable salt and pepper shakers from a big box on the floor. "Hey, watch it!" Isla shouts out. I don't answer because I'm shaking too hard, and no words come out when I try to form them. Riley stops unloading her box and gets up off the floor. She's got her hands on her hips and is about to get after me when she notices how scared I am. "What's going on?" Simone, I manage to sputter out. Like a spark landing on a pile of leaves, the fire starts in Isla's mind. "Not that abusive jerk you were engaged to? Hell no." Isla runs out of the back room and to the front of the cafe. I hear her yelling, "Get out!" Louder and louder every time that she has to repeat it to Simon, who doesn't seem to take her seriously because it doesn't sound like he's leaving the cafe. Instead, I can hear Simon's muffled protestation. "What's going on here?" Liam says so loud I can hear his deep voice from the back. "This is the abusive jerk that is stalking Riley," Isla says. "Well then, he must leave immediately," Liam shouts. Even though I'm shaking so hard my teeth rattle, I manage to get to the edge of the storage room opening. I see Simon with one hand on his hip. He is oozing charm. "I just want to talk to my girl. You wouldn't get between a man and his girl, would you?" "You're damn right I won't get between you and your girl, because you aren't going to see her if I have my way. And mister, I always get my way." "Yes, look at him. He's a giant. Do you really want to mess with him?" Isla says. I see Simon's jaw set. "I'm not leaving until I talk to my girl." I hear other people start to talk in the background. Someone is asking Liam if he needs any help. Another person is asking if they should call the police. Liam steps out of the counter and goes to the front door of the cafe and says, "Get out now. We don't let filth into this cafe, and neither do our town's police. Keep refusing to leave and I'll call the police." Then there is nothing. Everyone goes silent. Simon is not budging. I can't take any of this. No one is going to be able to keep Simon away from me. I feel like I am going to throw up, so I go to the employee bathroom at the back of the storage room. All I manage to do when I get to the bathroom is slide down a wall to the floor. I start bawling and can't stop. I've been hiding for so long and trying to keep my fear at bay, but Simon has caught up with me. I hear Isla knock on the bathroom door. "Riley, honey, let me in." I get on my knees to open the door. Isla comes in. "It's all right." Liam scared the jerk enough to leave. "Thank you," I manage to say in a whisper. Liam comes to the bathroom and says, "Isla, help Riley get home. She's in no shape to work today, and that's okay." Isla helps me up off the floor. She takes my hand and helps me get up off the floor. The shaking is going away, but I feel so weak. I can barely stand and walk. Liam is frowning and clearly upset. "Here." Liam reaches into his pants pocket and pulls out his car keys. "Here, take my car." "Thanks, Liam," I manage to say. Slowly, I leave the cafe and get into the passenger side of Liam's car. I say nothing as Isla drives me home. I still have a feeling of dread and nausea. I know Simon won't leave me alone that easily. When we get to my house, I see how right I am. Simon is standing on my porch waiting for me. We get out of the car, and Isla stares daggers at Simon. Come on now, girl. It's time you come home, Simon says sweetly. She's not going anywhere with you. Simon walks down the porch stairs and comes to me and grabs onto my arm. Isla yanks me away from Simon. I miss you, baby. Get into the car. Get away from her, Isla shouts. She tugs on me harder, and Simon loses his grip on me. Isla pulls me even harder and shoves me into the car. She then jumps into the car, and I have to slide to the passenger side. She starts the car and speeds away from my house, and we drive to her house, which is 5 miles from my house. Isla parks in her driveway. Come on, it's time for you to settle down and rest. Tomorrow is another day. We'll deal with it then. I'm safe, but for how long?
Chapter 12. Porter. As I wake up that morning, I wonder what strange new menu item Riley will present me with today, and it takes me a full 5 minutes to feel guilty about the thought this time. Even as I do, though, it's not the usual freight train of guilt that I'm used to. It's more like a light tram, I suppose, or maybe just a motor scooter. I decide not to overthink it. Instead, I take a look at the picture of Monica and I as I gather up my laptop and notebook. Sorry, I whisper. Then it feels good to be acknowledging my guilt to her, even if it's only a picture of her now. The nightmares have stopped altogether, and although I still miss her like hell, it doesn't gnaw at me as much as it once did. A Harley-Davidson of guilt hits me at that thought, but I don't let it ruin my day. In fact, I managed to get all the way down the block to Café Clementine without hating myself for it. As soon as I step into the cafe, though, I can feel something is off. The usually light and lively atmosphere has been replaced by a strange heaviness that I've never felt here before. Even the music seems somber compared to the usual upbeat fare. For a second, I think my mind must be playing tricks on me, that I'm projecting my own strange cocktail of guilt and mourning onto the room. But one glance behind the counter tells me something is definitely going on. Riley is nowhere to be seen, and Jenna, the barista serving today, has a deep crease between her brows, as though something is troubling her. For some reason, my heart starts racing a little, and even though I tell myself to chill out, I can't help shake the feeling that something really bad has happened. Hey, Jenna, I say, walking up to the counter. For a second, she looks up at me with that same worried look on her face, before breaking into a friendly smile. But even through the smile, it's clear there's something going on. Where's Riley? I ask. This time I don't even try to be casual about it. Jenna's smile falters for a second. She's not in today, she says pointedly, not even attempting to give an explanation. I can tell from the way she says it that it's intended to be the end of that conversation, and I don't push it. Instead, I order a flat white and take a seat. Today, though, I forgo my usual table and take spot near the counter instead. I get the feeling that if I'm going to glean any information about what's going on, it will be by eavesdropping, not by asking questions. It doesn't take long for my plan to pay off, and even though I feel a bit silly playing detective in a coffee shop, I can't help but feel like there's something I should know, especially if it concerns Riley. She's my friend after all, I tell myself. Isla has just come into the cafe, and the moment she steps behind the counter, Jenna asks for an update. At the same time, I hear the owner come out of the back office, and suddenly, I have a sinking feeling in my gut. If it's big enough for all three of them to be involved, it must be something serious. Did Riley get fired? I suddenly wonder with a cramp in my gut. Did she quit? I hold my breath and try to casually sip my coffee, resisting the urge to stare as Isla answers Jenna's question. It's actually way worse than I thought, she says in hushed tones. Simon was waiting for her at her place when I went to take her home, so she stayed at mine instead. But the guy doesn't look like he's going to leave her alone. Where's Riley now? Liam asks, a heavy note of concern in his voice. She's still at my place, Ela replies, and the same concern colors her answer. I thought it would be better for her to stay there and calm herself. I just hope the guy didn't follow us or anything. He obviously wants her back even though she wants nothing to do with him. The others mumble their concerns, but it seems there's nothing much more to say, and they each set about their duties for the day, carrying the weight of what they know on their shoulders. The weight, now that I've pieced together their conversation, is heavy on mine too, and as I sip my coffee, I think about the position Riley finds herself in. The Simon sounds like bad news, and I can't help but worry about what will happen if he sticks around. If he knows where she works and where she lives, and if he won't take no for an answer, it sounds like things are only going to get worse before they get better. I spend the rest of my time at the cafe pondering the situation and wishing I could do something to help. But without seeing her, there's nothing I can do. Even if I did see her, I'm not sure what I could offer to help remedy the situation. Ex-boyfriends turned stalkers aren't exactly my forte, but even so, I can't help but turn the problem over and over in my mind. By the end of my so-called workday, I haven't typed a single word, but I haven't figured out if I can do anything to help Riley either. I feel both the weight of dread and the hollowness of feeling useless, and it's occupied my mind the entire day. It's clear the cafe staff are feeling the same thing, but since I'm not supposed to know what's going on, I can't exactly commiserate with them. Instead, I close my laptop and amble out into the street, hoping that Riley will be back tomorrow.
Chapter 13. Riley. The alarm clock on Isla's bedside table goes off at 9 a.m. Isla is gone for the day. She's left me here in her apartment, thinking that I wouldn't be able to work after what happened with Simon yesterday. She's right not to let me out of her apartment. I'm too scared to leave her bed, much less go to work. I've been crying all morning. What has my life turned into? I thought that I was safe in this town. Working at the cafe seemed to be the right thing to do and the right place to hide. But Simon found me anyway. Why even bother to hide? I crave a cigarette, but there are faster ways to kill myself. All I have to do is fall into Simon's arms, and I'm a goner. Still, I have to get out of bed. My body is aching from laying on my side and crying all night and morning. Slowly, I get out of Isla's twin bed. Poor thing had to sleep on her sofa last night. I appreciate everything Isla is doing for me, but I can't stay here forever. The floor is cold when my bare feet hit the ground. Isla left her pink fluffy slippers for me. My feet are somewhat smaller than Isla's, but I managed to get the slippers to stay on. I go to Isla's kitchen to get the coffee going. As I reach for a coffee pod from the upper cabinet, I see that my hand is still shaking like crazy. There is no point in pumping myself up with caffeine. I'm still pretty lit with anxiety right now. Closing the cabinet door and letting out a big sigh, I pull my hair into a ponytail and start to pace the floor. How could I have been so stupid to let my guard down? What's wrong with me? I'm running for my life. I should have just bought supplies in this town and kept moving. How could I get so comfortable making friends and feeling like my life was back to normal? I must be an idiot. I let my guard down and Simon found me. Now there is only one thing for me to do, and that's to leave this town and never look back. Immediately, I feel tears coming down my cheeks. I've made some good friends here. Isla, Liam, and Jenna have been a delight to work with. The customers at the cafe also have been the best. They tip so generously and make me smile all day. I've never had a better job. Porter especially has been the best customer, with his desire to taste everything in the cafe. His sense of fun always makes me smile. Now I have to leave him behind along with the others. How I wish that I could have a normal life with friends and family. I reach into Isla's robe pocket and get out a Kleenex. I sit down in the living area and dry my tears. How am I going to leave this place? If I go back to my house, Simon might be waiting for me. It would be suicide to give Simon the chance to be alone with me. Isla's Alexa device starts going through its morning routine. I listen to National Public Radio and smile at Isla's news addiction. Isla has 5 newspapers delivered to her house, and she also listens to NPR in the morning. I'm impressed, and then saddened. I'm really going to miss Isla and the gang. Stop, Alexa, I say. Alexa doesn't stop. She is on to the weather. I listen carefully so that I can get a sense of when it would be a good time to leave. Stop, Alexa, I say after she is through with the weather. This time she stops. I'm left going through the inventory of my apartment. It's too risky to go back and get my things. Nothing means that much to me to risk my life. After all, my things are all new and purchased just for my life here. Anything of sentimental value or worth is long gone from my life. This thought makes me start crying again. Am I ever going to have a normal life again, where I can keep the things I buy? There are nothing but questions in my head right now. None of these questions have answers that cheer me up. I'm doomed. Simon's ruined my life. This doesn't ring true to me. What happened to being empowered? How can I let someone ruin my life when my life is my own? This is the question that I ponder for a while. What is it that I did so wrong to deserve a stalker like Simon? All I did was love someone who I thought loved me. But love doesn't include someone beating you to a pulp. I got confused for a while and made excuses for Simon. But when the abuse didn't stop, I couldn't deny that I was in a bad situation. Now I'm on the run, and it's lonely. There is no one to share the worry or the responsibility of surviving. But here in this town, I found true friendship. And just for a little while, I felt normal and happy. I go to Isla's desk to write a goodbye note, but the image of myself laughing with Isla and the gang stops me from writing. How can I just leave a note to say goodbye to these wonderful people who have been so good to me? My clothes are in the bedroom. I go to the bedroom and get dressed. I feel like taking a shower, but there isn't any time. I really need to get out of town. And if I am going to the cafe to say goodbye to my friends, I have no time to really spare. The only thing I hope is that my friends don't try to talk me into staying.
Chapter 14. Porter. It's the third day in a row that I've walked into the coffee shop to see it devoid of Riley, and I'm starting to get really worried. I've already tried pressing the staff on what's going on. In fact, it only took a day for me to crack and tell them I'd overheard what was going on. But they're not giving up anything more, and they've made it a point to take their conversations to the back office rather than the front counter. She's safe, Hila keeps telling me, but the moment I try to find out more than that, she clams up. I've made it a point to keep sitting near the counter just in case, but today, like the last 2 days, all I get is a flat white. The only information I glean from eavesdropping on the staff is that they've run out of oat milk. I'm despondent sitting there, feeling utterly helpless. So despondent, in fact, that I hardly even notice when Riley steps into the cafe. "I'm sorry, everyone," she begins, addressing her coworkers. I can hear a deep sadness in her voice, along with a tragic decisiveness, as if she's making a decision she already regrets. "I have to leave," she continues. From where I'm sitting, I can't help but stare. Isla, Liam, and Jenna aren't concerned about me, though. Instead, they're rushing to Riley, the looks on their faces no doubt matching mine. Shocked, pained, resistant, confused. "No, honey, you don't mean that," says Isla, taking Riley by the hands. "We're here to help with whatever you need," adds Liam, clearly upset at how this is playing out. "Please stay," Jenna adds. "This place isn't right without you." But Riley just shakes her head sadly. "I'm sorry, I really can't. Simon will be back, and I don't want to cause any more trouble here. I've done this before, and I know he won't stop. The best I can hope for is to start again somewhere else." I can see the pain in her eyes as she says that, and I suddenly wonder how many times she's had to start again because of this guy. It's enough to break my heart. Looking at her across the cafe's counter, I can see she's been through a lot. Not just the last few days, but maybe for a long, long time. I see, too, the happy, smiling, open woman I've been getting to know over the last few weeks has suddenly become muted, reserved, closed. Her body language, her voice, even her expressions are different. It's like someone has turned the light off inside her. The staff continue to protest, telling her they'll find a way, but Riley is adamant. No amount of arguing from the three of them is enough to convince her otherwise, and I see that it's only fear that's driving this decision. It's clear she doesn't want to leave. She just believes she has to. She believes there's no other way. Suddenly I know what I can do, even if the idea is completely crazy. I stand up, while the staff continue to plead with Riley, and she continues to shake her head. But I know what I'm about to say is a better idea than anything they've come up with so far. Riley, what if we got married? I ask, over the noise. The chattering comes to an absolute standstill at my words. The only sound in the cafe is the clinking of coffee cups from patrons further back, and the smooth jazz playing over the speakers. What are you talking about? Riley finally utters, and I can hear the confusion in her voice. It's also plastered all over her face. I can't blame her. It's probably not the kind of question I would have expected in these circumstances either. And to be honest, I can hardly believe the words came out of my own mouth. But I know they make sense, even if it doesn't seem that way on the surface. I pull her aside, leaving Ela, Liam, and Jenna to discuss among themselves whether or not I'm stark raving mad. To be fair, I'm not entirely sure myself, but I can't think of any other way. Okay, seriously, says Riley when I get her alone. What do you mean? Take a deep breath. I know I'm sticking my nose into your business, and you can tell me to butt out if you want, but I know what's happening with Simon. A flash of pain comes into her eyes at the name, but she doesn't say anything. I've been trying to figure out how I can help, and I think this is it, I say, hoping she follows. Instead, she raises an eyebrow. You're crazy, she says pointedly, but not unkindly. Maybe, I reply, and I glance over her shoulder to where her co-workers are still looking at me like they're thinking the same thing. But hear me out, I continue. If you're married, then maybe this Simon will finally leave you alone. If he knows you're single, he might tell himself he can still get you back, but if you're married, then it'll be clear you've moved on. Plus, my apartment has a doorman and security. It sounds like it might be safer than where you're living now. There's logic to everything I'm saying, I know there is, even if it is an outlandish and unorthodox plan. Riley, however, seems unconvinced. She just looks at me wide-eyed as if I really am an absolute lunatic. I can't say I necessarily expected her to jump at the offer, but I still had to make it. At least I feel a little less useless now, even if a small convoy of minivans worth of guilt are making their way towards me. I managed to reroute them with the reminder that this isn't a real marriage proposal, though this isn't even a relationship. It's just a favor for a friend, for my regular barista, who's clearly in danger.
Chapter 15. Riley. I stammer out. I look at Isla, who's not so subtly managed to wander over to eavesdrop. She looks as shocked as I feel. Then she shrugs. Maybe, she mouths. You'll be safe, Porter says. That's what's most important. I nod slowly, trying to think. I want to stay here. I finally feel like I have a home here, friends. Too good to be true, a voice in my head says. What's in it for you? I ask Porter, wincing at how harsh it sounds. Not that, he says quickly. I believe him. Or maybe I just want to believe him. It's not like my judgment has been flawless. Even once I figured out I was not being picky enough, hazard of being a foster kid, the whole anyone will do mentality, I still got fooled by Simon. Okay, not that, I say bluntly, folding my arms and staring at him. He looks away. Then what? You must want something. Can we? He reaches for my elbow and then stops himself. He points to the corner. I walk over. I'm not exactly keen on having this conversation with an audience either. My family really wants me to get married, he says sadly. You would be helping me out too. Okay, I say, deciding to go for it. I can stay here. Maybe Simon will give up for good. It's not like I haven't learned my lesson. I can marry Porter, but I don't have to trust him. My guard will stay up. Okay, he says. I can tell he's relieved. I guess his family is complicated. Still sounds better than not having one, but he's offering me shelter and safety, so there's no need to lecture him. I tell Liam and Isla what I've decided. Can she go there now? Liam asks. Simon hasn't been back, but we should give it a little more time. If he shows up, we can tell him she left town. We all agree that is a good idea, and Porter takes me to his apartment. It looks nice on the outside. When we walk in, there is a man sitting at a desk. Jason, this is Riley, Porter says. She's going to be staying with me. Nice to meet you, I say. Yes, of course, Jason says. Nice to meet you too. He's smiling. He probably thinks I'm the girl of the month or something. I mean, someone who looks like Porter probably brings a new woman home every other night of the week. I turn away feeling like an idiot. It's not much, Porter says when we walk into his apartment. I wait for him to add, but it's home. He doesn't. I slowly sweep my head 180 degrees trying to conceal my shock. The entryway opens up onto a living room that is easily bigger than my entire place. The TV is bigger than Simon's pride and joy. Ugh. I push Simon out of my head. It's nice, I say sincerely. It is, but it's cold. It looks like a magazine photo shoot for a very expensive designer. The couches are amazing, Porter says. Go ahead, try it. I start to step off the entryway rug, then kick my shoes off. I follow him and he sits down and motions for me to sit next to him. I sit on the same sofa, but on the end, as far away as I can get from him. Oh, I say as I sit down. Right? It's like butter, like that rich and I don't even know. It's Scandinavian. We sit just enjoying the comfort for a minute. Then Porter slaps his thigh. You need your things, don't you? I mean, you could borrow some t-shirts from me, but they'd be a little big, I think. I laugh. He suggests I give him my key and address. I hesitate, but only for a split second. Of all the things I need to worry about, Porter stealing from me is at the very bottom of the list. This it? He says and shows me his phone. I nod. I'll go now. Make yourself at home. There isn't much in the fridge, but you're welcome to whatever you can find. Or the doorman can accept deliveries. Thank you, I say. No problem, he says and leaves. I really don't want to get up, but decide I should at least figure out where the bathroom is. After I make use of that, I peek in the guest bedroom. It reminds me of a high-end hotel, which reminds me of Simon, so I quickly turn away. The kitchen counters are completely empty. Behind a door, I find a coffee station. The machine looks to be built in, just like the ones at work. Must have come with the place, I mutter. Even if I'm wrong and Porter did put it in, it's obvious he doesn't use it. Not a stray coffee ground anywhere, and that is near impossible to achieve. I go back to the living room and notice another door on the end that is open. I decide to check it out, then maybe I'll find a movie on TV. I'll wait till Porter gets back to think about lunch. The blinds are closed, so I flick on the light. It's his office. He must keep the blinds shut so he can see the two huge monitors. Uh-huh, I say when I spy what is sitting on the far side of the desk. It's a picture, an actual photograph. Not a piece of perfectly coordinated, professionally selected artwork. Something personal. Something real. I'm really excited to see what it is. Oh, I breathe out as the image comes into focus. It's Porter. He looks so happy, as does his wife. She's gorgeous, and so is her dress, her wedding dress. What happened to her, I wonder? I can ask him when he gets back. No, I can't. I shouldn't even be in here. I flee and get halfway across the living room before I remember and go back and turn off the light. I try to watch a movie, but I can't get into it. Halfway through, I turn it off and go out onto the balcony and wait. When the door closes behind me, I just stand there.
Chapter 16. Porter. Somehow dealing with all this makes me more motivated and invigorated than I have been in almost a year. Maybe because I'm not the one needing help for a change. Maybe because it's nice to have a problem to solve, rather than just wallowing in self-pity and grief. Maybe because I have a friend. Whatever it is, it means I switch immediately into handle this mode the moment I step back into my building's lobby after getting Riley settled at my place. Jason, I call to the man behind the front desk. What can I do for you today, Mr. Grimes? He asks with his usual friendly smile. I explain the situation and hand him my phone showing a photo of Simon that Riley gave me. If you ever see this man show up here, call the police immediately, I tell him, and he nods, a serious look coming over his face. Of course, he says. If you can send that to the lobby email address, I'll make sure all the staff know. A few seconds later, the email is sent, and I feel a small wave of relief, knowing Riley will be safer here. The next thing, though, is to deal with her apartment. I'm there in under 10 minutes, and the first thing I do is knock on the landlady's door. An older woman with wireframe glasses and a silver perm greets me at the door. Good afternoon, Mrs. Palmer, I say kindly and flash her a charming smile. It doesn't take long for us to come to an arrangement around the breaking of the lease, and after I've handed over 2 extra months' rent, the woman is happy to give me until the end of the week to pack up Riley's things and move her out of there. I let myself into Riley's apartment with the key she gave me, and it quickly becomes clear I won't need until the end of the week. In fact, this won't take me more than a few hours by the looks of it. The place is sparse, but she's clearly made it a home, even in the short time she's been here. I can't help but smile at the art posters she's hung on the walls, the small thrift store vases full of flowers no doubt picked from the sidewalk, or maybe someone's garden. Even though the place is small and simple, it definitely has heart, and I take care to wrap and pack each item carefully. I try my best not to look as I pack up her underwear drawer, though. By the time I hand back the key to Mrs. Palmer, it's still only mid-afternoon, and I'm carrying just a few bags and boxes to the car. When I get back home, I find Riley standing on my balcony, looking at the city skyline. She doesn't seem as panicked as she was in the cafe, but she's still tense, and I can't blame her. I do want to reassure her, though, if I can. Everything's taken care of, I tell her. You're safe here. She turns to me. Thank you, really, she says. But I can tell there's something on her mind. I can guess what it is. So I guess we should go over the terms of this arrangement, huh? I ask, and she gives a relieved smile, nodding at my suggestion. You don't expect me to, she begins, but it seems she's reluctant to finish the sentence. I catch on immediately, though. Oh no, of course not, I reply quickly. I would never want you to think that that's what this is. You'll have your own room, and I promise I'll never so much as touch you. You have my word on that. The only thing I ask is that you pretend to be my wife when we're around my family, but nothing you're uncomfortable with, of course. The words sound strange coming out of my mouth. The thought of lying to my family sits strangely with me. But I know it's the only way to get them to stop worrying about me so much. I've had enough of being everyone's pity project, even though I know they mean well. In any case, Riley seems relieved at my words, and I'm happy this seems to be helping her. The last thing I want is for her to feel like she's stepped out of one trap and into another. Are there any conditions you want to add? I ask. I want to make sure you feel comfortable and safe here. She thinks for a second, but in the end, it seems she's happy with the arrangement. That honestly all sounds great, and I do feel comfortable, especially knowing this is really all above board, she says, a grateful smile on her face. Safe? I don't know just yet. I guess that all depends on Simon. I just hope this whole marriage thing is enough to make him stop. A heaviness falls on her again, and it's almost as if her whole body sinks at the thought of it. It's not fear this time. It's more like despair, like a deep exhaustion that makes me wonder if there's anything else I can do to help. Then another idea occurs to me. What do you think about getting a restraining order? I ask, and she pulls her eyes from the floor to look at me. I'd be happy to help you get it if you like. Whatever I can do to make you feel more comfortable and safe. Just tell me, okay? I know my words, and even my actions aren't enough to undo what sounds like a lot of emotional abuse. The way she looks at me, though, I can tell it's making at least a small difference, and that makes me glad I offered this crazy idea in the first place.
Chapter 17. Riley. I feel like I'm just gaping at Porter's words instead of answering him, but I can't help it. No one's ever looked after me like this before, at least not without it turning bad. But somehow I get the feeling nothing bad is lurking on the horizon with him. He really is just a good-hearted person, and that's unfortunately something that comes as a shock to me. The look in his eyes right now is one of pure concern and kindness, and the way he's being so protective and careful with me is genuinely touching. It makes me want to be honest with him about what's really going on here. I've had to deal with this all myself for so long that the thought of sharing the weight of it with someone else almost makes my knees buckle with relief. If you're going to help me with all this, I say, feeling the warm afternoon breeze move slowly across my skin, you should probably know what happened. Porter's face shifts into one of understanding, like he can anticipate that whatever it is, it's going to be bad, and for a second I feel bad for dumping all this on him. But he's clearly open to hearing it. I take a deep breath, readying myself to say out loud what I've kept to myself for so long. We met when I was 18 and he was 23, and at the time I thought he was so mature. He was so sure of himself, you know? It was intoxicating, and I just wanted to be around him all the time, and he wanted me too. Flashes of an old life come crashing into my mind, and in some ways it feels like I'm talking about someone else. In other ways, it all feels far, far too personal. But I push through the discomfort, see the gentleness in Porter's eyes. Even though we came from totally different worlds, I continue. I felt like he really knew me and really cared about me, and he also seemed really willing to help me. I wasn't in the best place financially, whereas his dad is the director of the biggest hospital in Michigan, so he was practically swimming in money. He helped me out a lot. It felt like he was my knight in shining armor, you know? Porter nods, but he doesn't say anything, and I'm grateful he doesn't seem to feel the need to jump in with platitudes or corny advice. He just listens, and I get the feeling he somehow knows how to deal with heavy topics like this. It's honestly a relief. He seemed so wonderful at first, and I really thought I'd found the one. So it didn't take long before we moved in together. Just 5 months. That's when everything changed, though. I guess there were red flags before that, and I just didn't pay attention because being with Simon felt like the first good thing that had ever really happened to me. I felt so safe with him when we were dating, but it was like a switch flipped when I moved in with him. Suddenly, he didn't trust me so much anymore. Like, he'd get really jealous and paranoid about my friends, especially guy friends. I can feel my chest start to get tight just thinking about it, about those early days when what I thought was a dream started to turn into a nightmare. It happened so slowly that I thought he was just going through a phase. I continue, looking out at the cityscape again for a moment. Talking about this feels incredibly vulnerable, and the eye contact with Porter is getting to be too much, even though I can see there's nothing but care there. It was also my first serious relationship, so I didn't really know any better. For a while I thought he'd grow out of it, but it just got worse. He didn't want me going out with my guy friends, and after a while it became easier just to give in to him than to argue about it. Then it was my girlfriends too. Then it was any stranger I'd interact with. It became impossible to go out without him asking a million questions about where I was going and who I'd be with. He'd make me change my clothes a dozen times before I left the house to make sure I wasn't dressing in a way that might attract another man's attention. I take a deep breath, trying to make it through the story. Again, though, this all happened so slowly. By the time he started hitting me, we'd already been together 4 years, and at that point I had no one else in my life. He'd made sure that slowly but surely he cut me off from everyone I might have turned to for support. And I was totally financially dependent on him, too. I didn't have a job, since he insisted I stay home. And because he had more than enough money for the both of us, I couldn't even use that as an excuse. I can hear my voice cracking slightly as I say the words out loud, but I'm determined to keep going. It feels good to finally get it all out, even if it hurts like hell to remember it all. I'm still not making eye contact with Porter, but I can tell he's totally present with what I'm saying, and that's reassuring somehow. It took another year of physical abuse before I finally got the courage to leave him. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, but somehow I pulled myself out of there. I went to a women's shelter, and I spoke to a counselor there who somehow managed to convince me it wasn't my fault, that I didn't deserve any of it. And I thought that would be it, that leaving would be the end, and that I'd finally be able to rebuild a life, rebuild myself. But that was 3 years ago, and I've been running from him ever since.
Chapter 18. Porter. It's not until I know Riley's safely in her room and I close the door to my office that I allow myself to fully feel the rage that was sparked at hearing Riley's story. The last thing I ever want is for her to feel any sort of guilt or shame for telling the truth. But now that I'm alone, my hands are shaking. Damn, I whisper loudly to myself. It's the only sound in the room and it echoes sharply off the walls. I don't know this Simon guy, but I know one thing. I'm disgusted knowing the horrible things he's done. The way he broke Riley down, little by little until she thought she was nothing without him. The way he worked methodically to destroy her support network so that she'd have nowhere to turn. The way he disempowered her with every remark, every scathing comment, every small act of control. From what Riley said, it sounded like the physical abuse wasn't the worst of it, horrendous as it was. It seemed like it was the years and years of psychological abuse that really destroyed her. And that's the abuse that's continued all this time. It's clear to me Simon feels some sort of ownership over her, and I only hope this marriage, fake as it might be, will be enough to make him understand Riley is a woman apart from him, capable of making her own decisions and moving on with her life. I sit back in my chair, letting out a long sigh, and releasing some of the tension that grips at my every muscle. As I exhale, I feel some of the anger slowly seeping out of me, and find that it's replaced with a feeling of fierce protection over Riley. Insofar as I'm able, I know I want to make sure no one ever hurts her again. The thought is accompanied by an immediate pang of guilt, though, something akin to being hit by a bicycle, I guess. And I bring my eyes down to the photo of my smiling wife. My late smiling wife. I'm sorry, Monica, I say to her, hoping that wherever she is, she understands. Anyone would do the same in my position, I tell myself. This is all above board, like Riley said. I'm just helping a friend in need. It's clear to me that Riley is a good person caught in a bad situation, and the thought helps ease the guilt. I feel like anything less than a total willingness to help her would only be cruel. Monica's smiling face seems somehow reassuring when I think of it like that, and the bicycle of guilt ambles on down the road without me. I'm still looking at the wedding photo when my phone rings. Looking at the screen, I see it's Pamela, and although I'm not exactly in the mood for a family conversation, I know ignoring it will only make her worry. Better to get it over with. Besides, she means well. Hey, Pam, I say, trying to release the last of the tension from my body. Hey, just wanted to call to check in, she starts. It's the same way almost all our conversations start, and I look forward to the day when we can just have a regular conversation again. Maybe that day will come soon. Thank you, but I hope you know there's no need to check in on me like this anymore. I reply as patiently as I can. I'm really fine. You even said I sounded happier, I reminded her. Well, last time we spoke, yes, she replies. But now you just sound pissed off. Did something happen? I guess there's still some tension in me after all. I lean back on my chair, trying my hardest to relax. I breathe deep and remind myself that Riley is safe, and I'm doing a good thing. Surprisingly, it actually helps. Something did happen, actually, I say, and I can already hear my voice sounding lighter. A smile even spreads across my face. I started seeing someone. There's a beat on the other end of the phone before my sister talks again. "You don't have to lie to me, Porter," she says slowly. "I know you're still hurting, and I know these phone calls annoy you sometimes, but you know I'm calling because I care." At this, I actually laugh a little bit. Even if she's right about me lying, she doesn't exactly know what I'm lying about, and that's enough for me to feel justified in calling her out. "It's true," I retort. "I really am seeing someone. Her name is Riley. We met a couple of months ago and really hit it off." Also, not technically a lie. "Wait, are you serious?" she asks, and I can hear the excitement rising in her voice. "Totally serious," I respond, and wait for the shower of well wishes that I know is coming. "Oh, Porter, that's so good. I'm so happy for you. I know this must be really hard, but seriously, it's such an important step," she gushes. "I know," I manage to say, and my eyes flick back to Monica's face, hoping she's not hating me for what I'm doing. I know Monica would have loved her too. Again, that last part isn't a lie, but it doesn't exactly make me feel great about saying it. "Well then, I'd love to meet her too," comes Pam's voice on the other end. "I'll have to come visit soon." I manage to get off the phone without making any solid plans, and I'm left sighing heavily into the silence of my office, hoping I'm not actually doing a terrible thing here. Once again, my eyes can't help but find the wedding photo perched upon my desk, and I stare for a good long while, trying to dodge the guilt that's creeping up again. Monica just stares back at me, smiling and saying nothing.
Chapter 19. Riley. I wake up in a panic, my body drenched in sweat and tangled in the bed sheets. There's a pit in my stomach and a tightness in my chest. Another Simon nightmare. The cotton sheets are knotted around my body, restricting my movement. I struggle to free myself of the bedding and the all-too-familiar feeling of being trapped. I can still remember the sensation of Simon's hands on me, as though they're imprinted on my body. And his words, his venomous words, keep running through my mind. "You're nothing without me. If I can't have you, no one else can. You're damaged goods. No one else will ever love like I do." I had been his songbird, kept in a cage of thorns. And even though I'd escaped him physically, he still manages to haunt my mind. The night terrors had gone away since I moved to Sandy Springs, but the events of the past few days brought them back in full force. Foolishly, I had hoped that things would be different this time around, that I wouldn't have to run and hide for the rest of my life. I should have known he wouldn't stop looking for me. Finally free of the sheet, I sit up in bed and take deep breaths. Slowly but surely the tremors fade away. I survey the room, and it takes me a minute to realize where I am. Porter's. It feels weird being here, in his home. I'm grateful, of course. Porter went out of his way to help me, to keep me safe from Simon. It's just that this place and him seems so normal, and here I am, with all of my emotional baggage and a stalker ex. It's clear that I don't belong. I have to do something to thank him. He didn't have to do any of this, but he chose to. He truly is a good-hearted person. My stomach grumbles. Breakfast? That's what I'll do. I'll make him breakfast. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's cooking. I get up and head to the kitchen. As I fall into the familiar routine of chopping, stirring, and frying, I can't help but think about how my life ended up like this. Before I met Simon, I had dreams of becoming a nurse. I wanted to do something that made a difference. I wanted to help people. But all of that went out the window after Simon and I started dating. I wasn't allowed to have a job, much less a career. He wanted me at home where he could monitor my movements, where he could control me. In his mind, and eventually mine, all I was good for was taking care of him and his needs. I was his maid, his cook, his plaything, and his punching bag. Now, years later, I feel even farther away from my dreams than I did at 18. I've drifted so far astray that I don't know if I'll ever make it back. Back to the person I used to be. Back to someone who had goals and dreams. Someone who had hope. I miss her. I'm pulled back from my musings when Porter walks into the kitchen. "Good morning," he greets me. "Did you sleep well?" I know how hard it can be getting a good night's sleep in a new place. He smiles at me warmly. "I did, thank you," I respond, smiling back. I'm not going to tell him about my nightmare. I don't want him to worry about me anymore than he already does. "Did I wake you with my banging around in the kitchen?" I ask anxiously. I try being quiet, but it's hard when you don't know where anything is. "No," he assures me. "I got up early to go for a run." I belatedly realize that he's wearing workout clothes, and his tan skin is glistening with sweat. Well, that was a dumb question. I can't help but notice how muscular he is, and I forcefully tear my eyes away before it becomes obvious that I'm staring, and before I start imagining what he looks like under those clothes. "Really, Riley? That's the last thing you should be thinking about," I scold myself. "Do you go running often?" I ask, hoping my follow-up question distracts him from the embarrassment on my face. "Every morning. I've found it helps clear my mind and prepare me for the day ahead," he responds, untying his shoes. I'm surprised. Personally, I hate running. I'd much rather go on a hike, but whatever he's doing, it's clearly working for him. I gesture at 2 plates I'd laid out for us. "I'm making breakfast as a thank you for everything you've done for me. It really means a lot." "You don't have to do that." I go to protest that. "In fact, I do," but before I can say anything, he adds, "But I'm glad you are because I'm starving." "Perfect. I'm almost done, just waiting on the bacon to crisp up," I say as I crack open the oven to check. Porter inhales the aroma appreciatively. "I can't wait to dig in. I'm going to hop in the shower for a quick rinse first, though. I'm sure I smell," he says, making a face as he sniffs at his armpit. We both burst out laughing. About 10 minutes later, Porter walks back into the kitchen, looking fresh in a crisp white t-shirt, jeans, and cowboy boots. Damn, he looks good. I quickly look away and focus my attention on loading 2 plates with scrambled eggs, bacon, and pancakes. When I look up from what I'm doing, I see that Porter is staring at me intently, and I can feel my cheeks starting to heat under his gaze. I clear my throat. "I hope you like chocolate chip pancakes," I say to distract him. "I love pancakes, especially when they have chocolate chips in them," he informs me. Porter walks around the kitchen island to where I'm standing and grabs the 2 plates loaded with food. "Come, let's go eat out on the balcony. It's beautiful out today." After breakfast, Porter tells me to get ready to go out, that there's something we need to do. I'm reluctant to leave the safety of his apartment, so he suggests we go to the next city. That way, Simon won't be able to track me down. We end up at a high-end mall. "What are we doing here?" I ask as we walk toward the sliding glass doors. Porter looks down at me sideways, a smile playing at the edges of his lips. "Well, technically, we are engaged." He shrugs his shoulders. "I figured we should buy wedding bands. Make it official." Porter pauses and then chuckles. "And my mom and sister would kill me if I didn't get my beautiful fiancé a ring." I'm not sure how to respond, much less how to feel. Imposter syndrome is starting to settle in. I clutch my purse tighter and follow Porter as he heads for an elegant jewelry store. As we enter, I grab Porter's arm. "If we're going to do this, you have to choose the rings." I look around at all the display cases, trying not to sound panicked. I'm not good at this stuff. He looks amused as he slowly releases his arm from my vice-like grip. "Relax, Riley. This is supposed to be fun. Come." Porter grabs my hand with his and drags me towards a salesperson. When she asks what our budget is, he tells her that price isn't an issue and that we just want to find something we like. I try not to blanch at his flippant attitude around money reminding myself that that's how he grew up. The salesperson pulls out an array of engagement sets for us to look at. Simple gold bands for Porter, and ornate rings with hand-engraved details, and pave settings for me. I don't say anything, but I hate them. They're ostentatious and over the top. Not me at all. I try to remind myself that this isn't real, that we're just getting married because it's convenient for the both of us. That what the ring looks like doesn't matter. But at the same time, a small part of me wishes this was real. That the ring I'm about to choose will be on my finger for the rest of my life. A symbol of everlasting love. I know it's foolish, but I can't help it. I stray away from Porter and the salesperson, perusing the various display cases to see if something catches my eye. Towards the rear of the store, I see a rose gold wedding band. I gesture to Porter to come over. The salesperson follows and I ask her to pull it out for me. As I hold it up to the light, I notice that it has a rose pattern engraved all the way around, accented by contrasting polished and sandblasted finishes. This is the one, I think to myself. Porter asks to look at the ring, so I hand it to him. "It's perfect for you," he says, grabbing my hand. I look up at Porter and he holds my gaze. Elegant, intricate, and unique, just like you. He gently slides the ring onto my finger. My wife? My heart starts pounding in my chest, and I have to remind myself that this isn't real. What is happening to me? There's no way Porter would want to be with someone like me. He's just messing around, right?
Chapter 20. Porter. The waiter brought us water and the menus before I even got the chance to say anything comforting to Riley. I can tell that Riley is a little out of sorts. I guess buying the actual wedding ring scared her or something. She hasn't said much in the last half hour. I think this is a good outing for you. It's not good to be so cooped up. Thank you, Porter. I appreciate your efforts. The waiter comes back to take our order, so we order and hand the menus back. I've never been to this restaurant ever. I've always known that it was too expensive for me, Riley says. I don't mind the prices so much because the food is out of this world. Riley gives me a small smile and then takes a sip of her water. We both order sweet iced tea, and the waiter brings it to us after a few minutes of leaving our table. I thank the waiter. Riley and I drink our iced teas in silence. I realize that it is up to me to start the conversation, and for reasons I don't understand, I choose to talk about Monica. So, where did the two of you meet? Riley asks. Believe it or not, Monica and I met as babies. She's a couple of months older than me, so her mother helped to show my mom the ropes of motherhood. Did Monica's mother have more children than your mother? Yes, I was my mother's first baby, but Monica was the youngest of 5. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of siblings. How about you? Do you have a lot of siblings? Just a sister. Riley looks down at her empty plate. I don't want her to drift away from this conversation, so I continue on with telling her about me and Monica. Monica and I were childhood friends. Actually, she thought I was a brat, and always felt that I was hoisted into her life too often by her mother, who had designs on me from the first. What do you mean she had designs on you? Well, from the moment I was born, Monica's mother said that we would end up together. She predicted your marriage? No, she wished it into being. Riley gives me a big smile. Monica and I didn't get together until college, and then there was no stopping us. As soon as we graduated, we got married and then settled down in Montana. What's in Montana? Riley asks. Nothing much for us, but it was beautiful. Our hope was to be able to move to California or Miami. We just wanted to live by a beach. How long was it before you moved to the beach? I swallowed hard at this question. No, we never moved because Monica got brain cancer. Riley looked up at me with such tender eyes I couldn't help but tell her more. It was a regular Monday night, and we were watching television when the phone rang. It was Monica's doctor. She put him on speakerphone, and I listened as he told her that she had cancer. The doctor told her on the phone. Shouldn't he have told her in person? To this day, I don't know why he did that. We had an appointment the next day. How did Monica take the news? Well, she was ever hopeful that there was a mistake or that the situation wasn't that bad. The waiter came with our food, and we both place our napkins on our laps and arrange our silverware. We start to eat in silence until Riley asks, "So, what happened?" It was a long illness. She had a brain tumor, and it continued to grow in a place where they couldn't get to it. Monica wanted to take the chance and operate, but her surgeons refused. It was really hard on Monica. She was always the gambler. Gosh, I can't imagine having something like that happen to me. It was a hard thing to go through, but you know what was weird? What? I cut my meat into small pieces, trying to decide whether to tell the raw truth of my experience. I had my doubts about talking about it, but when I looked up from my plate, I noticed that Riley had put her fork and knife down. She was waiting for me to continue. I put my fork and knife down and wiped my lips with my napkin. I was never closer to Monica than when she was dying. I had the best time with her when she was in hospice. I know, she was dying. How could it be a good time? Well, that was Monica. She made everything fun, even waiting to die. Wow, she must have been an amazing woman. I feel a lump in my throat. Yes, she was. Riley reaches across the table and takes my hand. I'm so sorry for your loss, Porter. This girl's amazing. She's not only very beautiful, but she is sensitive and compassionate. Thank you, but don't be so sad. Monica accepted that her time to leave had come. In the end, she didn't want to waste a second mourning her life or crying about leaving. She just made the best of it all the way to her last day. Riley is still holding my hand. I smile and nod to let her know that it is okay to let go and finish her dinner. She smiles at me and moves her hand and picks up her fork. I do the same. We continue eating. We've shared a difficult moment together, and now we are closer. It feels so good and cathartic to talk to Riley, who didn't know Monica and wasn't there during her cancer episode. There's a happiness in my soul that I never thought I'd feel again. I told the truth to Riley, and she understood.
Chapter 21. Riley. So, how's your first week as a married woman been? Porter asks one night as we're sitting down to dinner. The smile on his face puts me at ease like it has every day since we went down to town hall and made this strange arrangement legally binding. I mean, unconventional? I joke, and the two of us laugh. Really though, it's been wonderful. I still can't thank you enough for everything you're doing for me. I literally wouldn't be here without you. Porter smiles back at me, and it's a warm, toothy smile. I can see it brings him genuine joy to be able to help me, and knowing that makes me trust him even more. It's clear he's not in this for any ulterior motives, which is nice for a change. It's not something I ever had with Simon. I'm really glad to hear it, he says kindly. I know I still don't know everything you've been through, but I do hope I can offer some rest. I'm sure all this running has left you exhausted. I sigh heavily, letting his words sink into me. It's amazing how well he's able to empathize, and it makes me want to open up to him even more. I've already told him more about my time with Simon over the last few days, but there are still chapters of my life he knows nothing about. Honestly, I say, Simon was probably only half of it. I didn't have a stable childhood, which is part of why I ended up with him in the first place. You remember I told you I was in financial trouble when I met him? Mm-hmm, Porter replies, peering at me with gentle eyes. Well, it's because I grew up in foster care. I tell him, absent-mindedly dragging my fork through the mashed potatoes on my plate. I never had a home, never had a family, and the day I turned 18, I was thrown out on the street with nothing. Luckily, I'd managed to buy a beat-up old station wagon from Odd Jobs, and I moved into that. That's where I was living when I met Simon, so you can see why he seemed like a knight in shining armor. Porter looks at me with pure compassion, not pity, which is something I saw more than enough of in my time in the system, but actual compassion. I can definitely understand how that was the only option you had at the time, he says softly, and a weight leaves my shoulders at the words. Even though I've been through the counseling for all of this, there are still times where I blame myself for what happened. Hearing someone say it who isn't being paid to make me feel better is incredibly reassuring. There's something else, actually, I say. Nothing big, and you probably already saw it on the marriage certificate. But I changed my name a couple of years ago. I used to be Megan Hauser. Porter smiles gently again. I saw. But I figured if that was a name you wanted to leave behind, then that was your business, not mine. Unless you'd like me to call you Megan? I have to laugh at that. No, Megan's the name of the woman I left behind. Riley always felt better. Like starting again. It feels powerful. Then it suits you, he says, and I can't help but smile. Although I know I don't need his reassurance, it still feels damn good to have it. He raises a glass and suddenly grins. To Riley, he says. I laugh and raise mine. To Riley. I go to bed that night, feeling more whole and more at ease than I have in a long time, and the feeling carries all through my shift the next day. It doesn't hurt that Porter is at the cafe all day too, and I enjoy chatting with him in between other customers. I know he's been working on a screenplay recently, now that his ad campaign is over, and he seems to enjoy sharing his progress with me every time I stop by his table. He's telling me about the latest plot point as we leave the cafe together. But as soon as we step outside, my blood runs cold. Who the hell is this? Simon sneers, and it's all I can do not to go running back inside in a mess of tears. Luckily, though, I don't have to say anything. Porter steps forward, instinctively putting himself between me and Simon. I'm her husband, Porter says, and I can hear in his voice how protective he is of me. And I suggest you get the hell away from Riley, now. His whole body is tense, and despite the terror ripping through me, I can tell Porter won't let anything happen to me. Not as long as he's here. He's your what? Comes Simon's voice, screaming at me even with Porter between us. The sound of that scream makes me immediately begin to hyperventilate, but Simon doesn't let up. Riley, what the hell? Are you seriously trying to tell me you're with this clown? I'm trying my best to breathe, but it feels like my lungs are getting smaller and smaller with each breath. Behind me, though, I hear the cafe door open, and Isla and Liam come running out. Isla, call the police, Liam says immediately, and just the threat of it is enough to send Simon scurrying reluctantly away. Not without another scowl in my direction, though. Come on, Riley, Porter says gently, slowly lifting me from where I've curled into a ball against the cafe wall. Let's get you home. By the time we get there, though, I'm still hyperventilating, my face a mess of tears and running makeup. But Porter doesn't even mind, letting me lay my head across his lap while he strokes my back. We stay like that for such a long time, his hand constantly and ceaselessly soothing me, that I fall asleep, my tears streaking his pants with streams of black mascara.
Chapter 22. Porter. It has been just over a month since we saw Simon. I want to be cautiously optimistic that it will also be the last. Seeing Riley have an anxiety attack because the man appeared out of nowhere. I never wanted to go through something like that again. Not if I can do anything to help it. She has been doing better. The whole thing seems to finally be behind her. It was a little hard the first few days after seeing him. Living together has definitely been a big help. She's not alone in her rental home. Living with Riley has been like a dream that I never knew I had. She is such a warm and cheerful person when she is not worrying over her past. We have shared stories and anecdotes, mostly over dinners. Riley is a wonderful cook. Maybe I relied too much on takeout in the cafe for my meals. It is nice to have something home cooked, especially when we designated Friday nights to a stay-at-home date night. At first, it started with a simple pasta dish, a pesto pan. Riley had me taste test everything and adjusted based on my reaction. While she cooked, I told her about the time my sister nearly burned the kitchen down boiling water. In Pam's defense, we were only children. After that, Riley would have me help her. Another easy start to getting me back into the kitchen with the spaghetti carbonara. Then she turned up the difficulty with a baked queso chicken. My favorite, however, was the pistachio-crusted salmon. I know that I was less than helpful. I can wash and cut produce, but I would never have thought to mix and match ingredients like she does. I've also come to realize how incredibly untalented I am. I might be able to create literature to some degree, but that is where it ends. Watching Riley sit on the couch with a cup of tea and a sketchbook is another wonder in itself. It made me understand how she is so good at latte art, despite having told me she had never done it before working at the cafe. She tried to play her talent down, said that she was only doodling. There was nothing only about it. So I did what I do best. I nurtured her creative side. It was a little hit and miss. Though she appreciated the gifts, the new watercolor set with brushes and a leather roll to keep them in were her favorite. The calligraphy set was attempted, but even following videos online, it was not as easy as it looked. Another success was the needlepoint felt kit. So far, Riley has made a fox, a cat, and a horse. It is one that she works on while we sit on the couch and relax together. I feel at ease. The pains in my chest have not flared up as much over the past 5 weeks. Being with Riley has soothed the ache. I can admit to myself, at least, that this is the happiest I have been in the last 2 years. Of course, I still have days that I wonder if it is fine. Sitting at my desk and seeing the photo of Monica looking back at me, the wide and bright smile on her lips, she was such a bright spot in my life. Now Riley is starting to fill the void that was left with Monica's death. When we watch episodes of Yellow Rock and Riley laughs at a joke that I wrote that most people did not seem to get, or when she cried at the mid-season finale and I ended it on an absolute cliffhanger. Not that she had to wait months like everyone else, since the show was already out in completion. Normally, I am not one to watch my own work, having written it, and knowing how it goes takes the suspense away. But with Riley, it is a whole new experience. Watching her face light up and hear all her surprised gasps. This is what tells me that I made the right choice by picking screenplays back up. It is a sad but happy feeling that settles over me. With Riley tucked under my arm, curled up on the couch. I do not know what I did to deserve this. If I even do. I had the love of my life, Monica. Should I be this happy when she doesn't even get to be here anymore? Everyone seems to think so. My parents, even Monica's parents, just want me to be happy again. That it is more than okay for me to find someone else. To move on. Riley, I think she might be able to be that someone. My second chance at happiness. Maybe I am just as much that chance to her as well. What are you thinking about? She asks. The show is paused on a still of the town's deputy. I was not paying attention, but having written it, I know this is just before the big plot twist of the season. I've been looking forward to Riley's reaction. Just about what happens next, I tell her. I can't bring myself to lay it all out for her yet. It is still too new, and I do not want to scare her off. I care too much about her, and while I suspect that she might be receptive to my feelings, I don't want to risk it. Maybe that is a little selfish, but perhaps I have earned just that much. The seatbelt keeps you safe in a sudden stop, after all. Will you tell me so I can be prepared? Not even a little bit. I laugh. As long as nothing happens to Pepper. She's my favorite. I can tell you that nothing happens to Pepper. She is my favorite character, too. Good. Riley smiles and presses play. It is good.
Chapter 23. Riley. I'm sitting on the balcony, looking out over the city's skyline, and with every day that passes, its vastness is becoming less and less scary to me. It's been more than a month since Simon last showed his face, and I feel like I'm finally starting to breathe properly. Last night, we even went out for dinner, and I was the one that suggested it. Hey, what do you think about going out and exploring the city a bit today? I call to Porter through the balcony door. His face appears a second later, grinning widely. Really? He asks, excited. I think that's a great idea. but I hope you're not pushing yourself for my sake. I smile back. He still surprises me with how thoughtful he is every day, and I hope he knows how much it means to me. No, don't worry, I reply. I really want to. 10 minutes later, we're on the street with the sun beating down on my skin. I feel good, even if there's a catch of anxiety in my chest, but with each step, I feel more and more at ease. Knowing Porter is right there by my side helps a lot too. So, where to? He asks. I know this probably sounds silly, I say, a little sheepishly. But I've still never seen any of the typical tourist stuff here. Would you be up for that? Porter grins back at me. Honestly, I haven't either, so yes. I'm definitely up for that. Okay, I say as we walk to his car. But you must have seen some stuff, right? I mean, you've been here for like 6 months? More? He's the one looking sheepish now. Unless the library counts, then no. But look, I've been busy, he says. At that, we decide to make a day of it, then a weekend of it, then a week of it. Every day after work, we visit a new attraction. We go to the aquarium, the theme park, the river beach, the Michigan-famous Sandy Springs Donut Emporium. I can't believe how much I'm enjoying myself, how free and safe I feel. I genuinely thought I might never get to feel this way. After so many years of making myself small for the sake of Simon's whims, being this open to the world, laughing and talking and even being in public, feels like an absolute miracle. And Porter seems to be enjoying himself too, even when I tease him about not having seen any of the attractions we go to. But we take it in turns choosing where to go next, and I think both of us are enjoying feeling less alone. As always, I feel lucky to have Porter as a friend, and the more I get to know him, the truer that is. I'm also feeling safer every day, in large part thanks to him. And on the second weekend, we actually go hiking. The Big Trees Forest Preserve is beautiful, and the trees, as one might expect from a name like that, are huge. I've never seen anything like it. Oh my God, I think this is the most trees I've ever seen in my life, I tell Porter, as we trek along a cool, shady path surrounded by towering maple trees. The ground is soft under my feet, with a carpet of leaves, and the air smells fresh and clean and earthy all at the same time. I can hear bird song and the whisper of foliage. It's genuinely magical. Are you serious? Asks Porter, turning to me with eyebrows raised. I think about it for a second and decide it's probably an accurate assessment. Yeah, actually. I mean, I've lived in the city my whole life, so I guess technically I've never even been hiking before. Oh, wow, he says, almost breathlessly. I guess growing up in the country was something I took for granted. Can you tell me more about it? I ask, curious to hear more about his upbringing, one so different from my own. He turns to me and smiles as we pass into a patch of sunlight. The warm light makes the slight highlights in his brown hair shine honey gold. My parents own a huge ranch in Montana. That's where I grew up, he says, and I can tell he's already thinking of fond memories of home. It both fills my heart and makes it ache. When I was a kid, I spent most of my time outside with my sister. We'd go fishing or ride the horses or play in the hayfields, and there were always plenty of people around, either my family or visiting friends of my parents, or ranch hands and farm hands who'd work there seasonally. And of course, we did a lot of hiking, either around the ranch itself or in the mountains nearby. He's smiling, and despite my envy at what sounds like an incredibly wholesome childhood, I'm smiling too. I'm glad he got to have such a beautiful upbringing, even if I didn't. That sounds amazing, I say, watching the haze of nostalgia in his eyes as we walk on. It is, he says, looking right at me. I think you love it. We should go sometime. He flashes me another smile, then looks back to the path ahead, walking on as if nothing just happened. As for me, though, My heart is racing, and I have to consciously remind myself to keep putting one foot in front of the other. I know I shouldn't be feeling this, but the thought of him taking me somewhere as intimate as his childhood home is a little thrilling. I stop myself from getting too carried away with the thought, though. He's just being nice, I tell myself. He didn't really mean that. I shake my head, reminding myself this isn't a relationship. Not even close. I can't let myself forget that we're only pretending to be married. Anything else would be foolish.
Chapter 24. Porter, 2 weeks later. As I get into my car to leave for home, I realize that I've made some good friends with the staff at the cafe. This wouldn't have happened if Riley hadn't been so sympathetic. She makes it so that I feel like a regular person when I go to the cafe. Friends and family always look at me with pity in their eyes, but the gang at the cafe is always happy to see me. I don't see pity in their eyes. No one at the cafe really knows about Monica and how she died. But when my friends and family see me, they say things like, "Oh, Porter, I'm so sorry. How are you doing?" "I'm so sorry that you are alone now, Porter." Or my favorite, "How do you get through the day, Porter, you poor dear?" I drive along thinking about how Riley has changed my life. I am a creature of habit, but she has somehow gotten me to try everything on the menu at the cafe. Now I have an addiction to matcha, which makes me smile. Years ago, I would have never touched a green tea, much less one as strong as matcha. As I walk into the house from the garage, I catch myself whistling. I haven't whistled in a long time, because my whistling used to greatly annoy Monica. "Riley, where are you?" I shout, so that she can hear me anywhere in the house. There is no answer, so I go upstairs to see if I can find Riley. She isn't in our bedroom, and she's not in the bathroom. I open the door to my home office, and there she is. Riley is cleaning my office, and everything is different. The books I was using for research are back on the shelf, and all the loose papers I had on my desk are gone. Then I see it, and my heart stops because my wedding picture with Monica has been moved. I feel my face start to burn with anger. As I watch Riley dust the window ledge, I can't help myself. I slam my hand on the credenza. Riley jumps and turns around and sees me. "What in the hell have you done here?" I shout. Riley's face goes white. "Who told you to come clean my office?" Riley looks down at the carpet and starts to pick at the duster. "I thought I would surprise you," Riley says in a low whisper. "Oh, surprise me, you did." I go to the bookcase and I start pulling books from the shelf and knocking them down to the floor. With every book that lands on the floor, Riley jumps. I go over to the credenza. "You had no business moving this picture." "I'm sorry," Riley whispers, still looking down at the carpet. Never touch anything in this office again. Do you understand me?" "I understand," Riley whispers. "I can't hear you." "I understand," Riley says in a shaky voice. "Get out of here," I command, and she runs out of the room. I'm shaking with anger. As I am standing in the middle of the mess I've made, I hear Riley crying down the hall. I feel terrible. I completely overreacted. This is wrong. I need to do something to make this up to Riley. It has to be more than just saying I am sorry. The door to the master bedroom is closed, and I can hear Riley sniffling. This stabs at my heart. I knock on the door, but there is no answer. "Riley, I'm so sorry. I'm going to make you a nice dinner. I'll call you when it is ready." The door opens and it is Riley. "I'm so sorry, Porter. I had no right to move that picture." "You didn't know. I totally overreacted." I turn away from Riley because I'm feeling too guilty to even look at her. The kitchen is in tip-top shape because Riley has scrubbed every inch. Quickly, I get water boiling for the pasta, and I take out one of the frozen marinara bags that my mother has made for me. No one can resist my mother's gravy. I work really hard and make a big salad and fix the pasta with the sauce. I take out the Parmesan and grate a tall mountain off the wedge. I hear Riley come downstairs. She is dressed to go out. "What's going on?" "I'm going out." "Why?" "I'm so sorry about what I did. I thought that maybe I should leave you to have some time alone this evening." No, sit down. Dinner is ready. Riley hesitates, but I come over to her, and I see fear in her eyes. My heart drops into my stomach. Have I reminded Riley of her past trauma with Simon? I feel like the lowest of the low. Please, Riley, I won't hurt you. Will you please eat with me? I'm so sorry, Porter. Riley is ashen and somber. I can't stand this. Riley, you are safe here. I promise that I will never ever touch or harm you. Can you believe me? A tear spills from Riley's eye, and I catch it with the palm of my hand. I'm so sorry, Riley, I whisper softly. She looks me directly in the eyes, and I feel a kind of electricity go through me. We both feel it. I move my face closer to hers, and she moves her face closer, and I am about to kiss her. The pasta's getting cold, Riley whispers to me without moving her head. It is. We stare at each other for a whole minute before we move. Riley sighs, and I come back to earth. I want to kiss her, but I've shocked her enough for one evening. I get up from the floor and go to serve the pasta before I freak Riley out completely.
Chapter 25. Riley. I wake up to the sound of coffee brewing, like I do every morning, knowing that Porter is out in the kitchen already. Today, though, the first thing that jumps into my mind is the almost kiss from last night. The thought lingers, and with my eyes still closed and half asleep, I can practically taste his lips on mine, can practically smell his skin, and feel the heat of his tongue. I snap myself out of it suddenly, my eyes shooting open. God, I can't think of stuff like that. I'm going to drive myself crazy, I think. I glance at the clock. It's only 7 a.m. I don't have to be at work until 9, but I can't go back to sleep now. Doing so suddenly feels very dangerous. I stretch my arms and legs, get out of bed, and make my way to the kitchen. Porter is sitting at the table, sipping his coffee and already on his laptop. His face is glowing, and I can tell he must have been up for at least an hour already and has gone for his run. He looks good, and for a second I can't help but stare at him. He looks up and smiles when he sees me, sending a wave of heat into my cheeks. I hope he didn't catch me staring. Good morning, he says. Morning, I reply, suddenly incredibly self-conscious. I suddenly realize with a silent groan how comfortable I'm getting with him. I'm still in my pajamas, hair still tucked into a silk wrap, no makeup, and morning breath. Am I subconsciously starting to think this is a relationship? The thought worries me, but I can't very well go scurrying back to my room to change now. That would make things even weirder. Instead, I sit down across from him and pour myself a cup of coffee. We sit in silence for a few minutes, sipping our coffee, and I try my best not to look at him. But even without the visual stimulus, my mind keeps wandering back to last night. I can't help but wonder what it would have been like if we'd gone through with that kiss. Would it have been amazing? Or would it have ruined everything? Porter clears his throat, bringing me back to reality. Are you okay? He asks, concern etched on his face. I nod, forcing a smile. Yeah, I'm fine, just tired. I hope he buys the lie, because there's no way I'm telling him the truth. He doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't press the issue either. For a split second, I can't help but wonder if he's having the same thoughts I am. I shut that thought down immediately, though. I know he's still grieving Monica, and that this fake marriage was only to get rid of Simon. I shouldn't try to convince myself that it's anything else. If I do, we're both just going to get hurt. Besides, now that Simon seems to have disappeared, maybe it's time to get out of here before I make things way too complicated. I know that I'm starting to feel things I shouldn't. And if I keep living with Porter, I'm just going to end up falling for him. I mean, really falling for him. I'm not strong enough to stop that from blooming. I wish I were, but I'm not. I think maybe I should move out, I suddenly say, half a cup of coffee still sitting on the table in front of me. Porter looks up, shock and concern passing over his face. No. Come on, Riley. Is this about what happened yesterday? I don't want to say it out loud. I know if I do, I'll already be opening the can of worms that I'm trying so desperately to keep closed. Instead, I find an excuse. I just think it's time. Simon's been out of the picture for a while now, and you've done more than enough. But Porter just shakes his head. You don't have to leave. And honestly, I don't think it's a good idea. Simon could just be waiting for you to be alone. He might still come back. And anyway, you don't have the apartment anymore. None of what he's saying is unreasonable, and there's no force in his voice. If anything, it's pleading. He's scared for me, and I'm scared too. Just not for the same reasons. I've been feeling so much more secure about Simon, but now it's Porter I'm worried about. I know if I fall for him, it will seriously hurt me. He's clearly still in love with Monica, and giving my heart to someone who can't give his back is a recipe for disaster. Porter has done so much to protect me, but now I need to protect myself, to protect my heart. His eyes show a degree of care and worry that I can't just shut down, though. I glance at the kitchen clock for some excuse to avoid this conversation, because really, I don't want to be having it either. But that's the problem. Let's talk about it later, I say as a compromise. I should probably get ready for work. He nods, a little sadly, but I can see he respects me, as always. Of course, he says. I'm ready to go when you are. I get myself ready and we head out, but the walk to the cafe devolves quickly into some banal conversation that has us joking and laughing, and the tension from this morning's conversation melts away almost as quickly as it arrived. As I go about my shift, though, I can't help but steal glances at Porter over the counter. Every time I do, I have to question what I'm going to do with the feelings that are welling up inside me. I know one thing. I won't be able to keep them at bay for long if I keep spending my days with that gorgeous man sitting obliviously on the other side of the cafe.
Chapter 26. Porter. Riley pulls me into her bedroom. The room I haven't stepped foot into since she moved in here, and the second we're inside, she presses herself against me. "I want you," she whispers, and the next thing I know, I'm kissing her. Her lips are so soft, her body trembling under my touch, and it's only a matter of seconds before we're on the bed, our clothes discarded, our bodies finding each other without thought, without anything but the frantic desire to be closer, closer, closer. I wake up in the thin dawn light to the sound of my own heavy breathing. I'm sweating, my heart racing. It takes me a few seconds to realize it was a dream, and a few more seconds for the guilt to set in. But when it does, it's like the freight train is slamming into me all over again. I groan quietly to myself, laying back on the bed and willing my heart on to go away. I don't need it reminding me what a horrible widower I am. Not that long ago I was having nightmares about Monica, and now I'm ripping Riley's clothes off in my dreams. It's confusing and scary, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with any of it. My greatest fear is that I'm betraying Monica by finding happiness again. How can I be here, dreaming about someone, moving on with my life, finding happiness, when she never even got to make it to her 30s? And it's not just that. The heartache of losing her was enough to scare me out of ever doing that again. Whatever feelings I'm developing for Riley, it feels like a dangerous step in the direction of heartache, and I can't go through that a second time. I drag myself out of bed, and by now I'm soft again. Nothing says boner killer like survivor's guilt, I guess. When I'm showered and dressed, I go for my run, and when I come back, Riley's sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee. She's also dressed and made up, and she looks stunning, though secretly I love seeing her just got out of bed look a lot more. I catch myself thinking it and try to block the thought from my mind, giving what I hope is a non-awkward greeting to Riley. "Good morning," I say, picking up the coffee pot that she's uncharacteristically brewed. "I thought you only made coffee when you were being paid for it." I smile and she laughs at my feeble joke, but I can tell there's something on her mind. "Can we talk?" she asks. and I get the feeling this is one of those talks I'm not going to enjoy. I can guess what it's about. Sure, I say, sitting down. What's on your mind? I know we kind of talked about this yesterday, she begins, but I really do think it's time for me to leave. You've done so much for me, but I can't stay here forever. I need to make my own way. I sigh. I guess I knew this would have to happen eventually, but I hadn't really allowed myself to think about it before yesterday. Even since then, I've tried to push it from my mind. Beyond anything else, I've just really enjoyed Riley's company here, and it will be sad to have this huge apartment all to myself again. Plus, there's the fear I have that Simon will come back and hurt her again. But I know I need to respect her choice, and I'm proud of her. She's come a long way over the last few months, and the term blossoming seems more apt than ever. Even the widower in me agrees this time. I understand, and I'll support you whatever you want to do, I say, giving her a sad smile. Just let me help with one last thing. Let me help you find a place so I know you'll be somewhere safe. She gives a sad smile back. It seems this is a reluctant departure for both of us. Thank you, Porter. That would be really amazing. The moment is suddenly broken by the buzz of the doorbell, and for a second my heart catches, thinking that it might be Simon. A look of panic crosses Riley's face too, but when I get up to answer the bell, it's Pam. Guess whoa! She calls, and I let out a deep exhale. Are you going to let me up to meet your lovely partner? Sure, I answer, shooting I didn't know she was coming look to Riley. Come on up. I buzz the door, knowing we have about 4 minutes before Pam comes bursting in. I'm sorry, I say, rushing back to Riley. Any chance you're okay to just go with it? To my relief, Riley laughs. Well, this is my end of the deal, isn't it? She asks, rhetorically. For sure. We both rush to her room and move all her belongings into the master bedroom so as not to arouse suspicion. We manage to throw in the last bag when Pam comes in. Porter, she cried, throwing her arms around me. And you must be Riley. She pulls Riley into a tight hug, and I mouth sorry over Pam's shoulder. Luckily, Riley seems totally fine with being accosted by this perfect stranger. It's great to meet you, Riley says once she's been released. And you, cries Pam. Porter didn't tell me you were so beautiful. I hope the heat I feel in my cheeks isn't showing, but luckily, Pam steals the spotlight, as she usually does. In this case, that's fine by me. Tell me, have you ever been to Montana? She suddenly asks, and Riley shoots me a quick quizzical look. No, she replies, but Porter was telling me all about the ranch. I'm sure it's beautiful. Well, then you have to come visit, Pam suddenly decides. Right, Porter? I can't help but smile. Well, I did say I should take you out there sometime, I say, looking at Riley. And despite the guilt still lingering in my chest, the thought of taking Riley out there is exhilarating.
Chapter 27. Riley. Pamela, Porter's sister, is looking at me with her beautiful gray eyes, and I quake with fear. Can she tell that my relationship with Porter is bogus just by looking at me? I put my hands in my jean skirt pocket so that no one can see them shake. I don't like lying to people. Darling, why don't the three of us go to dinner? Pamela says. That's a great idea, sis. Riley, get your coat. We are going out. I smile at both Porter and Pamela. Dinner sounds good to me. I dash to our bedroom to get my coat. It is a pink wool affair that I bought on clearance. Pamela is wearing an expensive trench coat that makes her look like a supermodel on a secret mission. I know she'll look down on me when she sees my coat, but there is nothing I can do about it. This coat is the only one I could afford. I put on my clearance pink coat and bring Porter his. He smiles at me and says, "Thanks, babe." It looks like he is going to kiss me, but I skulk away as soon as possible. I don't think I can pull off a kiss in front of Pamela. If Porter kisses me, I will get embarrassed, and that is not how a new bride behaves. A new bride would be confident, and return the kiss with confidence. I am not a confident new bride. Dead giveaway that we are not really married. Pamela talks the whole drive to the steakhouse we are going to eat at. I sit in the back and try to settle my shaking hands. I've never been one that can hide my emotions or my fears. The steakhouse is busy, but Porter has called for a table, and it is ready when we get there. Porter puts his hand on the small of my back as we are guided to the table by the restaurant hostess. When we get to the table, Porter pulls out a chair for me, and I try to gracefully sit down, but all I really manage to do is plop down on the chair. I am a mess of nerves. So, little brother, where did the two of you meet? Pamela asks once she is seated. It's obvious that Porter doesn't want to answer that question when he says, "Babe, would you like to have some wine tonight?" Wine? I'm not a fan of wine. Give me a cold beer any night. Wine, that would be divine, Pamela says. Good, I'll order some, Porter says. He calls over the waiter who takes his wine order. I am hoping that the wine doesn't become my truth serum. What am I going to do? Porter scoots his chair closer to mine and puts his hand on mine. He is so sweet. It melts my heart. It's time for me to help him out here, I answer Pamela. We met at the cafe. Pamela takes a roll of bread out of the bread basket and starts to butter it. What cafe is that? The Cafe Clementine, Porter answers. Pamela takes a bite of her buttered roll. She chews slowly as if she is thinking this over. We married the day that, Porter began. That Porter proposed. I finish his sentence. Pamela bites into her roll and chews slowly and then swallows gracefully. That's so cute. The way you finish each other's sentences. I fight a grin because we are lying through our teeth. It's not that we are so close and end each other's sentences out of familiarity. I barely know this man. The interruption happened because I was helping Porter lie. Porter takes a roll and butters it. The ring that he put on his finger to symbolize our marriage glitters in the light. I wish that I had been to your wedding. Was it nice? Oh, yes, I say. Porter made sure everything was perfect. Pamela looks straight into my eyes for a moment. I can see suspicion in her clear gray eyes. What can I tell her to convince her about our marriage? Porter, I'm a bit disappointed that you did not invite us. Why did you do a silly thing like that? Pamela uses her eyes to plead with Porter for answers. She is quite the actress, as she is able to convey her thoughts with only facial expressions. I'm sorry, sis. We're kind of in our own bubble. Yes, and it's wonderful. I gush outwardly, but inside, my chest is burning from the acid that is coming up my throat. I hate lying and acting. Pamela looks at our hands wound together on the table. She raises an eyebrow for a reason I don't understand. Porter takes his hand off mine. This makes me feel like he's about to bail. I am scared. Porter, I am happy that you found someone. Pamela looks straight into my eyes with a challenge for me to come clean. She knows that I am not the person Porter is trying to present. I know that in her mind she is thinking, how in the world did my brother hook up with this plain girl? Did you know that the chef here has 2 Michelin stars? Porter is changing the subject to get Pamela to stop focusing on me. I like this man more and more every day. 2 Michelin stars, huh? Pamela picks up the menu, and I think that finally, I am in the clear. We will order. They will bring the food, and there will be no conversation when we eat. The waiter comes back to the table. What can I get for you? I want to say, can you bring my sanity back? But instead of spewing out my fears, I order spaghetti and meatballs and hope for the rest of this charade to go off without a hitch.
Chapter 28. Porter, you know I can sleep on the floor, right? Riley says as we go to my room together that night. She keeps her voice low, knowing Pam is in the guest bedroom. That is Riley's bedroom. No way, I say, shaking my head. I'll sleep on the floor. You're still my guest after all. She smirks at this. Yeah, a guest who doesn't pay rent and who's been more or less mooching off you for months. Anyway, this is your room. There's no way I'm going to let you sleep on the floor. The floor is mine. I can't help but laugh at this. Okay, so maybe we both sleep on the floor and nobody gets the bed, I joke. She laughs too. Or we both sleep on the bed and nobody gets the floor. My heart races a little at this, but I tell myself she's just being practical. I also use this as reasoning to dodge the guilt semi-trailer that comes rocketing towards me. That sounds more reasonable. I acquiesce and we both get into bed, being very, very careful to stay on opposite sides of the mattress. With the lights out, I try to focus on my breathing. It's not easy with Riley lying next to me. We're both fully clothed, of course, and no part of our bodies are touching, but I can still feel her presence. A flash of my dream comes crashing into my mind, and for a split second I can feel her breath on my neck, her bosom pressed against my chest, her hand running through my hair. I have to bite my tongue to stop myself from chastising my brain out loud. This is definitely not an appropriate thought to be having with Riley laying next to me in bed. Scratch that. It's not an appropriate thought to have ever. Now I just feel awkward, though, and my whole body is rigid with tension, except, thankfully, one appendage. I will myself to relax, and ever so slowly, I let each muscle sink into the bed. I only hope Riley can't feel me freaking out over here. I don't want to scare the poor woman. I hear a sharp intake of breath from her side of the bed, and for a split second I think she's going to ask me what the hell I'm doing over here. Instead, though, she says something a totally normal person would say. Luckily for me. Your sister is really great, she tells me, and any remaining tension drains from my body. I'm happy for a distraction from what's going on in my mind. She is, I reply into the dark. I hope she didn't get on your nerves, though. I know she can be a lot. Riley laughs, and I can feel the vibrations of it through the mattress. It's comforting, somehow. No, not at all, she says. I love that she's so immediately familiar with me. She seems like the type to make friends with everyone. That's definitely true, I say, turning on my side. I do it unconsciously, only realizing how intimate it is after it's already done. But it feels weird carrying on a whole conversation staring at the ceiling. And it would be weird to turn back now. Was she always like that? Riley asks, and I feel her turn over to face me too. Oh yeah, I answer, a smile spreading over my face. I vaguely wonder if Riley can see it in the dark. When we were kids, she had no concept of privacy, and I guess she never grew out of that. She used to run around to all the ranch hands and ask them about their love lives. This was when she was like 6, maybe? She basically knew all the gossip of everyone on the ranch. I think she even tried playing matchmaker a couple of times. Riley laughs in the dark, and the sound of it makes me smile. I can totally imagine that, she says. That sounds adorable. I'm sure it was to everyone else, I say, remembering back to my childhood. I was deeply embarrassed by it, though, but I did end up using her stories from around the ranch in one of my first movies. No way, which one? Riley asks. I can't help but chuckle. Oh, I don't mean my first feature film. I mean my first ever movie. I think it was called 7 Loves, I say, straining my memory back to what feels like a lifetime ago. I made it with my dad's old camcorder when I was about 10, I tell her. Pamela starred in it. Actually, she played most of the characters and we just changed out poorly made costumes. For one of them, she had a mustache made out of wheat straw. Riley laughs again, and I can't help but admit I love the sound of it. Remarkably, there's no vehicle of guilt this time, just the wholesomeness of the conversation. I bet it would have been a hit, she says. An Oscar winner for sure, I quip back. Shame the tape was lost. Now the world will never know what happened between a straw-mustachioed farmer and his milkmaid lover. She laughs again, and soon I'm telling her more stories from Montana, letting myself remember some of the good times, even when a few of those memories hurt. We keep talking into the night, and although I barely remember falling asleep, I have the distinct knowledge that we're still facing each other when we do. The last thing I remember is Riley's soft breath on my cheeks and her warmth seeping through the blankets.
Chapter 29. Riley. That's us, Pam says. Porter is already up, grabbing his carry-on. Before I can pick up mine, he grabs it and motions for me to go ahead. We join the small queue of first-class passengers. Once our tickets are scanned, I hurry down the jetway. In the cabin, I just copy whatever Pam is doing. That includes getting a free cocktail before the other passengers even start to board. They are not stingy with the alcohol. Instead of spending the whole time worrying about meeting Porter's parents, I take a nice nap. Porter nudges me awake when we are in the final descent. Wow, I say, looking out the window. There's so much green. Porter laughs. They call it Big Sky Country for a reason. We get into the limo, and Pam immediately offers me another drink. This time, I politely refuse. I'm meeting my husband's parents for the first time. He's my fake husband, but I don't want to show up sloshed. We are only in the limo for a few minutes. We park next to another airplane hangar. Are we getting on another plane? I ask. Not exactly, Porter says. It's a helicopter. He hands me headphones so we can talk to each other. I cry out a little when we lift up and take off. Take it easy, Porter tells the pilot. It's her first time. In a helicopter, he means, Pam says. Roger that. I look out the window to hide the emotions playing on my face. Porter points out the road we would have taken. Then he tells the pilot to take the scenic route once we get to the ranch. The best way to see it is from the sky. How big is it? I finally ask. About 120K. I don't want to seem stupid, but I don't have any idea what he is talking about. I nod, and he smiles and pats my leg. Acres. I'm talking about acres. More than 150 square miles. I do the math in my head quickly. I can't even, bigger than some towns. Bigger than a lot of towns. That's huge, I say finally. I'm completely stunned. When Porter said he grew up in nature, I figured he meant a house with a backyard that actually had grass, not dirt and weeds. The helicopter lands, and there is a man waiting with an SUV. Porter puts our bags in the back, but Pam is perfectly happy to let the man, he's called Lil John, carry her stuff for her. Lil John? I whisper to Porter, and he laughs again. He's even more handsome when he smiles. I don't mind that it's at my expense. I just like having him look at me like that. His dad is Big John. He says, "We grew up together." He must have known Monica, I think. On the ride to the farmhouse, we pass some cowboys riding along the fence. Porter explains that, since the horses need exercise, they do a lot of work within a day or two's ride of the stable on horseback. When we were kids, Lil John and I would disappear for 3, 4, sometimes 5 days at a time. Just pack the saddlebags full of food and take off. We drive past the stable, which is enormous. Lil John drives into a circular driveway. I get out and stand there stunned. That is not a farmhouse, I think. The only nod to practicality seems to be the wood exterior. It looks like a luxury mountain hotel. A large one. I don't even know what to say. It's very nice, I stammer out. Pam laughs. Don't worry. It freaks out every boyfriend I've ever brought home. Of course, I didn't marry them without telling Mom and Dad. Porter? The woman who shrieked his name comes charging off the front porch. And this must be Riley. Welcome, dear. She hugs me and I stiffen up. I'm so sorry we weren't at the wedding, but Porter explained that you wanted to keep it simple. Yes, I say. Mom, let her breathe, Pam says. Oh, Pam, Mrs. Grimes says, letting go of me. Larry's on his way. Oh, there he is. Porter's father rides up on a horse. He dismounts and comes towards us. Mrs. Grimes clucks in disapproval. That horse is going to crap on my front yard. Mom still isn't fully adjusted to farm life, Pam says. Mrs. Grimes is speaking into her phone and just wags her finger at her daughter. She scowls, but I can tell she isn't really mad. The love absolutely shines out of her eyes. I feel a lump start to form in my throat. Riley? Mr. Grimes says. Hi, Mr. Grimes, nice to meet you, I say. We're family now. You should call us Larry and Mary, he says, and offers me his hand. Larry, I say and shake it. Come in, Porter's mom says. You too, Larry. We have to get to know our new daughter-in-law. I thought you wanted me to put Bucko away. Pete's on it. I look back and see another worker patting Larry's nose and picking up the reins. Porter walks over to Pete. I'm rushed down the hall past a dining room with a table that must seat 30 people. The kitchen has white cabinet and white countertops and a lot of colorful pottery. They insist I sit and ask if I want anything. I spy a built-in espresso machine, not unlike the one in Porter's apartment. Larry notices me looking at it. Designer insisted we put that in, he says. Haven't figured out how to use it. Oh, Larry, his wife says. I know exactly how to use it, I say, with what is probably a little too much excitement. I can teach you. That would be lovely, Mary says, patting my hand. I'll just get us something cool to drink for now. I look around the room while she gets us drinks. In the corner is a large desk. There is a picture, and even from this distance, I recognize it. It's Porter and Monica's wedding picture. They must have really loved her, I think. And there is no way I am ever going to measure up.
Chapter 30. Porter, how about a tour of the ranch? On foot this time, I suggest, once there's a lull in the conversation. Mom, Dad, and Pam have been talking Riley's ear off, and it takes a good long while until I can get a word in edgewise. I can't complain too much, though. I can see Riley's fitting in with them already, and it makes me happy to see her comfortable here, even though it must be very different to what she's used to. It's nice to see my family happy too, rather than stressing about whether I'm doing okay. It feels like a weight off. Oh, good idea! Cries my mom before Riley can even answer. You should take the horses! Riley shoots me a look at that, but before she can say anything, Pam and my mom are ushering us out to the stables. They leave us at the door with a smile and a wave. Have fun, you two, Pam calls behind her. Once they're gone, Riley turns to me a little sheepishly. I have no idea how to ride a horse, you know that, right? Of course she doesn't, I think, feeling stupid for forgetting such an obvious fact. Not everyone grew up like me. Well, look, you don't have to ride your own. You can ride with me, I reply, hoping it's a reassurance. It's really too big to see anything without a horse, unfortunately. She looks a little apprehensive, but nods anyway. All right, but I'm telling you, you're driving this thing. I'll probably end up getting us both thrown off if I try to get involved. I chuckle at this, reassuring her I'll do all the driving. We pick out one of my dad's favorite horses, Prickly Pete, and soon I've managed to get Riley sitting up front. When I swing myself into the saddle behind her, though, I suddenly realize I'll have to press myself right up against her to hold the reins. I try not to think about it as I take us away from the house and out towards the river that runs across the property. But I can't ignore the fact that I can smell her skin and her hair, that I can feel the warmth of her body, that my groin is pressed right up against her. A strange and powerful mix of feelings comes up whenever my mind is drawn to our proximity, but I try to push it away. Instead, I focus on the tour. That's what we're here for, after all. Right? Monica and I used to come out here a lot, I say, trying to lessen the guilt that's mixed in there somewhere with all the other confusing emotions. I can't help but feel bad about being out here again, knowing that Monica can't be here to enjoy it. Somehow talking about her seems like the right thing to do. This is where we used to go bird watching in the summer. Once we found a baby blue jay that had fallen from the nest and nursed it back to health, I say, pointing to a copse of trees just east of the river. And we used to go fishing here too, I add. I pull Prickly Pete up to the river's edge and drop down from the saddle to show Riley the spot and to give the horse a drink. Just swing your right leg over the saddle, I tell Riley, then drop down and I'll catch you. I can tell she's nervous, but she more or less manages to do as I've instructed, and I help soften her fall with my hands under her arms. I try not to think too hard about that. "What did you catch here?" Riley asks, peering into the river. The deep green water slides by, and I tell her all about Monica's and my fishing trips, hoping that talking about my dead wife isn't too weird for Riley. But she seems at ease and interested, and it helps relax me. My own guilt goes floating down the river as I talk about Monica, rather than just feeling bad that I'm alive and she's not. It reminds me of the good life I know she lived, even if it was cut short. As we move on to the next pasture, I feel Riley's body pressed against me again, and each time we stop to look at another landmark or let the horse rest, I help let her down slowly. The contact keeps bringing up thoughts I don't think I should be having, though, and each time I try to push them from my mind. When we stop to look at the old grain mill, she swings her leg over the saddle too fast, and rather than a controlled fall, she slips right off the horse. I manage to catch her just in time, but instead of putting my hands under her arms, I have to wrap my arms right around her, pressing her body close to mine. I suddenly find my face mere inches from Riley's, her body pressed tight against me, her breath hot on my face, her eyes locked on mine. And despite myself, despite everything, I feel a bolt of electricity course through me. For a moment, we just stare at each other, and that moment feels like an eternity of energy pulsing between us. A second later, though, we both turn away, embarrassed, and I step back, releasing her from my grip. "Are you okay?" I ask, too afraid to look her in the eye. "Yeah, I'm fine, thank you," she replies. I barely hear her, though. The sound of my own thunderous heartbeat is so loud, I'm convinced she must hear it too.
Chapter 31. Riley. "Oh, here you are." I turn around. My mother-in-law, fake mother-in-law, I remind myself, is at the other end of the kitchen. She has a pile of books. "Are you ready for your lesson?" I ask. "Let's do it," Mary says. She puts her stuff down on the island, and we meet at the cappuccino machine. I spend a good 5 minutes explaining the parts. "This is very complicated," she says. "It just takes practice," I say. Together we make 2 cappuccinos. I put a flower on mine, then I guide her hand to make a heart on hers. "Take them outside, dear. I'll meet you there." I take the cups out to the back porch and sit down at the table. Mary joins me. She takes a sip of her drink and nods her approval. "I still don't know if I can do it, though," she says as she opens one of her books in front of me. I have had one of these made every year since Porter was born. It's a photo album. The first picture is the standard hospital photo of Porter in his hat. He's swaddled in the striped receiving blanket and lying in the glass bassinet. By the time we finish the coffee, Porter is 5 years old. I notice a little girl starting to show up more and more. She's absolutely adorable. In one photo, she and Porter toast marshmallows with the sun setting behind them. Her hair glows like a halo. "I'm sorry," I say in my head to Monica. They were obviously destined for each other. Best buddies as kids, growing into loving partners as adults. For them to not be together now, the only word I can think of to describe it is cruel. "You don't need to look at all of them," Mary says. "I just thought you'd want—" "I love the pictures of him as a baby and toddler," I say truthfully. "He was so cute." That we can agree on. Mary tries to shoo me out of the kitchen, saying she needs to start dinner early today. I beg to help her. We work side by side for an hour. It's what I've always dreamed of, and I'm not talking about the professional chef cookware or the high-end appliances. Being part of a family. People that love me, want me around. That's all I've ever wanted. Fake marriage, fake family, I remind myself sternly. When Porter and I come down for dinner, I see the table has been set outside. I'm about to apologize for not helping when the doorbell rings. Porter goes to answer it and returns with Monica's parents. From the look on Porter's face, he is surprised. I'm not surprised, I'm shocked. Inside, I'm shaking and I accept a very generous pour of wine. "I'd like to propose a toast," Mr. Anderson says when we sit down, "to the newlyweds." "We love Porter like a son," his wife adds. "We are so happy." He is happy. I see the shadow that crosses her face, but she quickly recovers and smiles at me. "To Riley," she says, "welcome to the family." "To Riley," everyone says, but I notice Porter is a beat behind. "Thank you," I say. After dinner, the men wander down to the stable. Mary and I make decaf cappuccinos. We are sitting at the kitchen table when Porter walks through. "Oh, hey," he says. "I'm going to go to bed." "I'll go too," I say. I go to pick up my cup, but Mary says she'll get it. I have to trot to catch up with Porter. He doesn't say a word to me as we go up the very long stairs and down the even longer hallway. I follow him into our room. It's a magnificent suite with a sitting area and his and her private toilet rooms, very convenient, and shut the door. "Are you okay?" I ask. "Fine." "Well, you don't seem fine. You were very quiet at dinner. In fact, ever since Monica's, I said I'm fine." "I get that this is hard for you." "No, you don't. Besides, this is none of your business." I flinch at his tone. I don't meet his eyes. I don't feel afraid, which is a huge relief. But I'm a little hurt. I'm just worried about him. I don't want him to be sad. I don't know what to say. He's right. It is none of my business. How did this get so complicated so fast? Now his parents and Monica's parents. When we split up. "Fine," I say, in a way that implies it is not fine, not at all. The best defense is a good offense or something, right? "I was just concerned about you, that's all," I continue. "But I can keep it professional, since this is all fake anyway. Sorry for caring." I stalk off to the sitting room attached to the bedroom and throw myself down on one of the two oversized chairs. I could sleep here tonight, I think. I curl up on the chair and try to imagine it. It's a little tight, but certainly better than sleeping in my car. "Riley." I look up. "I think I'll sleep over here tonight," I say. "What?" "It's fine." "You can't sleep there." "It's almost as big as a bed." "For a toddler, maybe." I get up and walk towards him. My only objective is to grab a blanket and pillow from the bed. He puts his arm out as I get close to him. "What?" I say. It takes him what seems like a long time to answer. I'm about to give up and push my way past him. I'm sure he wouldn't stop me when he leans in closer. I can smell him. He smells so good, like wood and leather and fresh air, and him. There's a new look in his eyes. I'm not sure what it is. "Porter?" I whisper. He blinks and pulls back. "Thank you for caring about me," he says. "I'm sorry for how I spoke to you. That was uncalled for. Forgive me?" I don't know what to think, but I know his apology is sincere. I say the only thing I can. "Okay."
Chapter 32. Porter. I lie in bed again, my body totally tense, painfully aware of Riley sleeping next to me. I'm pretty sure she's asleep at least. She's been breathing deeply for at least an hour while I lie here awake staring at the ceiling and trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Seeing the Andersons tonight was confronting, not to mention guilt-inducing. They seemed so happy to see me, but I know I've been terrible at keeping in touch with them. Their greeting hugs felt like vice grips around my heart, even though I know they, like everyone else, only want the best for me. "We just want you to be happy." The words I've probably heard every day for the last year came from Mrs. Anderson's mouth tonight at dinner. To a degree, I could absorb that sentiment over our rare long-distance phone calls. but in person, especially having Riley with me, it felt entirely strange. The awful truth is, I am happy. I just don't know if I'm really allowed to be. I let myself slowly turn my head to look at Riley through the gray dark. Even though we went to bed awkwardly, each staring straight up at the ceiling, she's turned toward me in her sleep. I can feel the faint touch of her breath on my cheek again, and it sends me into another spiral entirely. I can't help but breathe her in, studying her features as best I can in the dim light. It seems like every day we spend together I become more and more attracted to her, and it's doing my head in. I came so close to kissing her tonight. Truly, it took everything in me to step back, but the scent of her breath and the warmth of her body next to me are like a tonic for my ragged mind, even if they're the same things that are making it ragged in the first place. It's with this thought, and the sound of Riley's breathing, that I finally find sleep. When I awake the next morning to Riley stretching beside me, we both act like nothing happened. Somehow that seems like the safest thing to do right now. At breakfast, there's the usual chatter, and when my dad asks what we have planned for the day, Pam jumps in before Riley or I can say anything. I should be used to it by now. That is Pam's signature move after all. "Why don't you teach Riley how to ride a horse?" she exclaims. It's definitely more of a statement than an actual question. I look at Riley, who seems nervous at the thought, and I have to say spending another day alone with Riley feels both exciting and dangerous. I try to come up with an excuse, but Pam, of course, sees right through me. "Porter, you used to love riding horses," she tells me. "It's been too long since you've ridden properly, and Riley has never ridden by herself before. It'll be good for both of you." I can't argue with her logic, and apparently neither can Riley, though the more the idea starts to germinate, the more enthusiastic she seems to be at the prospect. I have to keep reminding myself how novel all this is for her. As we saddle up the horses, I start to feel the same way. It seems Riley's excitement is contagious. Mixed in with her excitement, though, I can see Riley is nervous, but I reassure her that everything will be fine. I already know she'll make a great rider, and I'm right. She's a fast learner. I start with the basics, teaching her how to mount the horse, how to hold the reins, and how to steer. "Let's try to make it to the river, okay?" I ask her, and she nods from atop Snoopy, the black and white horse favored by my mother. As we ride, we both start to relax. We laugh and joke around, forgetting about what happened last night. Riley even tries a light canter, and although she looks terrified at first, I see her expression soon transform into a look of absolute glee. It helps me enjoy myself more too, bringing Prickly Pete alongside her and smiling at the joy of horse riding together. As she tries to slow the horse, though, she pulls a little too hard on the reins. Snoopy rears up slightly, and the next thing I know, she's falling. I'm still on my horse when it happens, and unlike last time, I'm not there to catch her fall. As quickly as I can, I dismount and rush to her side, my heart racing. "Riley, are you okay?" I ask, panic in my voice as I lean over her. I see her convulsing, choked sounds coming from her throat, but as she turns over, I see she's laughing. All the fear and tension rushes out of my body, and I laugh along with her out of sheer relief. "You scared me for a minute there," I tell her, smiling down into her face. "This is why I should only ever be riding a horse if I'm in your lap," she jokes. But the moment she says it, our eyes meet, and our laughter dissipates. I'm still leaning over her, our faces close as we gaze into each other's eyes. I know, in that moment, we're both thinking the same thing. We both must be remembering the heat of each other's skin, of our bodies pressed against each other. The urge to kiss her wells up in me again, suddenly and with immense force. And this time I don't hold back. Without another thought, I let myself close the space between us, pressing my lips to hers in a passionate kiss. She kisses me back, her lips meeting mine, her tongue softly parting my lips, the heat of her breath caressing my skin. It's like a dream, except this time it's not.
Chapter 33. Riley. Porter's hands are warm. They gently cup my head as he holds it carefully, His lips are chapped from being outside for so long, but still soft. He slides his tongue along the seam of my mouth. Moaning softly, I suck on his tongue. One of his hands falls to my neck. I shiver under the loose grip. Unfortunately, it is over nearly as quickly as it started. "What?" I ask, blinking in a soft daze, still a little breathless from being winded and laughing at my own clumsiness. "Someone is coming," he says. He holds his hand out, and I take it. Porter pulls me to my feet and carefully starts dusting me off. That is when I hear it. Hoof beats coming down the path. I cannot tell how far away they are. Despite being able to hear the horse, I still cannot see anyone. "Should we head back?" I ask. Porter nods. That might be a good idea. He helps me back up into the saddle. I get comfortable again, putting my feet in the stirrups and holding the reins like he showed me. The ride back is quiet. I have no idea what just happened. I fell, laughed at myself, and then he kissed me. There is nothing wrong with it. Quite the opposite, in fact, though I do not know what that means. At least I am trying not to. I need to get a grip, but I want him to do it again, as scary as that thought is. I know that this means I want him more than he wants me. That much is obvious from how he still talks about Monica. I do not think I am jealous of a dead woman, but the way he still speaks about her, the soft look on his face, and how his eyes light up when he remembers her. Porter still loves her. Is he regretting the kiss? I hope not. "Do you want to go for another ride later?" Porter asks. "Sure, I had a lot of fun. Even if I did fall off. Pretty sure there is a bruise forming on my thigh. We can go after dinner. I bet we could convince Pam to join us." He brushes his hands off on his jeans, and I let out a sigh. The rest of the afternoon goes relatively peacefully. Of course, that also means that we are acting as though nothing strange happened. I know no one would care if it came up or if we had been seen. We are married after all. I want to ask. Porter is not being as closed off and quiet as he was the other night, laughing with his sister as she pokes fun at the plot holes in Yellow Rock. But then she fell down and broke her leg. She wasn't even walking. Pam laughed as she poured another glass of wine. I didn't write that scene. That was something edited afterwards. Porter shakes his head and leans against the back of the couch, his arm draped around my shoulders. Pam does have a point, though. The lead character should not have broken her leg, but they needed the added pressure for the upcoming horse show she was supposed to be in. It is all so domestic. The beginnings of an anxiety attack creep over me, a splash of cold water running down my spine. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, counting back from 10 as I list off 5 things for each of the 5 senses. Imposter syndrome is real, and the longer I sit here, the more it weighs down on my chest. I know that I want this, but even as we lay in bed together, I do not know what Porter really wants. Maybe this means nothing to him at all. That is why he can act so natural and pretend we did not make out on the trail. Or maybe he regrets it. Rolling over to my side, I smile softly. I really did have a lot of fun today. I've never ridden a horse before. It was great. Porter does not say anything. For a moment he might be asleep, but then my eyes adjust to the darkness, and I can see that his are also open. My anxiety starts crawling up my spine again, churning my stomach. I mean it. Being up there, feeling the horse move down the trail, the wind in my hair, and the weather was perfect. I keep talking. My nerves are so shot with overthinking that I cannot stop. The ability to simply ride off and never look back. Such a wild and freeing feeling. I understand why you love it here so much. Porter turns over. He is a lot closer than I thought he would be. The bed is fairly large, even for 2 adults. I open my mouth to keep speaking. The silence is deafening, and his expression is hard to read in the soft moonlight. He does not speak, even as he closes what little distance there is between us. I barely have a moment to catch my breath before he presses his lips against mine. All the worries I have been holding on to do not exactly melt away, but they certainly recede to the back of my mind. Moaning softly, I return the kiss before he pulls away. His arms wrap around me as he rolls us over. Porter leans over me, pinning me down against the mattress. He pushes his tongue into my mouth and I happily accept it. Lifting my arms, I wrap them around his shoulders. The kiss deepens as he presses harder. Taking the hint, I twist my tongue around his and suck teasingly on it. His hand slides down my side and under the band of my sweatpants. It sends an electrical spark up my body. My legs fall apart nearly on their own, waiting in anticipation for him to touch me. I do not have to wait too long before he slips a finger inside the wet heat of my body. I moan against his lips and raise my hips into the touch, craving more.
Chapter 34. Porter. Riley moans so sweetly. Her skin is so soft, yet there is a firmness to it. Everything about her is gorgeous. The way her hair puddles around her in the pillow. Her eyes, normally so bright and full of life, are clouded over with lust and need. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from vixavonromance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 35. Riley. Porter's soft snoring wakes me up. I can feel his warm breath on the back of my neck. I smile and hold in a giggle. We had slept together last night. I am not a blushing virgin, but there is something extra about it. I feel relieved and overwhelmed, but in the best way possible. The intensity of it is still lingering, at least to me. Porter is still sleeping soundly behind me. The fact that we are still wrapped up together makes my heart speed up. I need to get up before I overthink and wake him up. Getting out of bed is a task. I have to peel the blankets off of me. They are stuck on really well, a mixture of sweat and semen, not a feeling I can say that I enjoy. If I had had the energy last night, I would have showered before falling asleep. Instead, here we are. Gathering my clothes, I go and have a shower. The house is quiet, making the rumbling of the plumbing louder than normal. I do not take long. Even cutting the time, I stare into the void in half. If I stay here too long, I will start thinking about last night again. I just want to enjoy it. Stepping out of the shower, I give my hair a quick blow dry and get dressed. With everyone still asleep, I make my way downstairs. Slipping my sneaker on, I step outside. The sun is just starting to creep up over the edge of the property. It is a breathtaking sight. Listening as the birds start to wake up and sing to greet the morning. The soft light of dawn washing over the fields. Farm hands move around, further down the property, already up and tending to the animals. I walk down the path, following the fence line. There is a smile on my face for no one except myself. I grew up in the city, surrounded by towering buildings, smog-filled skies, and the ever-pressing rush of the day. Here, everything is so clean. The air is fresh. The people are friendly. There is no sense of urgency towards anything. The ranch moves at its own pace, in its own world. There are no decrepit buildings. No risk of the house getting shot up in a drive-by. Neighbors are far enough that I cannot even see their homes, let alone hear them yelling and screaming at each other. This peace is something I never knew could exist. I do not want to lose it. Riley, dear, is everything all right? I blink and look over. Pam stands next to me, a concerned expression on her face. I give her a soft smile. Everything is perfect, I reply. Okay, you just look so sad standing here by yourself. Just enjoying the view, I tell her. Pam watches me for another moment before nodding. Good. It's a pretty great view. Never gets old. I believe it. I really do. It makes me want to stay on the ranch forever. I have no idea how Porter had been able to leave it so easily. The city feels like a different planet now. Somewhere distant and uninhabitable. A peaceful silence falls between us. Both of us are simply enjoying the morning as it continues to rise around us. Pam folds her arms over the top rung of the fence and leans forward. Her hair flowing in the soft breeze. Combined with the horses running in the fields, it is like a moment in Yellow Rock. At least I can see where Porter gets his inspiration. With so much personal experience to pull from, writing the screenplay must have come so easily to him. I want to thank you, Riley, Pam says after a moment. For what? I ask. I move to stand next to her, leaning against the fence. She bumps our shoulders and smiles. For being with my brother. Oh, you don't have to thank me for that, I reassure her. I do. Pam laughs. Porter, he has been so lonely, even if he'd never admit to it. We all knew. You mean, since Monica died. Neither one of us has to say it, but Pam does anyway. Yes. Since Monica passed away, he just walked around with a little rain cloud over his head. It affected his writing, and he stopped coming to visit. If it weren't for Mom's phone calls, we probably would never have heard from him. So you're thanking me for... I feel like I know where this is going, and I do not know if I really deserve the compliment she is about to give me. Pam laughs again. It is a nice sound. So carefree and full of life, just like her. For making him happy, for chasing away the sadness, for bringing my brother back from wherever he ended up after Monica died. I am touched, really. It makes my heart swell with warmth and acceptance to hear Pam tell me that I make her brother happy. I was starting to wonder if Porter really was. Even with what happened last night, he is so hard to read. I hope I can keep making him happy, I tell her. It is the honest truth. I do not know if I am actually making Porter happy. He could have just gotten really good at pretending to be, having the mask of what happiness could be and running with it. If he will let himself have this with me. I can only hope. I do not have the heart to tell her that this might all be for show. Does he make you happy? She asks. I pause. Looking back over the field, my eyes follow the flight of a bird in the distance. He does. And that is also the truth. The scary and very real truth. I want this to become real. My everyday for the rest of my life. Porter, Pam, the ranch, Cafe Clementine, all of it.
Chapter 36 to Porter. I turn over in bed as the morning light filters in through the window, but Riley's not there. The first thing I feel is disappointment. The second is a strange confusion. Yesterday's lovemaking plays over and over in my mind, and as much as it brings me joy, it also brings me a deep sense of uncertainty. A barrage of thoughts run through my mind, and most of them are questions. Am I allowed to be doing this? Is my happiness a betrayal? Am I rushing into something that will only hurt us both? Shouldn't I still be grieving? It's clear to me, though, that the answers to those questions won't come to me while I'm lying in bed. And besides, I'm hungry. In lieu of understanding what all my feelings mean, some breakfast sounds pretty good. "Morning, Mom," I say when I enter the kitchen. She's the only one there, and she offers me some pancakes. As I'm stacking my plate, Mom comes up behind me and lays a hand on my shoulder. When I turn, she's beaming at me. "I'm so happy you're looking more yourself again, honey, and that you have someone who cares so much for you," she tells me, and a swirl of emotions eddies up in my chest. I know it's been a long, hard couple of years, but I hope you know how glad I am that you're allowing yourself to be happy again. Your father and I missed seeing you like this. I don't know what to say and manage only to mutter my thanks before sitting down at the breakfast table. But the pancakes might as well be cardboard for how distracted I am. Have I really changed that much? I wonder to myself, trying to process my mother's words. As I'm pondering this, Dad comes in, followed soon after by Riley and Pam. I manage a curt good morning to all of them, but I can barely look Riley in the eye. I feel terrible for it, but I'm afraid I might feel even worse if I do meet her gaze. While the rest of them chat over pancakes, I'm stuck pondering my own thoughts, and as soon as breakfast is over, I excuse myself. "I'm sorry. I won't be around much this morning," I tell them, but I don't say much more than that before I walk out the door. It's our last day here, and I feel guilty for just bailing on Riley like that, but there's something I need to do. Besides, I trust that Riley's comfortable enough with my family by now that she'll be fine there without me. I take the long drive to the next town over, charting the path that unfortunately is all too familiar. My mind is racing the whole way, and by the time I reach the cemetery, I know what I need to say. I find Monica's grave by muscle memory, a small white headstone engraved with her name and a sunflower, her favorite. In some ways, it feels like just yesterday it was being mounted. In other ways, it feels like a lifetime ago. "Hey, honey," I say, my chest feeling tight as I gaze at her headstone. "I know you'd probably tell me not to apologize if you were here, but I still feel like I need to tell you I'm sorry." My words dissipate into the air, carried away by a slight breeze. There's no answer, of course, but I can't help but imagine Monica there with me, holding my hands and comforting me. "I slept with Riley last night," I say, the words feeling so foreign on my lips. And I honestly don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about it. The mess of emotions in my chest is still swirling, but somehow speaking these words out loud is helping, as I knew it would. "I know it's selfish of me to be moving on without you," I say, my throat tight and my words strained. And I still don't know if I'm supposed to be doing any of this. People keep telling me how happy I look, and I hate to say it, but I am happy. I don't deserve it, but somehow I met a second woman who makes me happy the way you did. And I don't know if that's a terrible thing to say. Tears are welling in my eyes now, and I try to blink them away, but what I'm feeling is too strong. There's guilt, yes, but there's something else. Something I know I need to say out loud. "I think I've fallen in love again," I say softly, and the words bring as much pain as they do joy. I don't know if it's a betrayal, as my guilt tells me it is, or if it's a sign of healing, like Pam keeps saying. Whatever it is, it's confusing as hell, and I'm hoping Monica will give me some kind of sign. But if there is one, I don't see it. Instead, I just feel my words hanging heavy in the air. I guess I'm scared by that, I admit, because I still don't know if it's okay. I stare again at Monica's grave, wishing for an answer to somehow come, but it doesn't. Is it okay? Silence, of course, only silence. Silence is the sound of the whole drive back to the ranch. It's the sound of my farewell to my family, and it's all I can offer to Riley the whole way back to Michigan. She tries to start a conversation, telling me how much she enjoyed Montana, or commenting on the sights from the plane, but soon she, too, lapses into a contemplative silence. I wish I could say something, but my words feel tied up in knots along with the thoughts and feelings that lie unresolved in my belly and chest. It's a long ride home.
Chapter 37. Riley. I feel like I could scream into the silence that seems to have suddenly replaced the man I made love with last night. But we're in a cab, and that would probably be considered inappropriate. I guess it would be considered inappropriate no matter the setting, So instead, I hold my tongue. The silence is killing me, though, and the cabbie's attempts at forcing a conversation out of us aren't helping. "Been on holiday, huh?" he asks, peering at us through the rearview mirror. Porter, of course, says nothing, instead looking guiltily out the window. Yeah," I reply in an attempt to spare the driver the same fate I've apparently been handed. "We went to see my Porter's family." I cringe hard at my answer, glancing out of the corner of my eye to try to judge Porter's reaction. But if there is one, I can't see it. His face is turned so far away from me by this point that he could be sticking out his tongue and I wouldn't know. "Oh yeah?" asks the cabbie, clearly not reading the room. "Where they from?" "Montana," I reply. And like Porter, I'm beginning to think silence was the better option. The last thing I want is to get into the awkward details of our trip with a perfect stranger, especially when I'm becoming less and less clear every second how to even process what happened over the last few days. Last night it seemed like we were finally on the same page. Like I wasn't imagining things when I felt a spark of attraction between us. Like I wasn't alone in our flirtatious exchanges at the cafe. Like I wasn't making a fool out of myself every time we touched and I felt a longing for him. But now all that has changed, and I don't think we're even in the same book anymore, let alone on the same page. Everything in me wants to reach across the seat and take his hand, to feel his skin again and know that last night wasn't the lie I fear it was. But I know I can't do that. I know my fears are 100% true, and it aches. It's obvious what's happening. Porter's still hung up on Monica, and he regrets being with me last night. That much is clear, and I can't blame him, of course. I have no idea what it's like to lose a loved one like that, and I know this can't have been easy for him either. But I hate knowing that he doesn't actually feel anything for me. I glance across at him, but I can't catch his eye. Instead, he's still peering out the window, thinking of Monica probably. He isn't so turned away now that the cabbie has given up on engaging the morose couple in his back seat, and that means I can see a little more of Porter's face. I let my eyes trace his jawline, running over the skin that my lips ran over just last night. My gaze lingers on his lips for the same reason. But when I look up to his eyes, I see sadness there. And it's that sadness that makes it clear I can't keep looking at him like this. I don't think I can keep looking at him at all. It feels so weird to see him from across an expanse now, to study him as if he's a stranger, when just last night our bodies were wrapped around each other. I suddenly wonder with a start if he was just thinking about Monica the whole time. The thought both saddens and pains me. Pam told me after he left that he'd probably gone to visit her grave and that knowledge messes with my emotions. Of course, he's still grieving his wife. That's totally natural. And of course, he misses her. I just wish he hadn't used me to comfort himself. But I can't place the blame entirely on him. I let my eyes run over his face once more before turning away. I wanted it too. I wanted him. And I made this happen just as much as he did. I knew I'd get hurt if I let myself fall for him, and here we are. I guess I should have known better. The cab finally pulls up outside Porter's building, and Porter gives him a large tip, probably to make up for the awkward car ride. As for me, though, he doesn't even look at me, even though he takes my bag. We enter the building wordlessly, and I feel my heart has well and truly dropped into my stomach. "Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Grimes," Jason says from behind the front desk. The words suddenly make me cringe, and I realize I can't be here anymore. Not now. Once we get into the apartment, I know what I have to do. "Well, now that your sister's gone," I say, suddenly breaking what feels like an eternity of strained silence, "I'll be moving out." Porter looks up at me, his eyes finally meeting mine with a look that I can't quite read. Is he relieved? Hurt? Surprised? Saddened? It's impossible to tell. "Oh," he says, and the sound holds no meaning, no emotion that I can hear. "I understand." He then nods slowly and thoughtfully. "Well, I'll still help you find a place, of course, he adds, and something catches in my chest at the words. Even if he's still in love with Monica, his kindness toward me is unchanged. It's exactly that kind of gesture that makes me sure I can't stay here, though. I know it's terrible, that this was never supposed to happen, but I can't help it. Porter is still in love with Monica, but I'm well and truly in love with him. I can't deny that anymore. I need to leave now before I get hurt in a way I can't recover from.
Chapter 38. Porter. I open the door to the fridge. There hasn't been this much food in there since I moved in. I stick my hand in and almost pull out a loaf of bread. Nope, I say. I should eat something. I open up the cupboard and the jar of marshmallow fluff is right there, next to the peanut butter and a large bag of grits. Double nope, I say, and slam the door. Riley had planned on making me her favorite dinner sometime, shrimp and grits. She never got around to it. She said she would the next time shrimp was on sale. You don't have to wait for a sale, I had told her. Eat something, a little voice in my head says. Even a fluffernutter. That's ridiculous. I'm an adult. But being an adult means I can eat a fluffernutter whenever I want. Well, that's what Riley said when she brought the fluff home. I make a sandwich and head for my office. The lack of light suits my mood perfectly. The living room and the kitchen are bright, happy. Like Riley, not like me. I take a big bite and savor it. I loved them as a kid, as did Riley. It was one of the things we figured out we had in common growing up. Considering how different our upbringings were, we were kind of delighted to make that discovery. All right, I say, making a list out loud. Email, then maybe one-word puzzle, then I need to work. I do my usual, almost daily recitation that I don't have to work. Not for the money. But man, do I need it. When I'm immersed in a story, I am totally there. I can't think about everything else. Exactly what I need right now, I think. And pop open my email. Spam, something from my mom. She hates typing long things out in a text. And she abhors abbreviations and lack of punctuation. I delete the spam, decide to read my mom's later, and... I open the email and read it. I start grinning, I can't help it. My screenplay has been picked up by a network. They want to discuss the details. I call out. What are you doing? I scold myself. I get up and walk to the doorway and gaze out into the living room. I try to picture what Riley would say if I told her. She'd be thrilled for me. I know that. Despite all that she's been through in her life, she would never begrudge someone a bit of happiness. It's one of the things I like about her. I sit down at the computer and schedule a meeting to discuss the screenplay acquisition. Then I look at my mom's email. I could tell her. She'd be happy for me, too. Nope, I say again and go to my bedroom to get dressed. On the way downstairs, I tell myself that there is nothing wrong with going to see a friend when you have good news to share. That's all it is, I mutter. Sir? I turn. I was walking right past the front desk, and I didn't even see Jason sitting there. You okay? He asks me. I'm okay, thanks. I just got some good news, great news, actually. Sorry for being distracted. Good morning. Sounds like a great morning, he says with a thumbs up. It's a beautiful day, and my mood absolutely soars. I have to admit, feeling good about something is a heck of a lot better than feeling bad about everything. I have to tell Riley. I have to thank her. If she hadn't helped me out of my funk, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I get to the cafe and the line is out the door. I stop and reverse direction. I need to wait until things calm down so we can talk. I get a coffee at another shop. It feels like cheating, beverage adultery. But I need something to do until things quiet down. I sit in a park and people watch and nurse my definitely inferior drink. A couple rushes by me. They stop at the corner. Wait, the woman says. What? The man replies. Is he her husband? Boyfriend? Brother? Have a great day, she says. He smiles and leans in to kiss her. Definitely not her brother. When my coffee is cold, I couldn't finish it. I throw it out and go back to Riley's cafe. The morning rush is over and I go in. Hi, Porter, Elsa says. Elsa, hi, I say. Is Riley around? In the back, Elsa says, just as Riley comes through the door. She's carrying a huge tray of mugs. Her hair is tied back, but fighting its restraints. She's told me how annoying she finds it, but I think she looks amazing. I wait for her to notice me. She sets the tray down and turns around. Porter, hi, she says. What's up? Do you need a drink? Elsa can help you. Oh, please, Elsa says, fanning herself dramatically. You make it. You know what he likes. Okay, Riley says. What do you want? Surprise me, I say. $4.50, she calls down to Elsa. I walk over to pay and then back to pick up my drink. Riley puts it on the counter. Riley, can we talk? She sighs and comes around the counter. Porter. She's got one curl hanging loose down the side of her face. I reach out and tuck it back behind her ear. She smiles, like really smiles. It reminds me of our night together, our one spectacular night. I want to kiss her. The heat starts rushing to my face, everywhere. To cover what is quickly becoming an awkward silence, I look down at my drink. A flat white, I say. I'm unable to keep the surprise and disappointment out of my voice. It's like an old friend, right? She says. Reliable, dependable, safe. I agree. Didn't I tell myself the whole way over here that I was just coming to see a friend? I have something to tell you, I say in what I hope is an old friend voice.
Chapter 39. Riley. 3:15. The semicolon blinks at me. I feel the other side of the bed. Porter's side. Well, Porter's side when we were at his parents' house. I don't know why I bother. It's empty, obviously. I'm in my new apartment, the one he helped me find. He didn't exactly object strenuously when I told him I was leaving. He was probably relieved, I tell myself. Please, I just need some sleep, I say out loud as I bury my face in my pillow. Mercifully, it comes. When my alarm goes off, I'm refreshed. My heart is heavy, but at least my body is good to go. Breakfast seems like a huge decision. The big bag of grits reminds me how I never made shrimp and grits for dinner for Porter to try. He told me to just get the shrimp if I wanted it, even if it wasn't on sale. I close the cupboard door. I'll eat at work. I shower and get dressed. On the way downstairs, I decide it might do me some good to count the reasons Porter and I don't make a good match. The shrimp is a perfect example. Good morning, Miss Watts, the doorman says. Good morning, I say. He's got a supermarket sales circular open on his desk, and he's making a list on the back of an old envelope. Any good sales? I ask. Chicken, he says. I give him a thumbs up and walk out the door. I can't thank Porter enough for getting me into this building. 24-hour security. He had a panic button installed in every room. He's the reason I could get back to sleep last night. I need to focus. We are just too different. Not to mention his wife. The morning rush starts, and I'm relieved. I see a glimpse of someone outside. Their wavy brown hair with toe-dye for blonde highlights reminds me of Porter. The store is so crowded I can't really get a good look. An hour later, it's calmed down. I bring out a huge tray of mugs and start putting them away. I turn around and he's there. Porter, hi, I say. I don't even know what to say next. Just seeing him, just having him standing there looking at me, the only thing I know is I love him. And I can't have him. I make him a flat white. Maybe it will remind him of when we first met, and how much has happened between us since then. Maybe he'll look at it and realize that he started falling in love with me back then. He just didn't know it at the time. He pays for his drink and asks if we can talk. I come around the counter. He looks at me and brushes my hair back. His touch makes me smile. It makes me feel like I can fly. Maybe he'll kiss me right now and... A flat white, he says, looking at his drink. I'm like a balloon that's been punctured. All the hope and happiness whooshes out of me. I make some comment about dependability being good in drinks and friends. He agrees and says he has something to tell me. What? I say, cursing the hope that rises up in me again. I got an offer on the screenplay. A network wants it. We're meeting to discuss the details. That's great, I say automatically. I mean it, I really do. It's just not what I was hoping to hear. It feels really good, to be honest. Well, be sure to let me know how it goes, I say, and instantly regret it. I can't be his friend, at least not right now. It hurts too much to be in that zone given what we shared, given how I feel about him. Now or never, I think and take a deep breath. Porter, I say, and then look around the shop. I grab his hand and lead him into the back, past the dishwashing station and the ovens. Liam looks at us but doesn't say anything. I take Porter out on the loading dock and slide the brick in the doorway to prop it open. I turn and look at Porter. What is it, Riley? He asks. Is everything okay at the apartment? Yes, no, I mean, the apartment is fine, I just... What? I can't look at him when I say it. I'm still holding his hand, and he squeezes mine reassuringly. His hand is so big and so strong, but so gentle. I pull away from him and look at the ground. You need to understand, I didn't mean for this to happen. I sneak a look at him. He looks confused and a little curious. I look back at the ground. I know it was just supposed to be an arrangement. We aren't really married. I know that. That is what we agreed to, he says slowly. And I am so, so grateful, I rush to say. It's true. I wanted Simon to leave me alone, forever, and the fake marriage did that. Fingers crossed just in case. I was happy to help, Porter says, spreading out his hands in a "and" gesture. I take a deep breath and go for it. I've fallen for you. I didn't mean to, but I did. I know it won't work out. I know you are still in love with Monica. Riley, I look at him. I can tell he's tensed up. Whatever he is feeling, it's not good. This was a big mistake. I can't be around you right now, I say. It's too hard. I know I'm being selfish after everything you did for me, but I just can't. I hope you understand. He doesn't say anything. He just breathes out. A long, slow sigh. He looks sad, and I suppress an urge to hug him. I want to make him feel better. I can't. I'm not Monica, and I never will be. Come on, I say, opening up the door. I lead him back through the kitchen. He leaves, and I run to the pantry and sit down next to one of the humongous bags of coffee beans. Then, and only then, do I allow myself to cry.
Chapter 40. Porter. My hands are shaking and my mind is racing when a car cuts me off. I swerve so that I don't hit the car in front of me. I avoid disaster by a close margin. For the rest of the way home, I try not to think of the feelings of love that Riley has confessed to me so that I can get home safely. It's hard not to think about Riley and her luscious body and her huge heart. I manage to keep it together for the 8 more minutes of my commute. But when I get home, I go to my liquor cabinet and take out a bottle of whiskey to chase my fears and my guilt away. Do I really need to chase these thoughts and feelings? Can't I hold on to them for a minute and process what it means to me that Riley has confessed her love for me? I can't believe that someone as beautiful as Riley would fall for me. It is all surreal. But I'm not a 17-year-old falling in love for the first time. I bring out my whiskey and pour myself a shot. The problem is that I had a life before Riley. I was married to the most wonderful person in the world, and she left me right in the prime of our marriage. I pledged to her that I would love her, and only her for the rest of my life. What am I doing having feelings for another woman? Before I can sit down on my leather sofa, the phone rings. I pick it up, and it's Mrs. Anderson, my former mother-in-law. Hello, Porter. It was so wonderful to see you. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to say goodbye to you the other day. My stomach tightens. I feel like I have betrayed Mrs. Anderson with my feelings for Riley. It's good to hear from you. How are you? I say as I'm sitting down on the sofa. I really enjoyed meeting Riley. She seems like a wonderful girl. There it is. She suspects that Riley is something more in my life than just a friend. She can see right through me. I was happy to see you, Mrs. Anderson, I managed to reply. I hope that when you visit again with Riley, we can all spend more time with each other. It's a terrible thing for me to talk to Mrs. Anderson when I'm feeling the way that I feel for Riley. How can Mrs. Anderson even talk about Riley when I was so in love with her daughter Monica? I feel so disloyal. And here Mrs. Anderson is taking the high road and acting so positive about Riley. How can she do this when my allegiance should be to her daughter Monica and only Monica? Porter, is there anything wrong? You aren't responding to me. What could I possibly tell her? Do I admit that Riley is falling for me and I am falling for Riley? How can I admit something that I am just now processing? It's just been a minute since Riley revealed her feelings for me. I don't even know the depths of my feelings. Hello, Porter? Yes, I'm here. You don't sound well. What is it, Porter? I know Mrs. Anderson very well, and I know that when she thinks something is wrong, she is like a dog with a bone. She isn't going to lay it down somewhere and forget about it. I've always been very honest with you, and I guess I shouldn't start being dishonest now. Porter, darling, it's all right to have a life after Monica. She would have wanted that for you. Don't get caught up in all the things that people say a widow should feel. I know you will be loyal to Monica in your heart for the rest of your life. But Porter, it is time to let it go. What? Let go of all the happy years with Monica and all the joy that she gave me? I feel my throat tightening and the tears beginning to burn in my eyes, but I refuse to cry. It must be so hard for you to see me happy. Porter, it isn't hard. It is okay that you are having a life without Monica. Just because you love someone new, it doesn't change what you once had with Monica. But how can I do something like this? I pledged to love Monica, even if death do us part. That's just something a clever person came up with to make the wedding celebration more romantic. How can you love someone past death if you are dead? If you are no more? You don't believe that we exist in heaven watching down on our loved ones. You think Monica is done with me? No, Porter. I don't think that Monica is done with you, and I can't believe that she is completely gone. Something of Monica must exist even beyond the grave. We carry Monica in our hearts always. This bothers me more than anything. The fact that Mrs. Anderson is making it easier for me to love someone else hurts. If I carry Monica in my heart, how can there be room for someone else? You have a big heart, Porter. You are going to love a lot of people in your life, but that doesn't mean that you love Monica any less. I could never stop loving Monica, you know that. Yes, I do. Nothing is going to change that. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Thank you for saying all of this. I will take it to heart. You do that, Porter. Take care of yourself and don't be a stranger. I won't. I hang up the phone. My gut starts to feel better, and I don't feel like a monster anymore because I have feelings of love for two women. One that is here, and one that is not.
Chapter 41. Riley. For the past week, I've felt like a plane on autopilot. I go to work, come home to my empty apartment, and watch game shows on my TV until I fall asleep. The next morning, I rinse and repeat. It's a step up from my life before coming to Sandy Springs. Now, I have freedom and no longer have to panic every time I hear a car pull into the driveway. Perhaps my past self would have been grateful for a life like this. But after meeting Porter, I've discovered what it's like to live rather than just survive. My feelings for Porter were blossoming fast, so nipping them in the bud was the best thing I could do. It's clear Porter doesn't feel the way I do for him, and that his heart still belongs to Monica. Who would I be to interfere with that? Regardless, I can't shake the bittersweet sensation clouding my mind. On one hand, I want to come running back to Porter and beg him for a chance at a real relationship. On the other hand, I know I've done the right thing by giving Porter the space he needs to mourn. I pull into the cafe parking lot a little before 6. Isla greets me with a smile as I head in through the back door. "Morning," she says in a chipper voice. She pulls a tray of blueberry scones out of the oven and sets them on the counter. Isla, being the observant woman she is, notices my lowered mood. Her expression softens as she watches me clock in and respond with a half-hearted, "Good morning." "How are things going with you and Porter?" she asks. It's been a minute since I've seen him around the cafe. I'd promised myself I'd stay composed, that I'd keep it all to myself. But just hearing his name is the straw that breaks the camel's back. I bury my face into my hands and burst into tears. "Hey! Hey!" Isla pulls off her oven mitts and hurries over to me. She puts a hand on my shoulder. "Riley, what's wrong?" I shake my head. "It doesn't matter." I choke out. "Of course it does. Whatever it is, it's clearly tearing you apart," Isla says. I let out a sigh, wiping the tears from my face. I want to shake her off and insist that I'm fine, but Isla is persistent. So instead, I decide to get it off my chest. "I think I'm falling for Porter," I whisper, my voice wavering. And I feel so stupid because our relationship was fake from the start, yet I kept wondering if there was something real between us. But I was wrong. I caught feelings when I shouldn't have, and I moved out for my own good. "Riley?" Isla's voice softens and she pulls me into a hug. "Look, I don't know what's going on in Porter's head, but are you sure you were wrong? Have you even told him how you feel?" I nod. "I have, but..." I panicked and walked away before he could say anything, I respond. But he didn't need to. It's clear Porter doesn't love me the way I love him. He's still mourning his ex-wife, and I don't want to interfere with that. "Oh, Riley." Isla lets out a sigh. She pulls away from the hug and looks me in the eyes. "Look, I totally understand where you're coming from. Dating a guy who just lost his wife? It's tough. It's hard not to feel like you're living in another woman's shadow. But while that is true, it doesn't mean he's incapable of loving again. And judging by the way Porter acts around you, I think that's exactly what's going on." "What do you mean?" I ask. "Look, I'm no relationship expert," Isla continues. "So maybe you should take this with a grain of salt, but I've seen the way Porter acts around you. He always seems so bright and joyful when you're near him. And the way he looks at you? If you ask me, I don't think that's something you can fake so easily. He's a writer, not an actor after all." I smile a bit, and Isla hands me a tissue to wipe my face with. I dab my eyes and wince at the smudged mascara left behind on the tissue. Tossing it in the trash, I let out a sigh. I don't know. I've never had anyone who truly loved me, so I don't know what it looks like. Isla smiles sadly. "Me neither," she says. "But I've always believed it's one of those things you just know when you see it. And I've never seen a man look as head over heels as Porter is when you're with him." My heart fluttering, I let my gaze fall to the ground. Isla has no reason to lie to me, but it's still hard to believe what she's saying. After a pause, Isla heads back over to the counter and grabs the tray of scones. Then she pushes the door to the main room open, throwing a glance over her shoulder. "Like I said," Isla continues, "grain of salt. But you shouldn't rule it out altogether either." The door falls shut behind her, leaving me alone in the kitchen with my thoughts. Could Isla have a point? She's always been honest with me, so the idea that she's merely lying to make me feel better doesn't seem likely. Rubbing my eyes, I grab my apron from the hook and tie it around my waist. As I wash up, and prepare myself for the workday ahead, I take a long, deep breath. I slowly count backwards from 20, a grounding technique I'd learned from a therapist many years back. Once I've calmed down, I revisit the idea Isla had proposed. Maybe Porter does feel the same way I do. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself, and maybe I am worthy of being loved. Maybe Porter will be worth waiting for. It's a nice thought, at least.
Chapter 42. Porter. The room where Monica spent most of her illness is still the same as the day that Monica didn't need it anymore. I'd even kept the hospital bed even though hospice wanted to take it back. I couldn't stand the fact that this bed could be used by anyone else than Monica. This was her bed, and I believe that, to a point, the last of her physical presence is still in that bed. I feel silly for thinking like that, but this bed is all I have of the last days of Monica. This is the room that Monica decorated and organized before she got really sick. Porter, I need a place to die, and this is it, Monica told me back then. Beside the bed is the portable hospital table that you roll over the bed. There are still stacks of Monica's books and papers on that rolling hospital table. When I go to that pile to straighten it out, a small little pink book covered in velvet falls out. I pick up the book and open it. This is the journal that Monica spent so much time working on until she couldn't sit up and write anymore. The brain cancer was cruel in the way that she lost her faculties more and more each day. The book feels so soft in my hand. I take it and touch and open the page with Monica's handwriting. This is the last testament of my wife written by her. I take the book and sit down in the chair that I used when I was in this room with Monica. As I sit down to read Monica's journal, I feel sad that this is all I have left of her. I start at the very beginning, and for a good hour, I relive my life with my wife. The first day of cancer treatment comes back to me so vividly through Monica's written words. Monica's words surprise me because they are so cheerful. I'm very blessed to have the people in my life who love me so much. This love makes chemo and every day that I suffer worth it to me, because the treatment helps me to live just a little bit longer to enjoy life and my loved ones, Monica writes. I'm humbled by her words. She was a champ when it came to all the treatment she had to endure. I turn the pages and see my name written everywhere. There's a lot that she wrote about me. I'm so lucky that Porter loves me. He shows me that he loves me in 1,000 ways every day during this horrible sickness. Porter is loyal to me. He never leaves my side. He is such a devoted husband. I don't know what I would do without him. I quickly slam the journal down. To love someone else is to be disloyal to Monica. I can't even begin to love Riley right now. I promised Monica that I would love her forever, and that is what I am going to do. I put the diary down on Monica's bed where her head used to lay on her pillow. Doing this made me feel like Monica is still here with me. Her words are in that book, and I can still hear and see her telling me these things for the first time. Monica was a very beautiful and seductive woman. Every day of my married life to Monica, I wanted her, and I couldn't get enough of her. She responded to my love kindly. Even at the lowest point of her illness, she showed me that she loved me. My heart is heavy because I feel that I've lost 2 women, Monica and Riley. Monica I lost to death, and Riley I lost to circumstances. I put my head down on the bed and weep. I've never felt so alone and guilty. I weep for a few minutes, and then I pull myself together. I need to see Riley real bad. I get up and tidy the bed. I notice that the bed seems to be on top of something that is keeping it from lying flat. It seems to be something underneath the mattress. I lift up the mattress, and there is a matching pink velvet journal like the one I have been reading. What is this book doing under the mattress? I open it to find out if Monica has written in it, and I am surprised that it is filled with Monica's writing. I begin to read the book and find that it is a long letter to me. I am excited to have some new words of Monica's to read. This is an awesome find. I sit back down on my chair and begin to read. I can't believe what I am seeing. This is Monica's diary, where she put down all her fears and all her doubts. She praises me for being right by her side and taking care of her. As I read through the pages, I relive Monica's last days. It is painful. An hour goes by, and I finally reach the end of this journal. I begin to read. Porter, I have loved you more than anyone else in the world. I'm so sad to leave you, not so much because I'm going to miss you, but I know how you are. You will be loyal to the end. I don't wish that for you. I want you not to grieve for the rest of your life. In fact, I wish that you didn't have to grieve me at all. I want you to open your heart again to someone and be happy. Please, Porter, give me this one last thing. When I read these words, my guilt dissipates. Life is too short. Monica has given me permission to love again. There's no time to wait. I need to confess my feelings to Riley.
Chapter 43. Riley. Warm milk, white noise, counting sheep. I've tried everything, and yet sleep is still out of reach. I'm regretting telling Isla about my feelings for Porter. While she'd been comforting, she had given me a sliver of hope that Porter felt the same way, and I don't think I was ready to hear that. Not when I'm still trying to survive after years of being hurt. I'm tired of yearning, tired of having my heart broken. I want to play it safe and never get myself out there again, even if that means dying alone with 50 cats. But it's hard when all I can think about is the taste of Porter's lips. I heave a tired sigh and roll onto my side, pulling the blankets over my head and squeezing my eyes shut. The uncertainty is making my stomach twist. What if Isla is right? What if I do have a chance with Porter? What if I am enough to fill the hole in his heart? Maybe I could wait for him, I wonder. I've always been patient. I've gone 26 years without being loved, and if need be, I'll wait 26 more if that's how long it takes for Porter to open his heart again. I lay wide awake in my bed until my phone goes off at 5 a.m. With a groan, I rub my sore eyes with one hand and shut off the alarm with the other. There's a selfish part of me that wants to call off for the day, but I'd feel awful putting all of that work on Isla on such short notice. I haul myself out of bed and slip into my uniform, styling my hair in a quick and effortless bun. When I arrive at work, the smell of pastries baking and coffee brewing perk me up a little bit more. Liam is always telling us to help ourselves every now and then, so I grab a chocolate chip muffin and an iced coffee, which I scarf down right before the store opens. The sugar and caffeine give me the boost of energy I'll need to survive this sleepless day. Throughout the morning, 2 issues plague my mind: how insanely tired I am and how much I miss Porter. Between serving customers, I stare at the entrance in hopes that his familiar face will come in. I've even set aside a blueberry scone just for him, though I know it'll remain untouched and stale by the end of the day. In the hours between meals when customers are sparse, my mind wanders back to that night at the ranch. I remember his scent, his voice, and how secure I had felt in his arms. I wonder if I'll ever feel that way again. Even if I do have the patience to wait for him, what if it's all for nothing? What if Porter falls for someone else? Or worse, what if Porter was never going to return my feelings, regardless of his mourning? No one else will ever love you, Simon had once said. Tears well up in the corners of my eyes. Excuse me? The voice of a customer pulls me away from my spiraling thoughts. The older man looks at me expectantly, a tinge of concern in his expression. I'm sorry. I rub my tired eyes with the palm of my hand. I didn't get any sleep last night, so I'm a little out of it. What was it you ordered? No worries, young lady, the man says with a smile. I'd like 2 blueberry scones, please. Why did Porter's favorite scone also have to be the most popular one? Biting my lip, I grab a pair of tongs and place 2 fresh scones in a paper bag. Once I ring him up, the man shakily pulls out his wallet and pays in cash. Enjoy your evening, sir, I say. I always feel a bit hopeful when I can switch over to evening instead of day in my greetings. It's a sign that the workday is nearly over. Thanks, ma'am, he says, grabbing the bag of scones and heading for the door. Once he's gone, I take off my plastic gloves and check the time on my phone. Still 2 hours left until the cafe closes. With a sigh, I rest my elbows on the counter. It's unprofessional of me, but the cafe isn't super busy at the moment, and I can't be bothered to stand upright when I'm this tired. As I glance downward, I notice the man had forgotten his wallet on the counter. My eyes widen. "I'll be right back, Isla," I shout into the kitchen. I grab the wallet and hurry out the door. Thankfully, the man hasn't gotten too far. He's just about to enter the jewelry shop next to the cafe when he spots me running toward him. "You forgot something," I call, nearly out of breath by the time I reach him. "Oh, goodness. Thank you so much, ma'am," the old man says, tucking the wallet into his pocket. "My wife tells me I'd lose my head if it wasn't attached to my body." "No worries. I'm the same way," I say with a laugh. As the man continues on his way into the store, I turn to head back to the cafe, but before I can take a step forward, a strong hand grabs me by the wrist. "Let's get you home," a familiar voice says. My blood runs cold. His grip is tight, and his tone of voice is reminiscent of the one I'd always hear before things got violent. "Let go," I snap, attempting to escape from his grip. But Simon is strong, and I fall to the pavement as he yanks my arm. As he pulls me toward his car, another man steps out of the front seat. He's even bigger and stronger than Simon. "Help me get her in," Simon orders, and the man grabs me by the legs. I thrash in their grip and scream as loud as my lungs can manage. "Someone help, please."
Chapter 44. Porter. I'm halfway to the door when I stop. I need to figure out what I'm going to say. I want it to be perfect. I take a quick shower and shave. I also want to look perfect. "Riley," I say to myself in the mirror. This isn't right either. I don't want it to sound rehearsed. When you see her, the right words will come, I tell myself. I decide to have faith in that. I pick up my keys and decide to drive. Her shift will be over soon. Best case scenario, we go to her apartment and bring all her stuff back here. Where she belongs, with me. I can't stop myself from practicing what I'm going to say on the way over. I've had feelings for you for a while. True. I just felt so guilty about Monica. I didn't feel like I deserved to be happy. Also true. But isn't that just more of why Riley told me she couldn't see me anymore? I read Monica's journal finally. I make the last turn, just a couple more blocks. The light turns yellow and I stop. The guy behind me blows his horn. I ignore him. Monica wanted me to be happy. She wanted me to love again. The light turns green. I slow down when I get to the cafe's block, looking for a parking spot. That earns me another toot from the guy behind me. I glance over at the cafe. Riley is outside talking to a guy, handing him something. I almost beat my horn at her, but I don't. She doesn't want me to be the friend who toots at her as he drives by, and that's not what I want. I want more. So much more. I need to hold her hands and look into her eyes and... Damn! I scream and slam on the brakes. It's Simon. He comes up behind Riley on the sidewalk and grabs her. She's no match for him, but I realize quickly he's not alone. Simon's got her arms pinned behind her back, and Thug, too, grabs her legs. I throw the car into park and leap out. "Hey!" the guy behind me yells. "What the hell, man?" I don't answer. I run as fast as I can. Riley is screaming and kicking and flailing around. She must be terrified. I don't say anything. It's going to be 2 against 1, and I need the element of surprise. "Hey," I say, and tap Simon's partner on the shoulder. He turns automatically, and I punch him in the face as hard as I can. He staggers but doesn't go down. "Ow!" Simon says. "Did you bite me?" "Help!" Riley screams. "Call 911! Help me! Please!" I turn to help her, but out of the corner of my eye, I see the punch coming. I duck. My attacker grunts in frustration. "Not so easy when it isn't a tiny woman, is it?" I taunt him, then I pounce. He goes down hard, but he's still fighting. I jump on top of him. Porter! Riley is still screaming, but suddenly she is muffled. I look up and see that Simon has managed to shove her into the car. She's pounding on the window. The adrenaline surges through me. I let out a primal scream and punch the man pinned under me as hard as I can. I knock him out cold and his head falls to the pavement with an audible crack. I leap up and rush to the car. Simon jumps in front of me. Get out of my way! I growl. She's mine. I don't care if you married her. You should have made sure she wasn't claimed. Simon, I'm warning you. I'm not letting her go. Not today, not ever. Move. She belongs to me. She doesn't belong to anyone, I snarl. I grab him by the shoulders and pull him away from the car. He tries to headbutt me, but I move out of the way. I spy his friend lying on the ground and push him in that direction. He doesn't know how to fight. That must be why he likes hitting women. It's the only way he can win. He's using his fists, but I can take a punch. I feel nothing but the white, hot rage about him trying to kidnap Riley, about all he did to her before I met her. I press my weight into the ground and give him a final shove. He steps back, but his buddy is lying there and Simon stumbles over him. I sucker punch him in the breadbasket and he collapses. He looks like a turtle, upended on the back of its shell. He's gasping for air and flailing his limbs, trying to right himself. Porter! I turn to the car. Riley has both of her hands up against the window. Her face is streaked with tears. I motion for her to back up and I open the door. I reach in to grab her at the same time she tries to leap out. She throws her arms around my neck and clutches me tightly. I pick her up and, after glancing at Simon and his friend to make sure they aren't going to try anything else, lean up against the hood of the car. Riley sobs uncontrollably into my neck. Is she okay? Someone asks. She's fine, I say firmly. I got her. I realize a small crowd has gathered. Where are the cops? I called them. So did I. I hear a siren. The cops are here, I whisper to Riley. They got Simon dead to rights. He's going to go away for a long time. I feel her nod and she sniffs loudly. I stroke her hair. The cops jump out of the car and survey the scene. One immediately starts trying to create a perimeter. They tried to kidnap that woman, someone shouts. He saved her. Riley trembles in my arms. You're safe, I murmur to her. I've got you. Promise, she says. I promise, I vow solemnly. And I will never let you go.
Chapter 45. Riley. You seem fine, the EMT says, taking the blood pressure cuff off my arm. Him on the other hand. Ow, Porter says. Sorry, the other EMT says. I know it stings. Don't want it to get infected. How's your hand? Fine, Porter says. He's got an ice pack on his right hand. His other arm is firmly around me. I don't think he's let go of me since he pulled me out of the car, and I don't want him to. Not ever. A cop walks over to us. Are they ready to give a statement? He asks the EMT. Up to them. We're done. How about it? The cop says, looking at us. We can talk, Porter says. Go ahead. Hey, Frank, they're ready, the cop says. Another cop starts walking towards us. Can you come with me, sir? Officer, I guess Frank, says to Porter. He looks at me. I don't want him to step away, not even for a minute. I'd rather stay with her, he says. I understand, Officer Frank says. But it's really better if we question you separately. The first cop finishes for him. For the prosecution. Go, I say, and give Porter a little shove. Are you sure? He says. I'll be fine. I don't want anything to mess up the case. Simon's lawyers are as slimy as one would expect. As horrible as this incident was, maybe this means I can get Simon out of my life for good. I don't want anything to screw it up. Porter walks about 10 feet away. It is an enormous relief to see that he is still right there. "Ma'am?" The officer's radio crackles. He excuses himself and walks around the side of the ambulance. I look at Porter. He's taking the conversation very seriously. "I will wait for you," I say to him silently, "as long as it takes. I don't want to replace Monica. I will make you understand that I know that there is a place in your heart that is hers. Always." "Sorry about that," the cop says when he comes back. I tell him my rather short story. Simon and his friend grabbed me and were trying to kidnap me. I tell him about how I've been trying to get away from Simon, how I had to change my name and move again and again. And he broke the restraining order. I finish with, "He's not supposed to be anywhere near me." The cop didn't look at me while I was telling my story. He was too busy writing everything down. He shuts his pad. "Sorry about that. We have to write down everything, and I do mean everything. And I'm sorry for what you've been through." "Can we go?" I ask, looking pointedly at Porter. "Very soon, I promise. We have to all talk for a minute and make sure we got everything we need. Don't want to leave any wiggle room for the defense." I thank him for his dedication to detail as Porter comes back to me. He sits down gingerly. I know the feeling. In the fight, when the adrenaline is pumping, you don't feel anything. Afterwards, however. "Are you okay?" I ask. "I'm fine," he says. "You are very not fine." "I am, really. If he had gotten away with you, who knows what he would be doing to you right now?" "I know," I say softly. "Geez, I'm sorry, Riley. That was a stupid thing to say. I'm so stupid." "Don't say that," I say immediately. "If not for you, if anything had happened to you, it didn't, because of you." He looks into my eyes. It's like a warm glow between us, connecting us. He cracks a little bit of a smile, and my heart soars. It's not just that he saved me. I love him, and I need to tell him. Now I grab his hands. He sits up, surprised. "Porter," I say, "I want to tell you something. When I said we should see each other anymore, that it was too hard." "No," he says. "Stop. I've been thinking, ever since you said that. The thing is, Riley, I'm in love with you too. I'm too shocked to say anything. I felt so guilty because of Monica. I felt like I was replacing her and she didn't deserve that. You don't deserve that either." "I don't want to replace Monica," I say. "I know she was a big part of your life, and that's a good thing. I don't expect you to forget her or even stop loving her." "And you are okay with that?" "I am," I say, and it's true. She is part of the reason you are who you are today. I'm grateful to her." "Grateful? Well, she's the one who probably taught you to put the toilet seat down, right?" Porter laughs. "I love you," he says. He pauses for a second and then adds, "I read her journal. She told me to be happy, to love again." "She sounds like a really wonderful, generous person," I say. "Like you." "Riley." He leans in and I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him. "Ow," he says, and I pull away concerned. "Oh no," I say. "Don't stop," he says. He grabs my upper arms and pulls me towards him. I kiss him very, very gently. "How was that?" I ask. "Perfect," he says. "You're going to have to do all the work tonight when we get home, I think. I'm starting to stiffen up." "All over?" I ask, teasing him. "Definitely." "Promise me you'll be gentle." I lean over and nuzzle his neck. "I'll only hurt you in the best way possible," I say. "Cop," Porter says. I pull away. The cop is smiling as he comes over to us. "We got everything we need, folks. So many witnesses, the protection order violation. This guy is going away for a long time." "Thank you," Porter and I say together. The EMTs don't think you need to go to the hospital, but if you want to get checked out, no, I say, looking at Porter, who nods in agreement. I want to go home.
Chapter 46. Porter. 6 months have gone by since me and Riley have officially gotten together. I've fallen more in love with her every day, and with every morning I wake up to her beautiful face beside me, I feel more hopeful for the days ahead. Monica will always hold a place in my heart, but I trust that wherever she is, she's happy that I've opened my heart again. The guilt I once felt has loosened its grip on me, and I'm happier than ever with Riley by my side. It's a sunny day in Sandy Springs. We're only 1 week into June, and the hot, humid summer of Georgia has already made its way in. As I climb into my car and make my way to Cafe Clementine, I wipe a bead of sweat from my forehead. But the sweat isn't just from the heat. Today, I'm taking a step forward in my relationship with Riley. Everyone in the cafe, except for Riley, knows about this, and they've all agreed to help me set up the surprise. It's a little after 2 p.m. when I arrive at Cafe Clementine, and the dining room looks stunning. Bouquets of red and white roses sit on every table. There are little pink petals scattered across the floor. Picture frames hang on every wall of the cafe, and within them are snapshots of me and Riley on our most memorable date nights. "You guys have done a great job," I exclaim, clapping my hands together. "Is there anything left I can help with?" "Thanks, Porter," Ela says, giving me a thumbs up. "Want to help us blow up balloons?" Jenna asks. She hands me a plastic bag full of red, heart-shaped balloons. That's the last thing we gotta do before everything's ready. Once we've inflated the balloons, I help Liam and Jenna hang them around the cafe. As I'm taping a balloon to the doorframe above the kitchen, my phone rings. I pull it from my back pocket to see who's calling. Riley. "Hey, love," I say with a grin. "Porter, can you tell Liam I'm sorry?" Riley's voice sounds panicked on the other end of the line. I tried to call him, but he wasn't answering his phone. "Oh, really?" I glance over at Liam, who's currently struggling to tie the knot on a balloon. Knowing him, he probably got so carried away with decorating that he forgot to check his phone. "What's wrong?" I ask Riley. "My class got extended, and I really didn't want to leave early, so I'm going to be a little late to work today." Riley sighs. "I'll be there in 20 minutes at the earliest. Could you please let Liam know I'm sorry, and I'll be there as soon as possible." A couple months ago, Riley had started attending nursing school. With her bright mind and a little financial help from me, getting into her dream school had been a breeze. "Of course, love, I'm sure he'll understand," I respond. "Do you think he'll be mad?" Riley asks, her voice trembling. "Not at all, babe," I say. "He's a little busy right now anyway. I don't even think he's noticed." Riley lets out a relieved laugh. "Okay, good. Thank you so much, babe. I'll be there as soon as I can." Riley hangs up, and I stuff my phone back into my pocket. I don't mind the delay since it only gives me more time to prepare for the big event. Once we're done with the balloons, I excuse myself to the bathroom for a moment to collect myself. I take a long, deep breath and look myself over in the mirror. I've dressed up nicely. I'm wearing a fresh blue button-up shirt, a black bow tie, and some comfortable black and white striped slacks. I've even tied my hair up in a ponytail to keep it out of my face and give myself a somewhat cleaner look. I reach into my shirt pocket and pull out a small black box with a velvet coating. I made sure to choose a ring that Riley would love. It's a shiny golden color that pairs perfectly with our wedding band. It even has a little sapphire, her birthstone, in the center of it, surrounded by tiny diamond studs. The bell above the cafe doorway rings. I immediately stuff the ring box back into my pocket. Taking another deep breath, I brace myself before heading out into the main room. Riley is standing in the entrance with wide eyes. She looks at all of the decorations surrounding her, the shocked expression gradually shifting to one of pure wonder. "This is so pretty," she says with a laugh, turning to me with her hands clasped. "What's all the celebration for?" Isla and Liam are grinning widely as I walk toward Riley. "It's for you, of course," I say, "celebrating Riley, the most beautiful woman on this earth." Riley smiles softly, Porter, she whispers, brushing a tear away from her face. This is so lovely. But you know it's not my birthday yet, right? Maybe not, I begin, taking her hand into my own. I give her a gentle kiss on the knuckles. But it is the birth of something truly beautiful. I drop to my knee and look Riley in the eyes. Her eyes widen as realization dawns on her. I love you, Riley, I say. You've brightened up my life during one of my darkest hours. You're an amazing friend and a wonderful girlfriend. And if you'll have me, I'd love to add wife to that list of titles. I pull out the velvet ring box and pop it open. The sapphire stone glistens in the sunlight shining into the cafe. Will you marry me, Riley? The words have barely left my mouth before Riley pulls me into a tight embrace. She kisses me on the cheek, and I feel her warm tears on my skin. Of course I'll marry you, Porter, she whispers, looking me in the eyes. I'd love nothing more than to be your Mrs. Grimes.
Chapter 47. Riley. Horseback riding is terrifying, if I am being brutally honest. I am getting better at it. As I follow along behind Porter, the trail is well marked, up behind the back of the property. It goes through the woods and up into the mountains. The mid-morning sun is warm, yet the soft breeze keeps it from being stifling. A light sweater is more than enough as we trot down the trail. I watch as the light falls through the treetops and reflects off the metal pieces of the saddles. The world is so calming here, from the sweet scent of wildflowers in the air to the sound of the horses' hooves on the hard dirt path. Maybe the more we came out riding, the easier it would get. Where are we heading? I ask. Normally, we would only go so far before the trail eventually ended circling back to the ranch. However, we have been riding for quite some time now, and I still cannot see the end. Porter turns in his saddle, a grin on his lips. He'd been secretive all morning, but in a playful way. You'll see when we get there, he replies, looking back to the front. The path is wide enough for us to ride beside each other. No one is going to come from the other direction? Not today, he says so confidently. I move my horse to walk up next to his. Porter reaches over and takes my hand in his. Much better. We're almost there. Porter's almost there, turned into almost another 20 minutes of riding. My thighs are starting to ache from being in the saddle for so long. I am still not used to it, and a little envious that Porter does not seem to be as affected by it. Here we are, he says. Coming to a stop, he dismounts and walks his horse past the tree line. I follow, being careful as to how I am holding the reins. I do not need to be responsible for a horse tripping and breaking a leg in the mountains. Oh, I say as the breath leaves me. I cannot think of any other words at the moment. Staring out from the view. The slope was so subtle on horseback that I never realized we were going up. Now we are standing at the top of one of the mountains. Below us the valley stretches out forever, rolling hills covered in trees. The lake shimmers in the now afternoon sunlight. Porter's arm wraps around my waist. The contact snaps me out of my trance. What do you think? He asks. It's breathtaking, I tell him. Because it is. I do not think I will ever get used to how vast the world outside the city can be. It is almost as suffocating and scary as it is beautiful and soothing. I have something else for you too. Porter leads me over to the blanket. When did you set this all up? I ask, giggling as I sit. While you were staring into space. I brought everything up in my saddlebag. He explains. There is a bottle of wine, chicken salad sandwiches, cupcakes and fruit with cheese and crackers. A little surprise picnic lunch. I smile brightly as I accept the glass of wine. Lunch is lovely. We sit close to each other, shoulders pressed together. Porter feeds me grapes as we talk about our plans, about how 2 kids and a house just up from the beach in Sandy Springs would be the ideal for us. Maybe a dog, and a lot of plants. I have spent my whole life moving from place to place. I would like to make roots now, with Porter. Porter leans in and kisses me. I drop the cracker, in favor of cupping his cheek. It starts off slow and tender. I smile against his lips, parting for his tongue. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixavon audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 48, Porter. The old familiar drive takes me through Montana's ranch country, through roads I know like the back of my hand, roads that hold so many memories, both good and bad. The bad ones sting less than they used to, though, transformed perhaps into a dull ache that lessens with each passing day. It's the good that comes through strongest now, and although I left this place with a broken heart, I feel now that I'm returning with a full one. In fact, it's because my heart is full that I'm here, in the first place. I pull up to the cemetery, taking a deep breath before I get out of the car and find the place I'm looking for. There's a smile on my lips as I do, though. This feels meaningful, but it no longer feels heavy. It's a far cry from what I felt the last time I was here. "Hey, Monica," I say softly as I stand before the familiar white headstone. It's a beautiful sunny day, and it makes the cemetery feel peaceful, optimistic even. Not the bleak and melancholy place I so often felt it to be. I lay a bunch of flowers on her grave, and something in the act is reassuring. I haven't forgotten Monica, but I've allowed myself to be happy too, even if it's without her. The colorful carnations are not flowers of mourning, but of celebration, a celebration of life. "So I'm getting married tomorrow," I tell her, birdsong mixing with my words, and I can hear the happiness in my voice as I say it out loud. I kind of can't believe it's happening. It's a bit surreal. I'm smiling as I say it, and it's not a sad smile. It's a smile that tells her, and me, that I want to share these things with her, not try to keep the two parts of me separate through guilt. That was never what she wanted anyway. I now know. And I only robbed myself of peace by thinking it was. In hindsight, I should have known better, but grief is a strange and terrible thing. "You'd really like Riley, actually," I continue. "I know this makes no sense for all sorts of reasons, but I kind of wish you could be here to meet her. I think you'd get along." I chuckle at this, imagining the two great loves of my life laughing together, and even though it's absurd, it makes me happy to think about it. I never thought I'd be here, speaking to my dead wife about my upcoming wedding, but if all of this has taught me anything, it's that life rarely turns out the way we expect. "I'm really in love with her," I continue, and I'm glad I don't feel guilty about that anymore. I almost screwed it up, but Monica, this last year with her has been amazing. I'm so grateful I didn't lose Riley, too. Thank you for what you wrote in your journal. I don't know if I could have done this without knowing you'd come to terms with it before you left. I'm really happy, Monica, just like you wanted for me. Thank you. I take a deep breath, smiling into the sunshine. Just a little over a year ago, I couldn't have imagined I'd be getting married again, and the thought of all that's happened since then makes my heart fill with joy. "You know, Riley's just finished her first year of nursing school," I say to the gravestone glinting in the bright sunlight. "I'm so proud of her. She's going to make an amazing nurse, and things are moving along for me too. The screenplay that got picked up has just wrapped production, and distribution should start in a couple of months. Everything's been going really well for us." I spend a little while longer chatting idly about nothing much, but it feels good. It feels like the beginning of something new. And it is. Almost. From the cemetery, I drive back through ranch land to another familiar place. When I arrive at the Andersons' place, they greet me warmly at the door. "Porter!" cries Monica's mom, pulling me into a warm hug. Her dad does the same. "It's good to see you, son," he tells me as they usher me through the house for lunch. Are you all set for tomorrow? Mrs. Anderson asks as we sit down on their sprawling patio to a good home-cooked meal. As I'll ever be, I reply, grinning. And since we're already married, this feels like it's just for fun, just for us and our loved ones. The two of them beam at this. It's really so kind of you both to invite us, says Mr. Anderson with a warmth in his eyes. We're very fond of Riley and of you, of course. We're so happy to see you found happiness in her. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, I say, and I mean it. Their approval of our relationship means more to me than I know how to tell them. And Riley is very fond of the two of you, I add. We're both so glad you can make it. Oh, of course, dear, Mrs. Anderson cries. We wouldn't miss it. Now tell me, how is Riley? How are you? Fill us in. We know you'll be too busy to chat tomorrow. I grin, knowing I'm not going to get to eat a bite of this meal. I don't mind, though. Feels good to have the Andersons back in my life, and I'm grateful they want me back in theirs. We spend most of the afternoon talking about Riley, about our lives in Michigan, about the film, and, of course, about the wedding. It feels remarkably wholesome, and I know I'm remarkably lucky.
Chapter 49. Riley. Wake up, sleepyhead. I groan and drive my head deeper into the pillow. Okay, if you don't want to get married, Isla says. I throw up the covers and sit up in bed. She's walking away. I'm getting married, I say. She turns around and grins. Before either of us can say anything else, there is a knock on the door. Who is it? We ask together. Porter, you stay out, Isla adds. It's just me, Mary says through the door. I nod and leap out of bed. Isla lets her in. Mary comes in with a large tray and sets it down on the coffee table in the sitting room. I slept in here alone last night. Porter's mother banished him to his room for the night before the wedding. He feigned grumpiness about it. Look, Riley, my soon-to-be mother-in-law says. What do you think? Be honest. Ah, Isla says, looking down at the tray. I look. Mary has brought us 2 cappuccinos, with hearts in the foam. Very nice work, I say. You're a regular barista now. Oh, she says. I'm not as good as you. Do you guys need anything else? I don't think so. Okay, hair and makeup will be here in an hour. She gives me a big hug and leaves. She's a peach, Isla says. Like the best mother-in-law ever. Are you sure Porter doesn't have a brother? I laugh. She hugs me and says she is going to take a shower. I pick up the remote and open the curtains. It looks like a beautiful day. I sip my cappuccino and look at my dress. Mary and Pam insisted on flying me to New York to shop. They even paid for Isla to come along. When the consultant asked for my budget, I didn't know what to say. Mary handed her an envelope, and she read what was inside and nodded. I still don't know what my dress cost. I just know I love it. I had no idea what I wanted, but when I put it on, I just knew. I put my cappuccino down and walk over to it. It's covered in flowers, each with a single bead at the center. It gives it just enough shimmer. The skirt flares out a little, kind of a hint of ball gown. Go shower, Isla says, coming back into the room. Have you been staring at that the whole time? On the table next to it is my jewelry. Porter's mother is loaning me a magnificent pearl and diamond necklace as my something borrowed. It looks like flowers on a vine. It's so pretty, I say. I can't believe how perfectly it matches the dress, she says. Now get moving. I shrug and go to take my shower. The rest of the morning passes in a whirlwind of preparations. Then it is time. Isla and I ride in a horse-drawn carriage. The horse is beige, not white, with a blanket of red roses. Larry helps Isla and me out of the carriage. Thank you, I say, and he nods. I expect him to leave, to go sit with his wife, but he hangs around. Probably Mary gave him some strict instructions, and he's not going to disobey her today of all days. The florist hands us our bouquets. The wedding planner is telling us what to do and simultaneously talking into her headset. "Go time in 5 minutes," she says to me. Suddenly, I'm terrified. All of these people are going to be looking at me. Porter's extended family is huge. The Andersons will be there too. At one point, Larry asked Mary if she was inviting the whole county. All the workers from the ranch are coming. Who is going to be there for me? Isla and Liam and his wife, which is very nice, of course, but it's just... "Are you okay?" Larry asks. "You look nervous." "It's a lot of people, that's all," I say. That sounds like I'm complaining. I mean, you know a lot of people. They are all here. "Of course," he says. 4 minutes. "Maybe you should go up front," I say. "I'll be okay. And I am really happy. Thank you for doing this. Everything. It's beautiful." "I will," he says. "But first I have a favor to ask." "What?" "Will you let me walk you down the aisle? I know it is a little unorthodox." "I would love that," I say, tearing up a little bit. "Riley," he says quietly, "I don't know what happened to your parents, but I promise you, as a father, if they could see you now, and I don't just mean getting married, if they could see all you have been through and accomplished, they would be so very, very proud." "Oh, Larry," I say. "Don't cry," the wedding planner says. "You can't cry now, not yet. Makeup." The makeup artist appears out of nowhere and starts blotting my face. "Oh boy, I'm in trouble," Larry says. "No," I say. "Thank you?" "So?" he says, holding out his arm. I grasp it and give it a squeeze. He pats my hand. Places! We start down the aisle. Everyone is looking at me and it feels good. They are smiling. They are happy for me. Liam and his wife are holding hands and beaming. Big John gives me a wink. Mrs. Anderson dabs her eyes with a tissue. "You look beautiful," she says. Pam gives me 2 thumbs up. "None of this sister-in-law crap," she told me at the rehearsal dinner. "After tomorrow, you are my sister." They are my family now, all of them. People who like me and love me and support me forever. There never was anything wrong with me. It was just a combination of bad luck and circumstance. Then he is there, 10 feet away, then 5. He holds out his hand and I take it. He looks so handsome, as always, but it is the love shining in his eyes that really makes my heart soar. "Porter," I say. "Are you ready?" he says. "To be my wife? For real now?" "Absolutely."
Chapter 50. Porter. I wake up and reach for Riley. She isn't there. I sit up and see that the slider is open. "Hey," I say, getting out of bed. "Are you out there?" I poke my head out on the balcony. She's sitting in a chair, feet tucked underneath her, gazing out at the water. "It's so peaceful here," she says. I agree. The town of Morro Bay truly is a gem. I sit down next to her on the love seat and pull her into my lap. "We have a long drive ahead of us," I say, kissing her neck. "We really managed to pack a lot in this vacation. I offered her a honeymoon in Hawaii, Tahiti, wherever she wanted. She said she wanted more nature, so we saw the Grand Canyon and redwoods." She arches her back and leans her head back on my shoulder. I'm already super hard. The balcony is private, but the sounds of the town waking up are starting to intrude. Well. Things are heating up again. You know what to do. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. I can barely stand afterwards, so I wrap my arms around her and cling to her. She giggles. "What's so funny?" I ask. "Seems like that was a good one, that's all," she says. "Come on." She pulls off mean. I grunt in protest and leads me back to the bed. We doze for a little bit, then shower together, which takes a while. Then we pack and get dressed. We stop at a little diner on the way out of town. I hesitate as we get out of the car. I was going to wait until we were on the flight home, but I kind of want to tell her now. "Is that for the shoot?" Riley asks, and I nod, crossing my fingers behind my back. She has a ton of questions about what we are going to do at the studio once we get to LA. I admit that it's always a thrill to see the words I've written turning into a production. The folder is sitting next to me in the booth the whole time. I glance down at it and anxiously tap it several times. Finally, when the plates are cleared and the check paid, I put it on the table. "How long is the drive?" Riley asks. 3.5 minimum, I say. "I better..." She excuses herself and I set the folder at her place. When she comes back, I motion for her to sit down. "Open it," I say. "What?" she says, flipping the folder open. Oh, Parker. The brochure I put on top is titled, "How to Adopt from Foster Care." I thought about it a lot, I say. Research. Part of me really wants to have a baby with you. Our baby. But I wanted you to know I would do this too. When we're ready, whatever you want, what do you think? Why not both?